2012, and DC has released before Watchmen. I don't know it yet, but this is an experiment that will lead to more. It's September 2016. And the DC Universe Rebirth has exploited Geoff Johns' frustrations with DC Comics line, leading to a promising future. A blood-stained button and dialogue from Watchmen reveals Dr. Manhattan's role in the previous Universal reboot. It's May 2017, and DC has revealed plans for Doomsday Clock. It will soon be revealed that the series was rushed out due to behind-the-scenes meddling, and as a result, won't be the promising monthly series. The first issue of Doomsday Clock will be released on November 2017 and be finished on November 2018. It's December 2019, and the 12th issue of Doomsday Clock has been released. Time will tell of the effects going forward. Now it's January 2020, and the Fake Nerd Podcast is recording their 174th episode about Doomsday Clock. Okay, I did it.
You did it. You got through it.
Woo! I wrote that last night. Barely could read my handwriting. Hi, guys.
Hey, what's up?
I'm with Ben Magnet.
Hello.
Ryan Eliopoulos. Don't do it.
You son of a...
I saw it.
Had to do it.
He readied it like a machine gun.
Machetes, that's ready.
And Sparks Woody.
What was that?
That was me
him
cracking
opening a
open
can.
my mouth.
This is imaginary.
Ready to speak.
Imaginary soda pop. Good job.
Drink in my words.
I was rereading Doomsday Clock last night, and I was like, if I were to do a goofy intro, this would be it.
I think it was rather well done.
Yeah.
It took me a while to research when those days were.
Yeah, I was funny enough. Like when I was thinking of the intro, I was like, I'm gonna do something like that.
I was thinking the
and
same
then,
thing.
And then I'm glad you did it.
All-
it's way better than what I would have
all
done.
day I was like, it's got to be something.
I was
like
gonna
that,
be
right?
like, it's March 6, 2009. It's 369,
Yeah.
and I'm watching Watchmen in the theater, and this is the first day of hell.
I had more. I had like the movie, the TV show, like all that stuff, and I was like, I should keep it just Doomsday Clock for time reasons.
Hey guys, we're talking about Watchmen real quick. There's a test footage screening of Watchmen from the early 2000s.
Gilliam's film, right?
With the guy from Game of Thrones, Ian Glenn, playing Night Owl, and Ray Stevenson playing Rorschach.
Uh-huh.
And it's just a nice little like a little scene. I'm like, man, that movie should have got made. Man,
If
what a
only.
bummer.
If only.
If only.
Damon Lindelof should now do the prequel to his TV series, and just adapt Watchmen.
Before Watchmen.
Let's just adapt Watchmen.
Is that Watchmen? No, I'm okay.
That's season 2. They're just adapting Watchmen,
No,
and then they'll go backwards and do Minutemen.
I don't want any of it. It's perfect the way it is. Just like Doomsday Clock.
All right. Yeah. So
God, I forgot that Doomsday Clock was going to be monthly.
yeah,
Until you said it, and I'm like, oh yeah, we were just going to be like hyped through a whole year.
that was my thing. I was like, I gotta wait this in. It's gonna be finished on November 2018. It's December 2019.
And dude, there were bets going on, and like, is it going to get pushed to 2020?
Yeah.
Is this going
Yeah.
to be a 4-year comic
I
book?
legit thought it was going to get pushed. to
It made it by
2020.
like 2 or 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Good job.
And I bought it like first day. Like I was super stoked to finally read it. I bought both covers. I think the Gary Frank B cover is really cool, but that A cover with the bloodstained Superman logo,
Yeah.
that's good.
That's
All the
good.
covers have been super dope.
Yeah, Gary
Yeah.
Frank. Anyway, we're not talking about that yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Hey, but just like Dr. Manhattan, time is perceived at all times.
It's
so
true.
We've
We'll
already
just-
talked about it.
We're just
We're
gonna-
going to take this episode once we finish the discussion and just dissect the Doomsday Clock discussion and intersplice it into our news.
We're the
Can I do
memento.
that? Can I do
Memento
that?
of
Do you think
Doomsday Clocks.
do you think I'm good enough to do that?
I don't think you're good enough to do it and have it be coherent.
Okay, that's fair.
There you
I'll
go.
take it.
Also, I don't think you have the patience to do that.
That is also true.
To be fair, I don't think I could do it either. I
Is
don't
this
think
a
it
challenge?
could be
Is
coherent
this
at
a
all.
challenge?
Sparks, you have to be committed to do that kind of splicing and moving and
No,
all
the
that
thing
shit.
is, like, you can't just take that and randomly toss it into
No,
the
you
news.
can't.
It has to be thought out for
Yeah.
it to work.
All right. So, how was your guys' week?
You go first, someone else.
Oh, they're all staring at me. God damn.
No, I mean,
I just forgot. Well,
No,
Ben, you did the cool
No,
stuff. by the way.
so I had a decent week. I mean, first full week back at work. I was sick a few weeks ago, so that sucked. I
just
discovered
this week, Ben. We don't need to know about 6 weeks ago.
No, it wasn't 6 weeks ago. It was the never mind. So
It was sick weeks ago.
Oh, that's what I heard.
but I was sick a few weeks ago. So I discovered that Dragon Force dropped an album in September of 2019, and I had no idea.
I didn't know till just now.
Yeah, it's called Extreme Power Metal, and it's freaking awesome.
Is it extreme power metal?
It is Extreme Power
They're
Metal.
not lying?
No, I'm not lying.
Good.
Recent Dragon Force has been really solid.
No, so
Past couple of years.
a few, I think it was like a week ago, it was late at night, I was on Twitter randomly, and then I was like, you know what, I'm going to look up Sabaton on Twitter. I'm going to follow them. And then I'm like, you know what, I should follow Dragon Force on Twitter. I find them on Twitter, and it's like, hey, we have a new album. I'm like, son of a bitch. And then I'm like, oh, hey, I'm going to check out Baby Metal. I love that band, even though their page is in Japanese. New album is out. I'm like, God damn it!
Megasune.
I'll be honest. Power metal has become such a deep genre with so many bands doing so many creative things.
Could you say it's pretty heavy?
I'm impressed. No, I'd say it's powerful.
Stop it.
I'm impressed that Dragon Force has stuck around as long as it has.
I am
Me too.
happy that Dragon Force has stuck around.
You're describing what happened when Avantasia, after we saw their concert, they were like, yeah, we're probably not going to do another album, and then new album.
Specifically because Dragon Force started off with songs that they were aided with computer instruments they could not physically play.
Yeah.
Bleep blurp.
I think they actually found a really good sound when they stopped doing that.
I agree.
Yeah.
It's weird that C-3PO is part of the band now.
Oh,
So
boy.
weird.
Yeah, so my two favorite songs on the new album are Heart Demolition, and that is also one of my favorite music video of all time now, because I love that shit. It scratches all my favorite itches. And they have a cover of My Heart Will Go On.
Oh, rad.
All right.
Yeah. Like when I saw the song title, I'm like, no, it can't be. It's probably not. They probably just have the same title, because some songs have that. It's the same title, but it's a different
The
song.
Celine Dion cameo.
It's
in
a
the music video.
it's the Celine Dion cover.
Did you hear the power metal cover of the Never Ending Story theme?
No, I have not.
I think
pretty
I have.
rad.
I don't know if it's. There's probably a bunch.
No,
but
there's a specific band who did one that I listened to. I forgot. the
I
name.
forget who you're talking about, but I know there's a Avantasia level kind of power metal band, and they did one.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
It's a band called Atreyu. Because there's a
I
band.
wish it was.
There is a
now.
band called
Because there was a
Atreyu.
band called Atreyu.
I'll look it up and
Little
send
more
it to you.
email.
I still have it.
All
It's
right.
a really good song.
And apparently Dragon Force is touring, so I gotta look that up.
yeah.
Find out if they're ever coming across the pond to the United States. And so I went to Disneyland yesterday, and I have to tell you guys, I had quite possibly one of the most memorable and magical days of Disneyland of my entire
The
life.
band. Would it be because there's some of the.
Partially.
Cool.
That was partially because of that.
Oh, another reason. Yeah.
Yeah, multiple reasons actually.
Did you get laid? Like, what's
no,
going on?
No, let me
Not
tell you
at
this. Let me tell you
Disneyland.
what happened, dude. Seriously. So
Story time.
So I got to go because my friend Micah, who's a
Cackling
cast
fire.
member at Disneyland, invited me as his guest for the cast preview for Star Wars: Rise of Resistance.
No, you keep talking. I'll do the background music.
And so we get there. We get to the park around 10 o'clock. So we have some time to kill. We go on a few rides. Everything's fine. Park is filling up. It is a Saturday, so we're like,
Forgot the rest.
it's just gonna be a chill day. We're gonna have fun. We go on a Jungle Cruise, and we have a really funny Jungle Cruise skipper. He's doing the normal jokes, and everyone's having a fun time.
And then the rock
Backside
shows
of water.
up.
The backside of water joke.
yeah, backside of water, always
Gets him every time.
always a classic. And people were clapping. Myself and Micah were chanting O2H, O2H. And right when we get to the dock, he's trying to do his spiel.
Yeah,
for,
wait, what?
H2O.
H2O.
Yeah, because it's the reverse.
The reverse.
Yeah, there you go. So we were getting
Got him.
So we were heading over to the dock, and he was doing.
Hey,
he was
Brandon,
like-
Gullables on the ceiling.
So we're heading over to the dock, to disembark from the boat, and then he's like, and he's going to the part of, we've made it to the most perilous part of our journey, the return to civilization. And I'm sitting right next to the skipper, and under my breath, I wasn't meant for anyone else to hear it. I just go, "Yay, we lived!" And for some reason, it broke him. He could not stop laughing. He's trying to do the spiel of getting out of the boat, but he's just standing there laughing. He's not laughing into the microphone. He has like his forehead on his wrist, and he's laughing so hard. I'm like, "Oh my God, did you hear that? Did I do that to you?" He's like, "Yes, you did." And I'm like, "Oh no, am I gonna get in trouble for breaking the skipper? What did I do?" So we finally get to the
Excuse me,
dock.
sir. This man told a very good joke.
So we get to the
10,000 Disney bucks.
so we
Do
get,
not pass go.
No, so we get to the dock. Everyone else once he puts the microphone down. Obviously, Mike and I are the last to leave. He turns and says, "You guys are funny." That made my day. That was hilarious. Thank you for that. I'm like,
It's a
You're
long
welcome.
story for a humble brag.
Nice.
yeah,
Yeah, that's really cool.
yeah. I made his day.
Do you guys think they call Disneyland's prison the Mousetrap?
I hope so.
I hope no.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So
Disneyland has a prison?
No, they call it the vault.
No. No, they don't.
Not officially, right?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's where the really bad kids go.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they go.
Go ahead, Ben.
Into a small world.
Go ahead with your story.
The day goes on. The day goes on. Rise of Resistance was down when our boarding group happened to pop up, so we didn't go. So to kill time, we went over to Smuggler's Run, and at this point, Smuggler's Run had a 65-minute wait. I was wearing the popcorn bucket that I bought for Fanny earlier that morning, the Millennium Falcon one. And as I'm walking up, a cast member by the door sees it, and she's like, "Hey, what is that?" And I'm like, "Oh, it's the popcorn bucket." We start talking. We only talk for about 3 minutes, and she's like, "You know what? I've taken up most of your guys' time. Go on through the fast pass line. Have fun." And we're like, "What?"
Did she just go like "F you" to every other person in the line?
No, because the line was
she's quitting, so she's just like, "See ya, sucker."
No, we just had a nice conversation about the popcorn bucket and like how it opens, how to turn it on, and all that stuff. And then she's like, "Oh, thanks for talking to me. Go through the fast pass line. Have fun, kids."
Hell yeah, it pays
So
to know
we
people.
we were just walking through, and Michael's turning around. I was like, "How'd you do that?" I was like, "I don't know. She just asked about the bucket. I answered her."
You used the Force.
I didn't. I did not. Maybe I did, in subconsciously. I don't know.
There you go.
So that was really nice. I gave both those cast members cast compliments too.
Is that like a Disney Yelp?
It's kind of like a.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Yes.
actually is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ben's like, "No, it's yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
it. That's it
It-
exactly."
It is. But also, I saw two celebrities I actually gave a crap about at Disneyland, and I got to say hi to them for 5 seconds. I met the Game Grumps.
I would call them internet celebrities.
Yeah, well, they are internet celebrities. I met.
I was
I
about to
saw,
be like,
It's not Brad. They're not Brad Pitt.
I was supposed to say Paul.
Yeah.
but we saw. I saw Danny and Aaron from the Game Grumps. And I saw him. I was like, "Oh my God, it's them!" But I didn't want to shout at him. I didn't want to bring attention to him. But Aaron's looking around. I make eye contact. I was like, I know you. I know you." And then he's like, "Oh, cool." So I go around. I shake his hand. I was like, "Hey, I love what you do. I love your guys' work. I love Starbomb." Then Dan turns around and goes, "Oh, hey." I'm like, "Hey, I love Ninja Sex Party, your band. I love Starbomb. Thank you for everything you guys are doing. You guys go have a great day. Just thank you." I kind of geek out a little bit because I love these guys' work. Starbomb is one of my favorite bands. I love Ninja Sex Party. And they're like, "Oh, thanks." And right as they're leaving, Dan goes, "Hey, by the way, that's a cool shirt." I'm like, "Thank you." And then I just go back to Micah because they were walking the opposite direction. I didn't want to hold them up. So that was really nice.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Always fun to meet a
Yeah.
meet a celebrity.
And then when we finally did get in the Rise of Resistance line, the time where we actually get to go on the attraction, Mike and I were staying with a bunch of Club 33 members. And
Those bastards.
Oh no, we made friends with them. They were, once we finally got into like the holding cells to get onto the attraction, they included us in their group. And then and we just had a great time in line talking to them. And then once we got off, they're like, "Oh, we're gonna go back to the club." It's like, "Okay." Mike and I had plans to go to Ballast Point for a beer, and because we need it. And then right before we leave, they look at us and like, "Hey, do you guys want fast passes?" We're like, "What?" They're like, "Here, we're not going to use them for the rest of the night. So here are 12 fast passes, 6 for each of you. So
Jesus.
these will work for any fast pass line at all for the rest of the night. They're only good today though, so go on it."
Ben, do you know what they call somebody that goes to Club 33
What do they
twice in a day? They call it an Order 66.
Oh,
Got him
That's
again,
good.
guys. I'm just on it tonight.
Damn.
That's wow.
Thank you.
I used to go to Club 33.
What is Club 33? I don't know.
It
what
is
exclusive
the-
come on Club.
It's the really.
oh,
It's the really.
Oh, it is originally.
the really rich people.
Yeah,
Gosh.
originally it was.
Is it just like a lounge?
Brandon's son.
It's a lounge, it's a restaurant, it's a bar. Really rich people go. Apparently,
It's a exclusive.
yeah, it's very exclusive.
Is there alcohol there?
There is.
Sweet.
When Club 33 was built, it had to have its own separate address so they could have a liquor license because Disneyland wasn't able to sell alcohol
Oh,
until
that's
Galaxy's
sneaky
Edge was
snake.
built. And they used to be that you had to be on a waiting list for 10 plus years to get in the club. Now that's
What? 10 years?
yeah, but
You're
now
gonna have a baby and then he's 10?
let me finish. Now that's gone. That's completely
What are they,
gone.
Laker
You just have
tickets?
to have thousands of dollars.
You have to have thousands of dollars and a referral from someone in the club because there
Just
are
be Brad
yeah.
Pitt. Just walk in.
apparently because the
So
people
what-
we were talking to, they're like, "Yeah, you can't go up to Nicolas Cage at a bar and talk to him," and they're like, "Oh yeah, I saw him here a few weeks ago," and I'm like, "Excuse me, you saw Nicolas Cage here at Disneyland?"
the Indiana Jones ride.
My family used to know a guy who was a member at Club 33, and so
Mhm.
what you used to be able to do before Club 33 remodeled was that you can just make reservations for people you know. So if you knew someone, then you
get
could
them on a list.
you could get in there.
Yeah.
And you kind of used to pay people for part of their reservations, for part of their membership. So it wasn't so
Oh,
expensive.
these club members were talking about that, and they're saying how some other club members were abusing the policy, so the whole club
so
rules
that's-
got completely redone and remodeled.
Yeah, so people like my family couldn't go anymore.
Kevin Smith on a podcast maybe like a year or two ago, he was like, "Hey, yeah, if like I'm just gonna tell you guys, if you're rich, you just pay $5,000 a person, you can go doing everything you want anytime you want."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh, it's only $5,000 a person, isn't
Yeah.
it?" To Kevin Smith. Oh my god.
I would love $5,000 right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Being rich must be nice.
I know,
Yeah.
right? Must be nice.
Yeah, these people were
Hey
very
guys, subscribe to our Patreon.
no, but the people we met, they were very nice. They were really cool. They loved our reactions when we were on Rise of Resistance, which I have to say, guys, that ride is the absolute best ride I've ever been on in my entire life.
I have a similar story that I'm going to tell real quick.
Go
which
for
is
it.
that I made friends with. I didn't even make friends. Like we didn't talk much, but we just shared some factoids about Disneyland because they were visiting from Australia. This
Oh,
was a few
nice.
months ago, and they'd never done Space Mountain. And we were about to do Hyperspace Mountain, and they're like,
Ooh.
"So it has Star Wars on it," and we're like, "Oh yes, it has Star Wars stuff on it." And so when it comes up, it's just
Was this when
making
I went with you?
Did you?
Yeah, because there was a family behind us.
Yes,
and they were
yes,
freaking out.
exactly. Yeah. And so it was the three of us, and we said we're actually a group of 6. Those 3 behind us are also with us.
Oh, cool.
Aw.
Because we just wanted to hear their reactions.
That dude,
Yeah.
that
and that
one
one
dude.
dude loved it so much he's just shouting, "Yeah, I love Star Wars!" Like, it's so good.
Yeah, that was his.
there is a scene. I don't want to spoil the ride. I mean, I spoiled a lot of the queue on my Instagram already.
Hey man, there are people who get to go to Disneyland once every 10
Yeah.
years, so don't spoil it.
Yeah. Well, also the ride. The reason why I was able to keep my phone on because the ride is open in Florida, so technically it was already spoiled.
Got it.
Oh, sure. Because I'll just pop over to Florida before I go to
Yeah.
California.
Yeah, but there's this one room where I yelled. Everyone was yelling. Once we got off, well, but once we got off the ride, I was like, "Worth it!" Because essentially we waited like total time once we first got in line because we had to leave to get out of line. We got recovery fast passes, then we got back in line, and we still waited over an hour to get on the actual ride itself.
Lordy.
We must have waited like
That's brutal.
3 hours.
Lordy.
And we were like wondering if they were going to cut the line at 9 o'clock or hard stop the attraction because that's what they've been doing recently. So we were worried, like scared, like, are we actually going to go on this? But luckily I did. Micah cried because it was so, to him, it was like so technologically, it was like, how did Disney do this? Just
Yeah.
how did they do this?
I saw some
Money.
of the animatronics on
Oh.
the Imagineering series that Disney put up on on Disney Plus. That Kylo Ren looks awesome.
There's
Dude,
like a making of that ride on Disney Plus right now.
Well, it's
No,
the
it's
the end of the
Imagineering
Imagineering
story.
story.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
the very
got
end
it.
story.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
No, but dude, that
Because
Kylo
the
Ren,
Imagineering story goes from the beginning to the end. Well, to the
So it's
most.
like a little tease.
Yeah, so-
got it.
dude, that Kylo Ren animatronic is out of this freaking world.
Better than Hondo Alonso, but
Hondo at least has a
Oh.
moving mouth, which makes him better.
Yeah.
But because Kylo, you don't need a mouth.
There's
Megan's all nodding in the back.
there's a few animatronics on that ride that are amazing.
Are those real
There-
people? What's up?
There's the digital projections on that ride are fantastic. Just everything about that, it makes me want to go again and again and again.
Yes, it's very good. I
It-
try not to overhype it.
I'm trying.
or
I'm
oversell
sorry,
it.
but it's so.
No, I know, you're
in-
excited.
In my personal opinion, it is the best Disney ride I've ever been on.
For sure. Yeah, there's a good balance of
Better than
practical
Peter Pan.
versus digital effects.
Yes.
I don't think so.
You heard it here first.
We'll talk about it at a future date
Once
when
you guys
it's open.
when you guys go on it, yeah.
I
But
forget that it's still not open.
What we should do is we should go to the VR thing at Disneyland.
the Void.
is it
is
still
it to
doing
the-
Star Wars or is it still Avengers?
It's doing both.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So what we should do is we should go to the VR thing and do a GoPro so people can watch us do it.
I think that's illegal.
But think about the flaw in that. Just GoPro on top of your head.
Ben,
and
anything
VR.
else?
I didn't even think about it.
I'm glad you had a good time.
Thank you.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Was there anything else for you?
Did you do any entertainment stuff?
Did I do it?
Did you do it?
Did I?
You
How's
didn't start
that,
the,
how's
did you start
that
the Witcher yet?
Fire Emblem
Oh.
through going? Hmm?
I hate you.
Which one? Which one? Which one did it?
No, it was definitely Fire Emblem. You didn't start The Witcher either, did you?
No, I didn't.
That's fair.
I was gonna start The Witcher, but I figured I should finish Umbrella Academy.
Hey, this
Yeah,
week
don't
I
start-
was
yeah,
reading Doomsday Clock.
I'm proud of you.
I was reading Doomsday Clock because I
You started earlier than
yes,
Saturday.
yes.
Yeah,
I
proud of
started.
you.
I started earlier. I was reading Doomsday Clock, so
That's what he did.
Yeah.
Eat it. Yeah, I got you.
I did responsible stuff. Dang it!
Proud of you.
Good job.
I'll go.
Go
Okay.
for it.
I don't have a lot because I had a really rough week. So I just didn't feel like consuming anything. I just kind of wanted to veg out and do nothing, which put me in a really bad bind financially.
What does that mean? You're eating vegetables?
No, just
No, you just
get
lay
high
there
and-
like a vegetable, waiting
Oh,
for somebody
I
to
get
come,
that.
waiting for someone
Now
to
I
come
get it.
along and pluck you.
Wait, have you
Got
never
it.
heard the term veg out?
No.
Wow.
VEG?
Yeah, VEG.
No, I think like someone's like, oh, I'm gonna eat some carrots.
Oh. Yeah, no, that's a thing.
I learned something today.
So you veg
It's
out.
kind of taken from the context of like when you refer
Being
to
a vegetable?
someone. Yeah.
Mhm.
Got it.
Yeah.
And like you're allowing yourself into that state temporarily, which usually the people who are like that, it's not a choice.
I feel you.
Yeah. So I just kind of didn't have any motivation to consume anything.
Oh, I get you.
Just vegetables.
Last night, though, I did finish Watchmen.
Nice.
I'll be honest, it was a little overhyped for me,
Yeah.
but it's still a very good show.
Mm-hmm.
I really like. I enjoyed it a lot more once the comic book elements started to come into more the forefront. Before, it's kind of like this weird alt sci-fi, and then it's just then a lot more comic book elements start to mold in as the more Watchmen as the more connections start becoming clear to the original Watchmen story. That's kind of when I started to really get into it. Is when it started feeling more like a comic book.
I feel you.
I just want to say, I don't want to say a lot about the show. I've got some really conflicted thoughts that I'm trying to work through on my own. But I loved Laurie and Adrian.
Yeah.
They were amazing.
Yes.
It's for me
Agreed.
the standouts.
Yes.
I think the characterization for every character is on point and like.
It's Tim Blake Nelson. Right?
Yes, Looking
Tim
Glass
Blake-
is my
so
favorite.
Tim Blake
character.
Nelson. This is one of my favorite things he's ever been
Yeah.
able to
Yeah,
do.
he's very good.
Looking Glass is such an interesting new version of a Rorschach type character. I loved everything about that.
I-
character.
Mayor guy, is that you?
I absolutely
You know my name.
want to talk to you about this at a later date.
Yeah.
Yes.
Not on air.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or maybe on air. We'll see.
We'll figure it
So yeah,
out.
I don't. So, but other than that, I just did that while I worked last night. So up until then, I didn't really do a whole lot. However, I will real quick plug to Downright Nerdy. I was on 2 of their live specials,
Nice.
leading
I
up
was going
to
to remind you to do this if
Yeah.
you didn't.
leading up to Star Trek Picard. He's doing this 11-part series. We're on the second to last now, where we just sit down and talk about the season or the movies. Right now, we're in the Next Generation movies leading up to
For sure.
Star Trek Picard. The idea is to people, if you don't know who Picard is, you can watch this and get a bit of a primer of who the character is what the idea is. So I was on 2 of those for Star Trek
Logan.
First Contact and Star Trek Insurrection.
I watched like 20 minutes of the Insurrection one.
Yeah, those bastards betrayed me.
I saw the beginning of it, like, yeah, I like Insurrection a lot, and then the other ones are like, oh, I don't think it's as good as First Contact, or
Yeah, it's not as good as First Contact.
yeah, and then like you're the lone one. on
Yeah.
that one. You're like, oh, you guys,
And because everyone was just like, yeah, I like this a lot more than First Contact. Like, you guys are really
Zephyrin guys, come on.
guys. First Contact's a great movie. The First Contact episode was a lot of fun, and then we got into it with Bored and Annoyed about some Star Wars talk after the fact, and so that was fun. He's a cool guy to talk to, Jackson at Bored and Annoyed.
At the end of
Bored and Annoyed's a great show.
At
Yeah.
the end of the Insurrection one.
At the end of the First Contact one, when we went off live,
Oh,
we
okay.
kept talking about Star Wars
I would've
and
liked to
how
see
he
that.
didn't like Last Jedi. So
Nice.
that was fun.
How'd that go?
As long as it's nice and civil.
It's a nice and civil
Yeah.
conversation.
Okay, I'm about to say we're still friends with him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Michael told me later. He's like, I was a little nervous, and I was just like, I wasn't gonna let that get heated.
Nah.
I'm not
Yeah.
interested in talking about things I hate
Mhm.
because all I wanted to do was be like, this is why I like it, and they were like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, I just want to talk about the things I like. I'm good. I don't want to fight.
Solid.
But he's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. I
Yeah.
was really enjoyed
I
talking
know
to
they're
him so
not
far.
fans of that movie. They think it's hot garbage. And that's
Hey guys,
fine.
we're all wrong about.
They also
something.
they also
Wrong.
they
That's
also
something.
like passionately hated Dark Fate, but at least they watched it.
Yeah.
Shit.
They also didn't like Rise of Skywalker, to their credit. So
Yeah.
Fair.
yeah.
Fair. Okay.
I'm really interested in people who are like, Force Awakens is so good, Last Jedi and Rise not. I'm very interested in those people. I don't know why.
I not to get into Star Wars, but I think
Dude, Star Wars has been on my mind all day
I
yesterday.
do
Go for it.
think even if you are a fan of the first one, you could still not be a fan of the third one because of the execution of a lot of things.
That's true. Yeah.
Like-
I agree.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
yeah.
again, like
I do not think that Force Awakens translates to
Yeah.
you like that, you'll like Rise of Skywalker.
no, but it's the 1-2 punch of both that I'm just surprised by.
Yeah.
It's not even like.
have
a
you
super
listened to
thing.
the Waypoints episode about it yet? that they talk about Rise of Skywalker and Mandalorian?
No.
Okay, you really should because they.
I'm
don't-
working my way up. I'm doing
Okay.
their end of the year stuff right now.
They go through a lot of really good points, but like for a lot of people on the internet, just the fact that Palpatine is back without any ceremony is
Bless
just
you.
a thing they can't accept.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of one of those people. It's just like he's just back through a Fortnite message. Again, real quick.
Did you hear the Fortnite message?
Yeah, it's a good message.
Yeah.
It's actually like it's
Would
awesome.
have really liked it to have
So
been the
here's
movie.
real quick.
Yeah.
So we spend 3 movies. We spend decades of Star Wars lore with Chancellor Palpatine. He's a person.
Yes.
He's trying to get power through regular means.
Yes.
So after he dies, he just comes back and he's like, "No, I'm actually evil, and I'm the Lord of the Sith. I'm not going to try to do this how I used to do it. I'm just evil now. I don't have a character arc anymore." I'm like, "Oh, I didn't even think about that." He went through this entire plot. He's like, "Oh, I'm just a bad guy now."
Yeah.
I'm like, "Oh, that kind of
And
sucks."
like, why is it? Why is it always just like, yeah, kill me and you'll be part of the dark side? But it's like, I just killed a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I'm still
I don't
not.
know,
That's like one of my biggest
No,
things
but,
is that I wish that Palpatine at least introduced a challenge of more about the ideology of Sith versus Jedi rather than
Yeah.
just like me power versus you power.
Another thing I didn't
Yeah.
realize that was outside marketing. That's super bullshit. The Lando's message to the galaxy is in
Star Tours.
In Star Tours.
I got to write that yesterday.
Yeah, so Lando's message of like, "Hey, Exegol's bad, y'all." It's Lando, and it's in Galaxy.
It's okay. I think so. No, here's the thing.
It's not good.
Here's the thing.
Oh, boy.
I have no problem with the fact that that's in Star Tours because, like, as far as Star Tours is concerned,
Okay.
I think that's cool. The
Sure.
movie itself sets it up so that it's like, "Hey, Lando, go tell people about this." Lando goes and tells people about this. They
Okay.
magically show up. There's no preconceived setup before. Spoilers for The Rise of Skywalker, by the way, everyone.
We've seen it. Everyone's seen it.
Yeah, there's no preconceived notion of like them having talked to people before. There's some establishing fact. The fact that he says now's the time kind of thing, that's whatever. And that's basically what the message is. He's like, "Hey, we really need some help. I got
it's
some
me,
coordinates.
Lando.
Can you follow me there and help us out?"
Remember
And then
30
you
years
go and you
ago
go
when
to
I was a
Exegol.
hero?
That part is cool. That part of him telling you and C-3PO and R2's interactions with him and then you going and you're in the middle of that fight and you contribute to it.
That is cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I think as the ride itself, that's all great. It's
Yeah.
the movie's handling itself of Lando doing that I think is messed up.
Is there a
I
Star
wanted
Tours
to-
ship in that sequence with?
I wouldn't put it past them, but I haven't seen
Is
it.
there a Star Tours ship in it?
in the film.
No, I know.
Guys,
nobody has.
wouldn't-
real quick,
has found
guys.
it yet.
Nub died during the battle.
9-nub actually.
Whatever.
But he's.
He's dead.
In the
He's
arms
dead.
of an angel.
I was gonna say something, but I'm not going to.
What?
Yeah,
No,
but
no. It's
Did
I don't wanna-
Did
All right.
Akbar Jr. survive with his big ass eyeballs?
Hell
Sure he
yeah,
did.
he
Of
did.
course he did.
Freaking better.
Anyway, so what I wanted to say, what I was riffing on with
Star
the
Wars.
strike me down thing,
Yeah.
is like if Palpatine really wanted Rey to kill him, why does Snoke, who is revealed to be Palpatine, try to kill Rey?
No, he's just a
He-
Palpatine surrogate.
That's what's even worse. It's just they make an ugly middleman.
Yeah.
That's what's worse.
Kill her.
I can't talk-
I don't want to do this.
I can't
right
do
now
it
anyway.
anymore.
There's much more things I want to talk
Well,
about.
right.
They
Yes,
flew
there was
through
actually
me.
transition back to Star
Thanks
Trek.
a lot, Jackson.
You did this.
Started this.
No. So going back to Star Trek real quick. Because Star Trek Picard is happening in a couple of weeks, we're doing a Fake Nerd Watch series, myself and Michael, about Star Trek Picard.
This is true.
And so Short Treks, which we know to be the short films on CBS All Access, released a Star Trek Picard prequel to introduce what the threat is. That
A pre-card?
I'm
Damn,
I'm
you're
here,
on
I'm
it.
here the entire
Fire.
podcast, you
Jeez.
guys.
You cracked out
Damn.
that drink and you're ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
yeah,
My hour.
it's a pre-card.
Yeah.
So I was like, I'm gonna I should check that out, see what the connection is, and so I subscribed to CBS All Access. I did it again, guys.
Hey, man. No, I don't. If
If you're going to be watching something, then it's fine.
Yeah.
support something. Yeah, that's totally cool.
So
if you're watching it.
So yeah, I'm gonna watch this. So I watched the short. It's this cute little short about these two girls who really don't like each other, who parents work at the Utopia Police shipyards, while they're on Mars. So Mars is where a lot of ships are built in the Star Trek universe, and there it gets really Blade Runner.
Oh,
And I did not expect to see Blade Runner in my Star Trek.
like maturity?
No,
like design.
So remember in Blade Runner, like, isn't the inciting incident the fact that the replicants rose up and attacked?
Yeah.
This whole this like off-world colony.
On the moon.
yeah.
Yeah.
So apparently these species synths, which I can only imagine are probably what they've built, what the Starfleet has built off of data schematics, so androids, destroy Mars and the Utopia Planitia shipyards. And I was like, I don't know how I feel about Blade Runner Star Trek.
Yeah.
That's weird.
See, that's something that interests me because it adds like a weird wrinkle I've never thought about.
Yeah.
Because like they are making androids, and what if those androids?
But they weren't supposed to. But now the data's dead.
You wanted Star Trek timeline to move forward. Here you go, baby.
Yeah,
This
is true.
This is the future.
That is true.
I saw someone share. I didn't read it because I'm not there. But I saw someone share an article about talking with Patrick Stewart about the show and like why he came on to do it. And it was someone who's a Star Trek fan, and they said that they felt like what he was saying about where the character is going has lost the intent of what the show's supposed to be about. Like Star Trek itself is supposed to be about.
This could be like a Luke Skywalker
do you know anything
situation.
about that? Do you feel like that's true? As far as I understand, it's about the concept of loss of hope.
Yeah, it goes against Star Trek.
Yeah,
right.
Fundamentally,
This could be like a Skywalker situation where it actually ends up like being okay.
But I mean, so one of the things I'd like to see, if that is the case, then it should be, because we've been talking about a lot on the series with Michael Carls that I've linked down below. By the way, the 2 episodes that I was on are going to be in the description. What I find interesting is like learning things about his character that I kind of knew, but I didn't think about all the time. And a lot of his character is that he is willing to lay down his rank. He doesn't care about his rank in Starfleet or the fact that he's on the bridge of the Enterprise. If he feels that the Federation does not have the morals it should, then he will just be like, nope, Federation's got to be like this.
Not worth it.
So like and then he will do what he can to show the Federation that they're wrong and why they should be that. So if it's the whole show of just him doing that, I'm kind of okay with that.
Okay.
I think it's got to evolve. Yeah, I like it.
Like, I would like the series to be about what Last Jedi is about, which is finding hope in the hopeless.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want to do a Star Trek series where you're going to be light on hope, but finding the hope, and that's the series, I'm into that.
Because it looks like he's retired.
Yeah.
And then like something brings him back in, and it's such a big thing. He's like, I have to get back in after I thought I was done.
I think it is. The Federation is not what it should, and I'm going to show them that they need to be this
You
way.
lost your ways.
So that could be it. So I watched that short. It was all right. But guys, did you guys know that Michael Giacchino directed a short track?
Yes.
What?
Yes,
Oh,
I
that's
remember
cool.
seeing that announced in the
An
news.
animated short track. It's amazing.
Oh,
Yep.
cool.
It's really good. Like it's the best thing I've seen CBS put out for Star Trek in years.
All right.
Nice. That's awesome.
It's about this new thing called the tardigrade, which was introduced in Star Trek Discovery. They travel this thing called the mycelial network, which is basically warp travel, like clean warp travel.
Opposed to dirty warp travel.
I mean, it kills the species if we do it, which is the whole point of season 1 of Discovery. So this tardigrade is trying to find a nest for her eggs, and she's the cutest little thing you've ever seen.
Does it look like a water bear? Like
Well-
a little, like actual tardigrades?
Like the tardigrades from
Doctor Strange?
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Ant-Man. That's, got
Yeah, like those. It looks a little bit like those.
it. Got it.
Just a lot cuter.
Oh.
And the animation is gorgeous, and the tardigrade finds itself in the Enterprise, and so when he's in the Enterprise, it's playing dialogue from episodes. So it's like this little tardigrade is going through the original series, and it kind of it's a really emotional ride, and I was really shocked at how, not that it was good. I was hoping it would be good, but how good it was shocked me.
That's awesome.
I
that's great,
highly
man.
recommend it.
Good job, Michael.
I was like, oh man, I subscribed to CBS All Access too early, and then I saw that short. I'm like, oh man, I'm really glad I subscribed to CBS All Access for that short.
That's awesome.
'Cause that's really good. That's all I did.
No movies this week?
No movies this week.
Ooh.
None. I just couldn't bring
Veg
myself to
week.
do it. I just couldn't bring myself
I
to do
feel
it.
I
ya.
get it.
Hey, sometimes you just need to sit back, relax, smell the flowers.
I mean, listeners of the podcast will
Take-
know that I suffer from a great deal of depression. So
take care of yourself, do some self-care.
yeah, this was
Pray a couple Hail Marys for the Dodgers. Oh, I'm sorry. That was targeted.
it was the Dodgers. I knew it.
It was the Dodgers.
This goes
It's
back to a
not
conversation we had off air.
It's not even baseball season. We're in the off season now. The NFL is the postseason
The
right
joke will never be off season. All right.
Yeah, Dodgers.
I'll go next.
Did I do it right?
It will not take long. I worked.
Mm-hmm.
I played Jedi Fallen Order a bit.
Yeah.
Ooh, where are
Yeah.
you now?
I just finished the Return to Kashyyyk.
Okay, so the Shadowlands part.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that wasn't a good part of the game.
That's like one of the best part of the game so far.
Did
I
you
won't
finish
say
it?
A lot about. Yes,
Yeah, it is.
I'm only like doing finishing like cleanup. What haven't I found things
Yeah. Okay.
and before I leave? But I'm done
Yeah.
with Kashyyyk. Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, being able to fly that giant bird was pretty cool.
Yeah, I had a discussion with a friend about the game. Big Star Wars fan, and we touched base about it. And he's like, "No, I think it's really good. It definitely has its flaws." And I'm like, "Yeah, sliding's the bane of my existence."
I never had a problem with the sliding.
Hate it. It doesn't get better.
It doesn't get.
It doesn't get better. It gets more oftenly used than I care to deal with.
Yeah.
It didn't bother me.
I can't tell you how many times I was sliding and I jumped and I just missed the rope by an
Yeah,
inch.
that's the thing.
That
Like,
never
by
happened to
a
me.
damn inch.
here's the thing. Like
Use force pull.
I did have force pull at the
Kingdom Hearts
time.
3 is not a better game narratively, but it is better gameplay.
I will
especially
agree.
with like sliding effects.
As somebody who's been playing more of that this week, I agree. I think that's fun.
Anyway, that'll be a talk for another time.
Soon.
For
time.
Jedi Fallen Order. Yeah,
Mhm.
I'm working on it.
Yeah.
And the other stuff I did, I think that's really it. I didn't have a lot of time for anything else. I put out a lot lot of our YouTube content.
Yes, you did.
Yes, you did.
Hell
You
yeah!
took
baby.
a
You're
massive
welcome,
dump
America.
took a massive dump on YouTube.
I did.
It was a nice clean dump
That's where it felt like it belonged.
on the internet.
No, that's really it. I haven't had a lot of time for
Guys,
anything else.
do
But
you
I
guys-
know.
Sorry. Do you guys like think about how much content we put out a week?
Yeah. I have to. Ryan, I know you started something this week.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
did.
you did.
No, yeah, I'll get to it. Yeah, because that's probably my favorite thing of the week so far.
Oh, nice.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
Damn, it's okay.
I know, I
didn't
worked a
really
lot.
do a lot either. Like I started The Witcher 3 again
Nice.
because I've just had The Witcher on my mind, and
Toss
I
a
played
coin to your Witcher.
just the first couple hours, and just being in that world is so fun, and it is such a truly dense. Like everywhere you go, there's something going on. It's like little conversations, little story moments, and I'm just like, man, it might be my favorite fantasy world, like for real. Like over Lord of the Rings, over Game of Thrones, just like what they established in that world is really cool, and I love the character work. But I didn't get too far because I'll get sucked in, and I got other things I got to play. I played more Kingdom Hearts.
Okay.
I beat Olympus, and then I went to some dark world and hung out with Mickey Mouse. He's the king of shit. That game's goofy. It's fun. Also, Goofy's in it.
Yeah.
Funny enough.
I was about to do a Garsh joke, but I was like, no, too low hanging fruit.
I read. Oh, that was my cat. It was real loud. I read a lot of comics this week because I'm still trying to catch up. I read a lot of X-Men books still. I finished King Thor, which I actually finished last year, but I didn't want to start Donny Cates' new Thor run before I finished that run. And I was a little bit disappointed with War of the Realms. I think that is his like Secret Wars event where he's been building for 7 years to this giant epic, and that was a really fun book. But I didn't feel the emotional pull that I felt with this King Thor book. This final 4 issues is really the culmination of his entire saga. Gore the God Butcher comes back and he's the villain for this arc. It's really cool and it's really epic. And I showed you guys a picture of like, the crazy like Judge Dredd ways that this comic goes. Like it's super bonkers and wild and goes into the multiverse. That's really really cool. And like I've never cared about Thor until I realized I've actually cared about Thor for a really long time because of Jason Aaron.
The run's been going on a long time.
It's been going on for 8 years and it just ended. But the final thing of the Thor run that really got me was there's this character called Shadrach, and he's a librarian, and you meet him in the very first issue of his Thor run, and he's at the very end of this book, and he's like, oh man, he's being kicked out of the library because it's past curfew or whatever, and he's like, but I have so many more stories I want to read. Like this can't really be the end, can it? And it's Jason Aaron saying, I don't want to leave Thor.
Yeah.
And then he writes this huge like
This
500
David Tennant moment. I don't want to go.
100%. It's exactly that moment, and you feel it in the writing and the art. And then the final page is this like 500 word like essay about like what this has meant to him and how it's really crafted his journey through Marvel. And it's like, man, it's not often you get a run that's this long and seminal and like one complete arc. And like there was news. I don't think we're gonna talk about it this week, but there's Thor casting news, and I'm like, man, they're going. Thor is still alive, and Jason Aaron is alive in the movies now because like the mighty Thor, Jane Foster is going to be in the next movie, and I'm just like, man, he really changed Thor for the better. So that book's dope. Fun fact: Donny Cates also writes a dope Thor. Did anyone pick this book up?
Yes.
Yes, but I haven't read it yet.
Okay, have you read it?
No.
Okay, it's cosmic and farting cool, guys. It's not what I didn't know what the book was, and I don't think you guys are ready for how cool the book is.
Oh, I had this spoiled for me.
Okay.
I was seriously
It's-
debating on making a trip out to the comic book store just to get my comics today.
Ben, you live so close to the comic madness. Just go
I
there.
know. I probably
Just do
should.
that.
I probably should just
You
change
might
my
have to
pull
wait
list.
an hour. Just go there, baby.
I probably should.
But yeah, I'm really excited. I also read the end of Guardians of the Galaxy, which is the end of Kate's run, and that is.
I still have one more issue left of that.
and then that is also a. Excuse me. It's not just a ending to his Guardians of the Galaxy run. It's a much like Jason Aaron's King Thor. It's a culmination of everything he did with Silver Surfer. He did with Thanos, and the last couple pages are really, really beautiful. And it's basically Rocket going like, Rocket's been dying the last year in comics, right? And he's like, hey, what did I miss this last year? And it's just four page spreads of everything Donny Cates has done in Marvel.
Yeah.
And it's just this beautiful spread after spread of just look at what Donny Cates has done in only a couple years.
That's
And
awesome.
It's like really, and I'm like, dude, this guy really is like next level.
It's really exciting that you can definitely see that we will have another seminal Venom run.
Yeah. Venom, and maybe the most seminal Venom run. Because,
Yeah.
like, none of us cared about Venom.
No.
Not a lot of
I mean, like, I will say Remender had a seminal run.
yeah, but, like, nothing like this.
Nothing like this.
And I'm the Remender guy, but, like,
Yeah.
this is, like, taking the character to, like, A standards.
I love talking about, like, they're just like, why did you go to these stories with Venom on Twitter? Someone asked him, I was like, because I wanted to get him out of Spider-Man's shadow.
Yeah.
And like talking about, like, he talks about it on Segment and Friends, is like, Venom should be the Batman to Spider-Man Superman.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like no longer just the villain.
Actually,
I'm
that's,
like,
yeah.
that's cool.
Batman and Superman. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
comparison.
I'm into that.
So yeah, I think I read a lot of those comics. And then I took a venture into a galaxy far, far away, and I watched an entire season of My Friends on the Ghost with Hera and Zeb and
This makes
Ezra
me so happy.
I know.
and
This makes me
so
Kanan.
happy.
And did you say Chopper is your favorite droid?
He became my favorite droid.
Okay. Spoiler alert for Rebels. Chopper is a sociopathic, crazy, batshit droid that will kill you.
Yeah.
Even if you're his friend, and then laugh about it.
Yeah.
What?
And
Yes,
he is
it's
now my
true.
favorite droid because
He's a really old astromech.
and he's had his like they said like yeah his parts are fried but we love him.
Yeah.
There's a
He's
scene-
practically senile as a
for
droid.
real. There's a scene where Ezra is training on the Ghost, and they're way high up in the air, and they're throwing things at Ezra so he can hit it with lightsaber. And Chopper is throwing them way too fast, and Ezra falls off the ship, and Ezra is going to die. He is going to die, and Chopper's laughing.
yeah.
And then
What's the left?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chopper's
he has,
like...
he has the best voice. He sounds like an asshole. Everything he says, he's an asshole. And when Kanan has to use the Force to bring Ezra up, Chopper starts throwing things at him again. And that's the moment I realized, like, what the hell? I can't believe Disney allowed this character to exist because he's a straight up murderer. He's just a crazy droid.
And put him in Rogue One.
Yeah, and that makes me appreciate that even a little bit more, even if he's in it for that little bit.
Yeah.
I think that show is really fun. It is definitely a kid's show. There are moments when
You will grow out of that quickly.
yeah.
Yeah.
I watched episode 1 of season 2, and it's already got Vader and it's
Yeah.
already got Ahsoka, and I'm like, shit, this is what I wanted.
By the way, this is where the Inquisitors first show up.
yeah. So
This is where we meet the first brother or something like that.
no, he's in the first season. The guy with the
No,
Yeah,
that's
he's
what I
just-
mean, the first season.
But
Oh, okay, sorry.
he's saying in the show.
got it. But yeah, besides like the kiddie stuff, like I think Zeb's an awesome character. But
Oh, Sarah Michelle Gellar's character you're going to meet soon?
Oh,
She's
yeah?
a cool character.
Okay.
Sarah Michelle Gellar has a voice in Rebels?
Yeah.
Yes.
She's one of
Jesus.
the Inquisitors.
Yeah.
What?
Yes,
Yeah.
she is.
Oh, I'm behind.
Burping. Excuse me.
Let it. Whoa.
Oh.
Hey guys, alcohol.
Yeah.
What's gonna do to you?
As we've said with Dave Filoni shows, the first season's always kind of finding its footing. It doesn't mean that there's all the episodes are bad or anything. It's
Yeah.
just definitely finding itself.
Yeah.
But
And
I
then-
will say, I think,
Yeah.
and again, not that the show's bad. I
Wait
think
till you get to the Bendu.
I don't think
So
I don't think
excited
it's
for
bad,
you.
but I think maybe like people going like, oh, like don't expect a lot from the first season actually made me like it more.
Yeah.
Because like
Sure.
I kind of was expecting a bad show, and I for the most part really enjoyed it. I think that Inquisitor is truly awesome.
Yeah.
That-
How
that
many
evil-
episodes in the first season?
15.
15?
And they're 22 episodes.
Oh, that's
22 minutes
I can
each.
get those through.
Yeah, I burned through it this week. And then
Thank
I realized
you, Disney Plus.
the rest of the seasons are like 22 episodes. I'm
Yeah.
like, shit. Okay.
Yeah.
But I think all the cameos are like well done and fun. I think the droid episode's really, really fun. I think
Is Tarkin in the first season?
Yeah, he's at the end of it.
Yeah.
All the last half of the season's dope, and like there's like a Rise of Skywalker moment at the end of the first episode or the first season where Lando comes with a couple rebel ships.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, this is like a different part of the rebel set.
Lando voiced by a visibly older Billy D. Williams.
Yes, very much. But it's cool that he's there. But the guys on the Ghost didn't know that they're part of the rebellion because Hera was hiding that from them. But this is the first time we're like, oh no, we're part of something bigger. And I'm like, oh shit, now the show's
Oh,
good.
and then at the end of the season, such and such shows up.
Yeah. Wait, hold on. I watched it like 2 days ago.
Two lightsabers. It's Ahsoka.
Oh yeah, she shows up.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, she shows up last episode, and then I watched the first episode, like actually a couple hours ago before we started. But
when Ahsoka first shows up at the end
she's
of
Fulcrum?
She's Fulcrum. I flipped. I was like, oh my god, Ahsoka!
I thought it's so there's a spy character in a robe who's giving them information, and I'm like, it's Obi-Wan or it's like
I thought Obi-Wan
or somebody, but then
because he has a vocal cameo in the beginning of the series.
yeah, and it's the same message
From
that we
Jedi
see
Fallen Order.
in Jedi Fallen Order,
Yes,
and I'm
correct.
like, oh guys, the world's connected.
voiced
Cool.
by the same voice actor.
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I think the art. I think the humans don't look great, but everything else is awesome.
Yeah.
I think the aliens look great. I love the designs of all the vehicles and the alien worlds.
Me too.
But,
Weirdly, I think Sabine looks the best of the human design.
yeah, she does.
I love Sabine's design.
Ezra. I think Ezra kind of sucks a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a very traditional, generic, like, oh, I got to learn my power kind of anime character. But I could see where he's going to go, and I think he'll be better.
Lightsaber's cool.
Lightsaber is cool. It's a gun lightsaber.
Yeah.
Oh,
I never thought about
They
that.
were selling that at a whatchamacallit?
At Disneyland. That
Yeah.
shocked me. I was like, whoa.
Well, it is a
Yeah.
shotgun.
But like Rebels,
Yeah.
the TV series has a toy
Yeah,
line
there's
now.
not just that, they also have Ezra's name on his lightsaber. They
Yeah.
have like the other lightsabers, like it's right when you get off of Star Tours and you see the lightsabers up on the wall. It says Ezra's lightsaber, and it's like,
Nice.
oh hey, that's the guy from Rebels.
I wish they would design him a legacy one though.
Me too. I was just thinking that.
Yeah, I think that show is really, really fun.
I'm so glad
And if
you
I got
liked it.
over the quote unquote worst season, then
Yeah, you're good.
Then
You're
I'm
golden.
yeah, you're
um,
golden.
It only gets better.
I'm very excited.
Only gets
I
better.
need to watch that show.
It's on Disney Plus.
Actually, there was one show I helped Fanny watch the end of. We finished Gravity Falls together.
There you
Nice.
Well, she finished it. It was my second time through it.
Remind me, I need to show you an article about Alex Hirsch talking about the Fez thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, just remind me.
I mean, I guess this can't not be spoiled. There's not like any cool Rebels stuff in Fallen Order, is there?
More than you'd think.
Okay, that's because like it's around the same era, isn't it?
It's a little before.
A little
Yeah,
before?
Fallen Order's a little earlier than
Oh,
Rebels.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
because
never mind then.
Yeah, because they're not rebels. Saul's people on Kashyyyk are called the partisans.
Because I know it's 15 years after Return of the Jedi, because it's
Yes.
Empire Days.
God,
is
and
Empire
he's,
15
and
years.
he's in that too. I forgot.
Wait,
Saul
you
Guerrero.
mean
Yeah.
you mean Revenge of the Sith?
Man, he's everywhere.
Sorry, Resident Sith. Yes. 'Cause-
Saul Guerrero is the connective tissue of the Star Wars
Really
universe.
is.
He's in everything.
Right on. So I think that's it. I
Multiple shows, a movie. A video
Oh, the
game.
Inquisitors. The Inquisitors on Fallen Order, they came from Rebels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
The Second Sister was created by Charles Soule in the
Mhm.
comic, but the Inquisitors as a concept was Dave Filoni and Rebels.
That's awesome. There's a lot of cool aspects that I see, like I've seen in the comics or in
Yeah.
the movies that I'm like, it's cool. Like I now wish that Kanan and all the Force Ghosts did show up at
Right?
the end of Rise of Skywalker, because I'm like, oh, now I know who this character is, and he is important and he is cool. And good on you, Freddie Prinze Jr. for
Still
being
stand
cool.
by my. I was talking to somebody recently who enjoyed Rebels and all this, and I'm like, I still stand by. It would have been cool if Ezra had turned out to be Snoke. I'm just saying. I'll stand by that theory.
Damn, I'm very early in the show, so where's that character go? Can't wait to see.
You'll find out.
Ooh.
I think. I don't know. I don't. I
When he
haven't
came
seen
up
the
with this theory, Ezra was in a very different place than when he ends the show.
Got it.
He was in season 3. It wasn't that.
I know, I'm
different.
just saying.
I have seen a like still image from one of the episodes where Ezra gets a haircut.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Ezra really grows as a character.
Good.
Kanan's so cool. Anyway, sorry. I love that show.
All right,
Yeah,
so we
I
get
like
Freddie
Freddie
Prinze Jr.
I like Freddie Prinze a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. Shall we get into our bread and butter?
Agent Callus. I've never seen an Imperial officer, also a stormtrooper, and he has a helmet I've never seen where his face is exposed.
Yeah.
That's super gladiator and really
And
cool.
he's taking it off, right?
Yeah.
And then he has the beard
The
that perfectly matches.
He looks like Wolverine. Shit.
I love him so much. Yeah, he takes off his helmet and his beard is exactly lined where the helmet would be.
He's got the burn.
It's so good.
He's
He's a right asshole.
I'm watching.
There is a moment in Rise of Skywalker that they steal from Rebels. I'll tell you about it.
Oh, later season. Got it.
Yeah, later season. You haven't seen it yet.
I
I'll get
gotta
there
start
soon.
watching the show tonight.
Man, it's good.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
It's a good show. Okay, shall we get into our bread and butter?
Nom, nom, nom,
Yes.
nom, nom,
Oh
nom.
my god, yeah.
And here's your bread. And your butter.
Okay, not in my ear, thank you.
Did you guys know that Alex Kurtzman is doing a Silence of the Lambs sequel series for CBS
Can you not?
called Clarice, about Clarice Starling after the events of Silence of the Lambs?
I don't even want to talk about this. Can we move on?
Yeah, neither
Is
do
this
I.
real?
This is real.
What happened to Hannibal?
This is what I have to say. Can we not?
Hashtag not my Hannibal.
Yeah. Yeah, I just and I also
Oh, that's it?
No, that's just all it is.
Oh, gross.
There's a movie, by the way, that it's called Hannibal.
I've seen it.
It's a book. There's a
Yeah,
sequel to
yeah.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
They're
We're not
dumb.
talking about that.
No, we're talking about the dope TV show.
No, I know, but just like dumb. Alex Kurtzman is dumb.
Hey,
Did you
man.
watch Hannibal?
Only the first season.
Oh,
Yeah, I really want. I own.
that show's so good.
I really want to watch the rest of it.
I
really-
hope they come back and do one more.
Clarice will be a sequel series to Hannibal, and they'll bring back Mads Mikkelsen.
No, it's a no. No.
No.
No.
I haven't even watched Hannibal.
No. Sorry.
Damn, Sparks.
I don't want Kurtzman to have anything to do with the Mads Mikkelsen Hannibal.
God, no.
He can make his own dumb BS.
He already
I don't
stole
need to
one
watch.
Brian Fuller show.
I don't.
It's true. It's true. All of it. Ew.
Wow.
Move on to better news. Is this better news? Tell me about it.
Sci-Fi is doing a Chucky TV series.
Hey, it's
From-
with the original creator, right?
Yeah, it's with the original creator.
Well, see, we talked about this before, but now I see that it's officially being picked up
I don't care.
Because it just
because I'm reading up the article in front of me.
I don't care. I don't care.
I can't say I care.
I don't
either.
care either.
I think Chucky is a concept that you have to do something interesting at this point to
I
make
like
it
that
work,
remake.
especially with a TV show. Well, that's what I was gonna say. Is I like that movie so much that I kind of don't care about a TV show. I can't imagine a TV show being very engaging.
It's
for
just
very
like
long.
The TV series was described as like someone finds this Chucky doll in a small town, and weird things start happening in the small towns. Like the revelations of the small town are coming to the surface because of it. I'm like, that's what
I
a
just-
serial killer doll movie that spawned this.
I mean, it's like
And
I know some people are interested because the original creator is involved. And as weird as those sequel movies got with having children and turning it into like a comedy, it has its fan base. So I'm just curious if the show is going to be like the comedy version or it's going to be like the old movies.
I'll put it in like the context that I'm thinking of is that it wants to be Ash versus the Evil Dead.
No.
No, but I'm saying like I think it wants to be that,
Oh no.
but it can't be. It's just
Yeah.
not that interesting of a concept.
No.
no,
Superman no
here.
here.
Speaking of Seth MacFarlane,
Oh.
it's a good segue actually.
Oh.
Sweet.
Seth MacFarlane is moving to NBC Universal from Fox.
Really?
What does that mean for the Orville?
We don't know what it means for any of the Fox shows currently. airing on
Orville
Fox.
should be fine because Orville's now a Hulu production.
but put on by Fox, which is Disney still.
Yeah, so it should be fine.
Yeah.
Because he's moving off of Fox Channel, but
To-
Disney still owns Hulu.
Yeah.
So he's probably fine.
Carry the five.
Well, I think his current shows Fox will keep on the air. I mean, it's just you just renew them. I would assume. I have no other ways otherwise. But he's going to develop new program for Peacock.
Joy.
The NBC Universal streaming service.
I have no problem with what he himself is making.
Yeah, me too. I want to quickly. The rest of the news was basically
I
that
can't believe Family Guy is still going. Have you guys seen a clip from any recent episode?
Yeah.
I haven't
No.
watched
They're
a new Family Guy.
terrible.
in
It's awful.
10
I was about
years.
to, well,
I
can
saw
not?
I saw it on in passing and like a newer episode, and I was like, This is terrible.
Hey, Lois, remember the time that I got my butt stuck
Like
in a
people,
lawnmower?
like people give Simpsons crap for like not being as good as it used to be, and I'm like, Simpsons still has like some kind of thought put into like the way it's making its current episodes, whether you like them or not. There's some kind of thinking there. Family Guy's just a mess.
You think
I
that's
think-
bad?
Family Guy is almost itself YouTube poop at this point.
Okay. You know what? I think the only clip of recent Family Guy I saw was when Peter goes up to President Trump and they break out in a fight. And
I
then
haven't. Yeah.
I think that's the only one I could remember watching from like.
I have not watched a
somewhat
Family Guy
recent.
episode since when Obama was president.
Basically, the rest of the news was that Seth MacFarlane Fox tried to give him more money to be like, no, stay with us, but NBC Universal just outbid them.
Good.
Now I'm kind of wondering, like, perhaps he was just ready to not do the kind of things
I think
he's
he
doing
was.
on Fox.
He's wanted Family Guy dead for so long.
Yeah.
He's only on board with America. He's happy American Dad moved to TBS,
Yeah.
and it's the only one of his animated shows he even cares about.
Is
anymore.
American Dad still going?
Yes, and it's
Okay.
still good.
Good. I
Yeah, you watch a
not-
recent clip of both of those.
No,
There's
I've
a
seen-
quality.
No, I've
difference.
seen a few. I've actually seen a few episodes of American Dad on TBS, and that show's really funny.
American
Roger.
Dad. I didn't think American Dad was as good as it was when it first came out, and I now realize that it's the best of Seth MacFarlane's animated shows,
Mhm.
and maintains that, and only got better as
What
it
about
went.
the Cleveland show?
You know, the Cleveland show figured out how
He
to
had
be
bears
good.
for neighbors.
Cleveland show figured out how to be good in its very last season, and it's unfortunate it took them that long to figure out what
Yeah.
they were,
Damn.
but they did, and then they were canceled. So
Yeah. I mean, I think the reason why Seth MacFarlane stayed on Fox is because,
Money.
well, they also let
They
him
were
do the-
giving him a lot
yeah,
of
they're
money.
giving him money to do the Orville, and that was his passion project. And it's like, hey, you can still
No,
do
he
the Orville.
traded Family Guy for the Orville. He was like, "I'll keep doing Family Guy, but you
It's
gotta
true.
let me do the Orville."
It's
Yeah.
true. Like he was gonna be done, but they let him make the Orville.
Yeah.
I think the Orville will survive.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Um,
And
I think
unfortunately, Brandon, I'm still behind on Orville, but the episodes of Orville I have watched, I love that show.
That's a great show.
He's now him moving off of Fox Channel does I don't think condemns the Orville to death because NBC Universal and Disney can ultimately decide its fate.
Yeah, guys, but this is the real question. Where's Ted 3?
What?
I didn't even see Ted 2.
Why not?
What the hell?
It's got Amanda Seyfried in it,
Did
dog.
you?
Yeah.
Was it
Oh,
good?
It's fine.
Ted.
Yeah.
Oh.
I enjoyed the
I
first
forgot.
one, but
The first one's great.
to be honest, the first one won me a lot because I'm a big fan of the Flash Gordon movie.
Yeah, dude, that movie's
The way
radical.
that they tied that in won me
That
over.
movie needs a big budget Taika reboot.
Yeah, it does.
It had the sci-fi show already.
No, you heard what I said. You heard me.
With Whitney
Yeah,
from Smallville.
yeah.
Dang.
Oh, somebody say
Who's been wiped out?
Yeah.
Crisis spoilers.
Shoot.
He's dead. Comic book news.
I read those.
This is the news I actually wrote down.
Cool.
That was just that popped up today.
Oh, that's new. That's new news.
That was new news. Yeah, I was
Oh.
like, oh
The
shit.
new news.
breaking news.
So this is the stuff I wrote down 3 days ago. Comic book movie news. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness is lost.
Yeah, it sucks.
Scott
Yeah.
Derrickson.
This is a real bummer.
I'm not so attached to Scott Derrickson that this bums me out, but I am bummed out because I feel like this creative difference thing means they were really trying to go for something ambitious in
Yeah.
the horror department, and they said no.
Yeah.
And now I'm like,
Kevin-
I was hoping we were in a new age of Marvel series where they were gonna get more riskier.
You think after like Ragnarok
And this
stuff like
discourages
that
me.
and Black Panther. And, so yeah, Scott Derrickson, when this was first announced, he's like, this is going to be Marvel's first real horror movie. And then Kevin Feige very quietly was like, no, it's not. Don't say that, Scott. And he's
Don't
been
say-
very subtly going, it's not going to be a total horror movie, you guys. And I think that's really what this is.
100%.
I think Marvel can't.
This is
commit.
Scott Derrickson wanted to do something different, wanted to do something bold, and Marvel is just not
Comedy
having
and
it.
horror are very different things. You
Yes,
can
they
do
are.
comedy, but horror is a different field.
Get Sam Raimi then.
Oh shit!
Yeah, he nailed it. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right on the head.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Mike
it
Flanagan,
more
baby.
more than anything, it bums me out that like we're
we're still at this
we're
stage.
post Avengers Endgame being the highest grossing film of all time, and we're still afraid to take risks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, really? We're here? We're still afraid?
Yeah.
There's a tweet from December that Scott Derrickson tweeted that was like, release dates are the death of art.
yeah.
Yeah.
And
He's
people
not wrong.
And people are like, oh, what do you mean, Scott? And then a month and a half later, oops.
Well, the whole release date thing, setting release dates, like years in advance, and then having to hit those release dates is how we get the Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Like, look, this is a bummer. It doesn't quite worry me as far as like Marvel Studios goes yet for the Phase 4.
I
but
still
if
think
Taika-
Ant-Man's a really good movie.
If Taika leaves for creative differences because he wants to do something bold, then I'm going to be like, okay, well, now we got a problem.
Man,
Yeah.
I feel like, especially after Mandalorian, like Taika is their guy because like I think the comedy route is a lot easier. Again, a lot easier to do.
It's just like, how come everybody else can't be given as much control as James Gunn?
Yeah, that's true. That's so true.
Guardians is such. When you look at it as like a Marvel movie, it is so different, and it is, and it's.
But it still works.
It still works. Yeah. I don't understand why. Do they not believe in Scott Derrickson enough like they do James Gunn? Maybe
I mean,
like
Doctor Strange wasn't one of their higher grossers.
No.
Really
it
dumb
wasn't.
question, but
But the thing is, they gave James Gunn that
he
control
did.
from the get-go.
He did Sinister, and he did The Exorcism of Emily Rose. Like
who
he
directed the first Doctor Strange movie?
He did.
He did.
He did.
Okay, that's
No,
what I was
yeah.
about to ask. Yeah.
Nope, did my cat pause the recording?
Nope, still we go. Still go.
Oh, we're good. Sorry, we're having technical
Cat running
difficulties.
around. Okay, so Scott Derrickson said this: Marvel and I have mutually agreed to part ways on Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness due to creative differences. I am thankful for our collaboration and will remain on as EP.
So yes, that is a very public PR statement.
100%.
If you've looked at his Twitter, I don't think that's how he feels.
Yeah, no,
I
don't
think
so
he's
either.
a little sad about it.
Yeah, I
because
would be
he's
too.
tweeting a lot of
I
sad shit.
didn't think we would get another like Edgar Wright,
Yeah.
or another Joss.
I thought we were
Whedon.
past
I thought
this.
we were past
For
this.
real.
I thought
Yeah.
I thought the issues were we're not Kevin Feige.
Yeah.
I thought the issues were like Ike Perlmutter. I'm just like, Kevin, man, you have faith in this franchise.
Dude.
What are we doing here?
It makes, and again, like we don't know any details. It could
have
be-
been like Bob Iger's like, don't do horror.
It is also, this is supposed to tie into like WandaVision, so like maybe
Yeah.
like, hey,
They
I
moved-
want to make my own movie.
They moved WandaVision up,
Yeah.
which is interesting. And no, I'm not gonna like go get down with Kevin Feige, but like this
Yeah.
could be like Bob Iger just being like, hey, we're not putting out a horror movie.
Yeah.
We're just not doing that. So I don't
We
know.
got a movie
I don't
coming
know.
out
I
soon.
don't know. Like, I mean, it's impossible to know. I don't feel like it's that fear of that kind of thing. I don't know if Bob is necessarily the person coming down. I think what worries me more is that it's this. Everything has to feel the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Homogenized.
And I think that's the thing I fear
Milkman,
more.
man.
I fear that more than this, like, well, don't do a horror movie. And I'm like, I don't care how horror movie it was.
Yeah.
That's not the point. The point is that I don't want it to feel like it has to be a certain thing, and the directors aren't allowed to like play with it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They
Good
have
point.
to conform.
Yeah.
That's what
The thing-
what fears me.
Because if you guys remember, Scott Derrickson.
That's what fears me. That's what I said. I'm so sorry.
No, I get you, man. If you guys remember it's last year was a month ago, but in 2019, Scott Derrickson was he left the Snowpiercer project as well.
Yes.
For creative differences. So he seems to be like a very like, I'm an artsy dude. I want to do what I want to do. James Gunn and Taika Waititi are yes men. They can give you their own vision while still relying in the Marvel formula. Maybe Scott Derrickson just can't do that. Maybe he's too to like, I want to do my own thing, and he just can't. He can't do what Taika does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's possible too.
Because like
Yeah.
weaving in like
I
a
mean,
sequel.
to be fair, I think
Phase 4.
I think the Yes Men are the Russo brothers.
Yeah, but
And-
they gave us. I think Endgame's good.
No, I do too. But I think the Russos were very easy for Kevin Feige to work with.
Yeah.
And you know what? They just fall in line and are
Yeah.
willing to work and are willing to compromise and are willing. I think they're far more willing to compromise than like Taika Waititi, for example. I think Taika Waititi has a lot of like, I want it this way.
But it still feels like Thor Ragnarok still feels like a 3-act structure with like a big villain at the end
Yeah.
kind of thing. But he makes it work for his type of movie.
Yeah.
And I just like I don't think that everyone could do that.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
That's why so many other directors have left. So I don't know.
True.
I'm sure they're gonna get a great Ron Howard-esque character.
I just want to see us push the line when it comes to Marvel Studios films. I don't want us to just stay where we are and say that's good enough.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree.
True.
Also, move the release date because if you don't have a director, you're not filming in 6 months.
I really like Captain Marvel, but I would like Captain Marvel 2 to wow me as much as the trailer for Wonder Woman 84 is.
yeah,
Yeah,
same.
that's a vision, baby.
I want to feel like it's unrestrained.
I agree. And move that release date. Don't
They're
hire.
not, they're not doing it.
God,
That movie's coming out in a year, baby.
Hawkeye. From a site called Murphy's Multiverse.
Definitely never heard of them.
And I haven't either. And apparently they have had some good scoops. So I'm taking some other sources into consideration here. But take this with a huge grain of salt. But Hawkeye has joined the indefinitely put on hold list of Marvel Studios, which only consists of Inhumans and now Hawkeye.
All right, real quick, because I forgot to talk about it for 2 effing weeks now. Hawkeye Freefall is a new comic that came out, and it is a truly stellar first issue. You guys should support this comic because it is a really fun comic.
We did mention that last week.
I did?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm mentioning
We did
it
talk
again.
about it,
I'm mentioning it again because Hawkeye Freefall is doubly great. Continue with the Hawkeye news.
That's it. It's
Oh,
put on hold indefinitely.
I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that they are finding a way to move Jeremy Renner out.
God, that'd be
feel
awesome.
Like that's the thing is, Jeremy Renner's more or less going to be done playing Hawkeye in the near future, and they want to move that character out and bring in someone new.
Well, Kate Bishop's in the
Exactly.
show anyway.
I know, just make it
Right, that's what I mean. Is like this is going to happen. It might not necessarily happen as the Hawkeye series that they were planning at the moment, but it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to move that character
Get
out.
Renner out of there. He's too busy doing music.
He's too busy being Nickelback, the second coming.
Oh my God, quarterback.
And now to some untitled Worlds of DC movies.
If it's like the second coming, would it just be Dimeback?
I messed up the joke, but you still laughed anyway, so I win.
All right, Worlds of DC news.
Ooh.
The Untitled Flash movie. Andy Muschietti took the opportunity to finally confirm that he is, in fact, directing The Flash. We've heard rumors for months, but never a confirmation from Warner Brothers. This is our confirmation. He is directing Flash. And will be a different version of Flashpoint than you're expecting, is what he said.
No.
See, I'm okay.
No.
See, I'm okay with this. If the movie is straight up just like Flashpoint happens at the beginning, and it's just an alternate world where you have crazy Wonder Woman, crazy Batman, and it gets fixed at the end. That's fine. Just make it a solo thing. You don't have to make it a big epic event. Like if you're gonna do it, whatever.
So I've slightly changed my tune about Flashpoint. If I still don't think it should be the first Flash movie.
Oh yeah,
but we're so deep away from where a Flash movie was supposed to come out. Here's my thing. I think right away saying like it's not the Flashpoint you're expecting. I don't want to see that comic as a movie. I'll
Okay.
put it that way. I don't want to see that comic story.
Yeah.
But the idea of Flashpoint,
An alternate reality,
I'm
yeah.
kind of okay with, because I'm like, something needs to happen to fix the cinematic universe right now. Because if they're going to connect anybody into films again, they need to make some things very clear about what makes sense and what doesn't.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Because I'm like, we're existing in
Batman.
this weird nebulous where they're like running with everything that's worked, and it's like, yeah, that's great. Where are we? Like,
Where's Batman?
who exists where? Are they all connected? Do they not all connect?
Who is
I don't know what's
Batman?
happening. Who is Batman? is Batman old? Is Batman young?
Yeah. No, that's true. I don't... him saying this to me says that they're not going to do any continuity fixing. It's just going to be an alternate reality tale of Flash.
Let me tell you, the thing that I remember most about the Flash is the war between the Atlanteans and the Themyscirians. Because Aquaman and Wonder Woman were going to get married, and then I forget somebody does an assassin.
they're not gonna get married. Aquaman and Wonder Woman are having an affair, and then Wonder Woman kills Mera.
There you go. Thank you.
And then she steals her crown. Is like, look, I am the better woman here. And then Aquaman's still pissed because, dude,
Yes.
you killed my wife.
There you go. Yeah, yes, thank you, Ben. Basically, that's what I want the movie to be. I want that to be.
Okay, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Because Jason Momoa and
And
Gal
Gal
Gadot
they're
the two
are the
winners.
two established stars that
and
are
just
working
make
right
them
now.
evil
Just put
versions
them in it.
And just have like,
And then
I'm in
fix
this
it,
conflict.
and then say, oh, by the way, Batman's not old anymore, and Jared Leto's not the Joker.
Yeah.
Robert
it.
Pattinson just shows up
That's
like,
it.
hey guys, I'm here.
And you have Henry Cavill Superman still.
Don't bet on it.
No, you just
Not for
don't...
Flashpoint.
Just so what? Who's Superman? Who? What? What's a
The Doomsday Clock situation. You move the thing 6 inches or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that'd be interesting.
Superman, never heard of him. This is Black Adam.
yeah.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, Shazam dies by way of Wonder Woman.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does. Yeah.
because Shazam was a successful DC film.
It's true.
Flashpoint's a cool comic.
They had the
It has great moments in
Okay,
it for
so
sure.
here's my. When I hear Flashpoint, I'm like, that is the lowest hanging fruit you can go to.
It sure as hell is.
Because my whole thing is, if you're doing a Flash movie, do something else. Do Mirror Master. Don't do Reverse Flash. Do Weather Wizard. Someone else besides the damn.
I think Reverse Flash.
Yeah.
For the first villain, I think Reverse Flash
That could be
works.
cool as well. But
Yeah, be the
I mean,
TV show.
But okay, but Sparks, you kind of did.
Yeah.
You kind of did just convince me, like, yeah, maybe this Flashpoint is a good idea, especially to help fix continuity, especially in this universe. But
I'll put it that way. Like, if it's not going to be exactly what that comic book was, which I don't think it should
It can't be.
no,
right. If it's not going to be that, and we're not going to get the dumb Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Thomas Wayne bullshit that I don't want. If we're not going to get that, then great. But if you are doing something with Flashpoint for your first Flash movie, use it to fix it. Like, at least help your audience. Help your
Yeah.
audience understand what's happening. Because I don't. We're
Neither
going
do
to talk
I.
about it in a bit, the Birds of Prey trailer, and I'm like, it's really cool that we're all just kind of like existing in this weird nebulous where they're putting out good movies, but none of us know what's happening
Yeah.
in the larger universe as a whole.
There's actually a lot of more DC news than I anticipated this
Heck
week.
yeah, baby.
Untitled Batman movie. Also called The Batman, maybe. We don't know.
Guys, it's the Batman. It's got to be.
It's finally confirmed.
Matt Reeves has finally giffed on Twitter.
Yes.
Colin Farrell is the Penguin.
Yes.
yeah,
Finally confirmation.
Wah, wah, wah.
Contract signed. He is on set.
Oh,
He
it's going to
looks
be so good.
so good.
There was an actor who was cast a couple weeks ago. Peter Skarsgård? Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So with this, like,
Isn't he like Dent?
no. So here's the thing. This is why I bring it up. So every,
don't know who he is.
Every
Right.
GIF. No. Here's the thing. So every GIF that he posts of an actor, it's the character's name. So he's like, "Oh, hey Oz," or "Look, it's Selena." Blah blah blah. The character's name was Pete for him, and there's a detective named Pete something in the comics.
Yeah.
So he might just be playing a random ass detective guy. There's nobody named Pete. That's
Well,
super important.
He is sure he's probably going to be a good character then.
Probably. But
But isn't his name Pete? Peter Skarsgård?
yes, but
Yes,
like
that's why. It's like being
but
coy.
It could just be decoy, but
Yeah.
every time he's referencing
And
an
not-
actor, it's
Who
the
did
character
he-
name.
And not everyone. The African American girl who we think is playing Barbara Gordon, not named.
Also, John Turturro, who's
No, they called him.
They
like,
call him
No,
Carmine.
They
Yeah.
call him.
Yeah,
He's
but-
for the most part.
but
they've
his
done
gift
it.
was the Jesus, though, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, the gift doesn't matter. It's the
Okay.
name of the
Yeah.
name on.
It's the name he's attaching.
But I'm just like
Oh.
everyone's like, oh, that
Okay.
guy's Harvey Dent. I'm like, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah,
Alright.
I think he'd be a good Harvey Dent.
Yeah, 100%.
All right,
Hundo.
Ryan. I've heard you like you like a book called Dune.
The Spy.
I like a book, and I kind of like a movie called Dune.
Yeah. Well, are you gonna like a comic book called Dune?
I didn't know about this. Tell me more.
His face.
I've been waiting all day for this because I checked the news earlier this morning. And I'm like, oh damn.
Who's doing what?
Okay, so
Tell me
Dune, published by Abrams Book.
Okay.
Abrams Brooks.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Or Books. I might have misspelled that.
When
It's
you said
probably Books.
Abrams books, I'm like, wait, J.J.
J.J.
Abrams has a
No,
book?
it's probably definitely
JJ, keep
Abrams
your hands
Books.
away from Dune.
Written by Brian Hubert and Kevin J. Anderson,
Oh, okay.
with art by Raoul Alain and Patricia Martin.
Okay.
So apparently Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson are the people who are currently writing the Dune books. Brian Herbert is his son.
It's a son, yeah.
So it's the creative team behind the current Dune novels.
Children of Dune.
And it'll be a 3-part adaptation of the first book, three graphic novel volumes,
Yep.
with covers by Bill
Sienkiewicz.
Sienkiewicz,
Oh, baby boys.
that will connect to Foreign Triptych
Oh, boy.
when they're done.
Farts, yeah.
I think Ryan's excited.
Yeah.
It's out October 2020, the first one.
That's this year.
Yeah.
Good news, guys. Wow, just in time for that movie.
Yeah. So Herbert said, I am pleased to present this faithful graphic novel adaptation of my father's masterpiece. This is the first time Dune has ever been published in this format and will introduce many new readers to Frank Herbert's fantastic universe.
Hell yeah, this is amazing. And is like they got the people who you want involved. Like you got the guys who are writing the new books.
Yeah.
So sweet sour sauce. This is great.
Yeah.
This is super duper.
You all still have to read the book. The comic will not be a substitute because Ryan has already demanded a Ready Player One situation for us.
I have not, but that's
You did back
Did I?
back when the movie was like pushing forward. You
Damn.
said we're going to
Hey,
do
guys,
that because
that's
we did it for Ready Player
really,
One.
Really long book. It's a really long.
You hear
book.
that, Ben? You're
Yeah.
starting next week.
The movie comes out in December.
How long are we talking?
Bro. Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah.
It's long and dense.
You might have had to tell me last year about this.
January.
I'm glad I'm bringing it up now. You have a year.
Ooh.
to read a book.
Or just wait till October and read the comic.
Read the comic.
No, because that'll only be part 1, so
No,
it won't
I
even be
know.
the whole book. And no, we're
Just-
classifying
just be
now.
like,
No,
"Hey,
you
guys."
have to read it. We read Ready Player One.
You just do that and you'd be like, hey guys, the first
book
third
every-
is good.
A book
Hey,
every 2 years.
You know what? In all fairness, I have forced you guys, or I made you guys read Ready Player One. I think I could read Dune.
That's one of my more fun episodes, doing a Ready Player One special.
That was fun.
You know what? I do.
We should
wanna-
read more novels.
I like.
We
books.
should.
Hey,
I
you
like
guys
books
should,
with words.
hey, you guys should read Chronicles of Rohan.
No, you don't get to name the next one, Ben.
I know.
You went first.
I did. I did.
Oh, Dune. This is great. Dune's great. It's the year of the Dune.
Year of the Dune.
Well, though, I think I saw a copy of Dune, a really cool copy at Barnes & Noble that had blue edges.
I'm going to do just all the
I think-
Ryan news, actually.
I think I might just get
What?
now.
There's a lot of news.
I might just get that. That was a really cool copy of Dune.
Her name's Paul Atreides.
For comics, I'm just going to do your news real quick.
Okay.
Sean Gordon Murphy, you like him.
I do.
He's doing a Catwoman series.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it in the Dark Knights, whatever his universe
Unclear.
is? Okay.
Unclear. He's doing he's doing the art only
Okay.
and the covers. Blake Northcott is writing it,
Okay.
and that's all we know.
I have to imagine if he's doing the art.
It's probably not the White Knight universe then.
Oh, see, I was thinking it was.
Yeah.
Because the Victor Von Fries book came out. He didn't write it. He just drew it.
No, it's
Or I'm
just-
sorry. Excuse me. He wrote it. Van Jansen drew it.
Oh, okay.
So if he's involved, I can't help but wonder that it's probably involved.
Right. Yeah.
I think so.
But that's cool.
Yeah. More of him.
Ryan, what can you tell me about Marvel's event Outlawed?
I don't know. What can I tell you about it?
I was hoping
Is it-
you would know.
I just know it's a
I don't
new.
know a whole
it's
lot.
a new books coming out.
New,
That's all I know.
new books are coming out. 4 new books.
I didn't know 4 were coming out.
It's like Champions are the first. Champions is
okay.
getting like a relaunch.
That's right. I
Under,
did see a little bit of this. I didn't
under
look it up.
Outlawed. It's like I guess the United States government has said nobody under the age of 22 can be a superhero.
Yeah.
So a lot of the young superheroes are now outlawed.
So I like to see I like this idea a lot. One, because the Champions was first founded by all the young teenagers like Miles Morales, Ghost Spider, Miss Marvel. Because the Avengers suck, right?
Yeah.
And the teenagers are like, why do we have to listen to these old people? Why don't we just make our own team that's called the Teen Titans? So they're the champions.
Yeah.
And that book's I haven't read a lot of it, but like I like the idea of the young team.
But out of this is Power Pack, a new miniseries of Power Pack.
Yeah, dude, lots of guys are coming back. This is awesome.
Hold on, let me pull up real quick.
Everything old is new again.
So it's going to be called Power Pack Outlawed by Ryan North.
He did
And-
Squirrel Girl. This is perfect.
Yeah, and Nico Leone.
Yep, good artist.
With the cover by Ryan Stegman.
Mm-hmm.
Cult of Cates. And then a series, New Warriors,
New Warriors, baby. Night Thrasher. He has a skateboard.
by Daniel Kibblesmith.
Yep. Daniel Kibblesmith is dope.
The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. He wrote that. He writes that, apparently.
He's one of the writers on it.
And Luciano Vecchio, who's the artist on Ironheart.
Yep, that's a really good artist.
So yeah, so that is kind of cool.
Eve Ewing is writing the Champions one, and she's the writer of Ironheart. So I'm definitely picking up that book at least because she is a tremendous talent.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, this is like a ushering in a huge new generation of the young stuff. That's the young characters that have been missing for a long time. The New Warriors have been missing for a long ass time. They're the reason that the Civil War happened. Because stupid Nitro blew himself up and killed a bunch of kids.
Damn it.
It's crazy to me how Marvel has been like really pushing their young heroes, even like some that just don't work.
Yeah.
They just keep pushing them till
Hey,
they
man,
work. And then like DC's like, who?
We got rid of Wally West for a couple years.
Rick Grayson? Yeah, I love Rick Grayson.
Oh, don't talk to me about Drake. My name's Drake.
Drake.
Oh, yeah.
Drake.
I
You
got
guys
to
like
that-
my outfit? I don't.
I got to that part in Young Justice. I don't like it. Where he's like,
no
I'm,
shit, it's
I don't
dumb.
like
I'm
it.
like, I'm Drake now. I'm like, can you not be Drake?
But that's your name, bro.
Like even Impulse goes, this is Red Robin. Yum. And then he's like, no, I'm going by Drake now. And they're like, wait, what? And then it's just there's Naomi.
What up, girl?
Yeah, Naomi. Speaking of Marvel, speaking of pushing young characters who don't necessarily work.
Well, to be fair, I have not given Naomi a chance. That being said, I have not heard a lot of anything about
yeah.
her.
Yeah.
Sorry, girl.
But she pops up in all of Bendis' books.
Yeah.
So.
And he just retweeted something like, hey, I love the art that I get everyone for the series. And I
Yeah.
looked at a bunch of Naomi art. I'm like, man, that book looks really good.
Yeah, the art's really good.
But
I'm really sad that I don't read the Power Rangers books because that art is amazing.
yeah, there's a new issue today that I looked through because I'm just like, what's going on? And I'm like, man, I went to the comic store today,
Yeah.
real late.
That art sells me on that book hard.
Yeah.
They just introduced like Green Ranger Shredder which I retweeted on my Twitter, and it looks awesome.
Yes.
Anyway,
look that up on Twitter. then.
TMNT, baby.
so yeah, that's cool. Marvel likes young heroes. DC doesn't.
Nope.
Anyway, talking about now my news, if you don't mind.
No, not at all.
From the world of Black Hammer,
I like that.
one of my favorite comic book series, Black Hammer. Jeff Lemire,
There you
that's who
go.
writes it, is coming out with a new miniseries called Colonel Weird
This is my favorite character from that book.
Cosmagog.
This
It's
is the
of
one
mine,
I'm
too.
waiting. This is the one I'm waiting for.
It's going to be a 4-issue miniseries with Tyler Crook, released on April 22nd. Lemire had this to say: Colonel Weird has been my favorite Black Hammer character since Dean Ormstrom and I created him. I've always wanted to do a series where the storytelling would echo Weird's unique mind and unique perspective. Tyler Crook's work more than lives up to the challenge. This is a deep dive into Colonel Weird's past and his future. So this will be set partially because of how Colonel Weird perceives time.
Dr. Manhattan.
A little similar. It will be partially set after the last issue of Black Hammer,
I love it.
which is really exciting. Colonel Weird shows up in the Quantum Age book, which is their Legion of Superheroes book, and it's so good. I love this.
It's so cool that
Black Hammer is so good.
his little universe is just it works.
I was
Keeps
just
on
so happy.
coming
It's
out.
it's good and successful, and later on you always make the comparison to like Hellboy, but I think soon we can really just look at like two seminal Dark Horse books, Hellboy and Black Hammer.
I just meant in terms of its release schedule and how miniseries and stuff.
But I think like we'll definitely look at like this as one of the great
Oh,
Dark
yeah.
Horse books.
Just wait for that eventual movie, TV show, whatever.
Yeah, there's a TV show in the works.
Hmm.
It's actually a multimedia movie TV series,
Oh, okay.
so which would be exciting. All right, we all like Mission Impossible.
I really do.
Yeah, Sparks is not in his head.
Yes.
Yeah,
This is an
Uh,
audio podcast.
Nicholas Hoult has been cast as as a villain
That's weird.
in Mission Impossible 7.
I don't think he can cock his arms as well as Henry Cavill does.
There's 7 Mission Impossible movies.
There
Yeah.
will be 8.
And only one of them isn't good. Can you believe it?
yeah, it's the
Yeah.
only one. It's one of the 2 I've
Oh,
watched.
I keep forgetting this conversation we have.
Yeah, so Chris McQuarrie is doing the 2-parter 7 and 8.
Hell yeah.
That's really exciting, and he asked Nicholas Hoult on Twitter, "Hey, want to raise some hell? Well, want to raise a little hell?" And Nicholas Hoult was like, "Why does that have to be a little?"
Ooh.
So
I'm edgy.
So everyone's like, "Woo!"
I like Nicholas Hoult a lot, and I don't think I've ever I don't remember seeing him in like a really villainous role besides Mad Max, but he's not really a villain in
No,
that.
I don't think he's really done something.
So it'd
like
be
this.
cool to see him like unleash because I
Yeah.
like him a lot.
Yeah, I'm really stoked for this. Just really stoked for the movie. Really,
I just can't wait to see what dumb shit Tom Cruise almost gets killed
Haley
for.
Atwell's in this one. I'm so excited.
Is she really?
Yeah,
Oh, hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
it's hot
It's gonna be a
dogs.
private screening.
my.
Jesus.
Oh my.
Parasite. We all like
Man,
Parasite.
you really got her pegged on that one.
You stop it.
Brandon just threw his little was that a Kindle or
This guy's all's
Kindle.
well that at's well.
he threw his Kindle again.
podcast over.
You don't need to cart away, man. It's fine.
Shut up. Parasite, guys. Parasite's a really good movie.
It's my favorite movie of last year. This news, I don't know what to think of it.
Bong Joon-ho
Yeah.
and Adam McKay
Yeah.
are currently in talks with HBO for an adaptation. We don't know what it is. Apparently, the words creative details are still being ironed out. We heard about rumblings of a English language remake. This could be that. This could be an adaptation of just South Korea movie. Could be a different family. Could be anything.
This movie
Who
just-
knows?
This movie just came out. Bong Joon-ho gave a great speech when Parasite won an award at the Golden Globes, and he's like, if only people would get over the little 1-inch border of words at the bottom of the screen, they'd see so many new movies.
Yeah.
And that's not even what he said. That's what his translator basically said.
Yeah.
She made it a lot worse than it actually was, which is funny. But if he's
At least
involved,
he's attached.
if he's actually attached, then good.
Yeah.
But otherwise, this literally came out less than a year ago.
Yeah.
This is like super.
If it's like something that isn't the movie itself, like is set in that same world with something else.
That's complete. It's not that. It's not a shared universe kind of thing. It's a very this is about a family. That seems very weird.
But it could be about just another family. Because the whole point is that it's a class structure.
No,
the
I
class
know.
structure still exists, even though these people
it
aren't
just
part
right
of
now
it.
just seems like, hey, it's really hot. Let's do it again, but in American. And I'm like, that seems lazy.
There is a lot of that. I won't deny it. But
Yeah.
he's attached.
Because I haven't seen it, but I fundamentally am against make the same thing, but American.
Yeah,
But
I just
American.
hope as long as he's attached. The second he leaves this, I drop it.
Yeah.
Because that movie's truly awesome and original, and like, it's very South Korean. Like, there's reasons that remakes of those movies don't translate well.
Right. I agree.
So many people don't see a really good Death Note film because they think the only Death Note film they can watch is the Netflix one. But you put on some subtitles or
definitely
just
shouldn't.
watch the dub.
Nate Wolf, why?
That guy's doing Godzilla vs. Kong.
Sure is.
You're right.
Yo, did you see those toy leaks?
They're real bad. Real bad.
For Godzilla and Kong?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
shit.
NECA doesn't have the license this year.
Spoilers for stuff. Yes.
Oh, boy.
Do you have Uncharted news? Because I just want to say it real quick if you don't have it.
Oh, I forgot it.
No, it's okay. It's so Uncharted has its 7th director, and it's the director of Venom.
Yeah.
It's Ruben Fleischer, who directed Zombieland as well. So they have run out of ideas.
Yeah.
They
That project's
have
dead.
they have run out of directors, and I wouldn't be surprised if he takes it because it's a big movie, and like he's not doing Venom 2.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow, your 7th director is going to do it. It's going to be amazing.
So just between you and me, Ryan, I put the Nathan Drake collection on my library for PlayStation. It's free on PlayStation Plus right now.
I got
Is it really?
I got
Ben?
halfway. I got all the way up to Uncharted 3, and then I stopped playing.
Damn, dude.
Really
Then
shouldn't have.
You know that we're on a podcast, so nothing you say right now is just between you and Ryan.
I didn't even think about
I
that.
didn't think about that either.
Like,
Holy
Brandon
shit.
Sparks, hold on a minute. What'd you say, Ben? So yeah,
No, because it's something I know Ryan would probably appreciate because you played all the Uncharted games, right? Yeah, the Nathan Drake
I
collection
played
is for,
2.5.
Okay, then
Eh.
there you go.
well, the Nathan Drake collection for the PS4 is for free for PS Plus members, so I put
I
it on my
also
library.
own it.
Well,
Ugh.
good for you, 'cause I don't. Now I
would
do.
say you. Uncharted's 2, 3, and 4 are truly excellent games. I think the first one's a totally fine game.
Mhm.
It's
That's the
unfortunate.
only one
Like,
I've played.
what?
That's the only one I've played.
It's fine. Like it's
Yeah,
not
it was
bad.
fine. It was
it's just
fine.
fine. But like, you have to know who those characters are to play 2, 3, and 4. So like, you have to play the first one. But man, 2 is like one of the greatest games ever made. Man, like holy shit.
So it's like a Mass Effect 2 situation.
no, but Mass Effect 1's really good.
Okay.
No, that game's actually good. Really good.
All right.
Sorry, Uncharted news.
No, that's good. I totally forgot about
8th director.
it. Well, 8 times the charm. 7 times the charm. All right. Trailers. Guys, trailers.
One actually bit of news that bummed me out a lot this week.
No, we're only in trailers now. You can't say it.
What up, Ben?
No,
I'm
what
ready
is it?
for you.
Neil-
It's just between me and you.
Comfy cast.
Comfy cast. We're all in our PJs.
Oh, it's so late.
I
Yeah.
am going commando.
Oh,
What's up, Ben? What were you gonna say?
legendary drummer of Rush, Neil Peart, passed away.
I
from
was going to
brain
bring it up and
cancer
forgot. Thank you.
from this week.
Maybe the greatest drummer alive.
Yeah.
67?
67. He
Damn.
died from brain cancer.
Yep.
Rush it's one of those bands that if you know them, you love them. Obviously, everyone's heard Tom Sawyer. You also have Limelight, Spirit of Radio, which is my personal
2112
favorite song.
is one of the greatest albums of all time.
YYZ.
Did you see my favorite tweet related to this?
No, I
which
did not.
was which was I like to think that he's laughing somewhere right now with all the bands that are playing tonight at gigs, just trying to come up with one easy Rush song.
Spoiler
to do for a
alert.
tribute. Just one easy Rush
Spoiler
song.
alert, they're not easy. None of
I,
them are easy.
That's actually really funny you bring that up because on YouTube right now are literally dozens of like YouTube clips of bands playing Rush songs the last couple of days. So that's been really cool to see like
Yeah.
a bunch
Yeah.
of modern bands play Rush songs.
I was actually in my car listening to KLOS when the DJ Marcy, she stopped a song dead in the middle of the song, which is something you're not supposed to do, especially in corporate radio. That is a big no-no. And she's like, I'm just getting word that Neil Peart died. So she started playing Rush, and it's a tradition, especially for KLS, probably for a whole bunch of other classic rock stations all over the country, that when a big-time musician of a big-time band like Rush passes away, everything stops dead, and they're just playing tribute songs from their band, their solo work, every song that they've had hand in for the rest of like a week or two.
yeah. Rest in
So
peace, Neil.
it's a bummer because he died from brain cancer, and I think Tyler Higgins, Foo Fighters, the drummer for Foo Fighters, said it best when he said that Neil Peart had the hands of God.
Oh yeah,
So,
that dude's next level good.
Yeah, so rip to an amazing artist.
Yeah, that
He's
sucks.
in the limelight.
He is.
On that happy note, trailers.
Sorry, trailers. I just wanted to talk about it before I
No,
forgot.
that's fine. All right, let's try.
Let's try. No, let's do or do not. There is no try.
Kippo and the Age of Wonder Beasts.
Oh, it's so cute.
It was
Yeah,
cute.
I like this one a lot.
Yeah.
This
I
had
like the animation a lot.
This is DreamWorks animation, a 2D animation style. It kind of felt a little Adventure Time ish, emulating
Yeah.
that style.
I felt. I don't know if Adventure Time.
I understand
but,
why that's your go-to.
Yeah.
I think I would probably liken it a little closer to, weirdly, I think Craig of the Creek as far as animation style, at least.
I've never heard of that.
But as a show, I think it's actually tonally a little more in line with Star vs. the Force of Evil.
I was just about to say that,
Yeah.
but once again, toned down a lot.
it's like post-apocalyptic, but
But
it has like a lot of imagination and like
Yeah.
a lot of really creative stuff going on in it. I think it looks really pretty.
Yeah. It looks good.
What is it on Netflix?
Netflix.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you guys hear CBR put up a listicle about all the ways that Spy Racers ties into the Fast and Furious franchise?
a listicle.
A listicle. The first one was like, Dom Toretto's in it. Yep.
Thanks for the update.
Wow.
I'm so happy you had to write 400
Thanks,
words on this.
Saber.
Oh, wow.
Appreciate you.
Good job.
Goodbye, Saber.
This definitely looks better than that show.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
that's true.
100%.
Yes. Yes.
Crisis on Infinite Earths had a trailer leading up to the next 2 episodes.
Wish I
Oof.
didn't see it.
Hope they're better than the trailer.
Oof.
Well, the first 3 episodes were better than their trailers, so
Yeah.
True.
yeah, but still, oof.
It definitely felt like a fan edit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The prosthetics real bad.
I still think the demon looking guys, they look
the
like
Shadow Beast.
Shadow Beasts,
Oh,
like
the Dementors?
Dementors, they don't look great, and like I don't ever feel threatened when any of them are fighting.
I
them.
still, I now that we're where we are, I wish that they hadn't done a break. I wish they'd just done the week.
yeah, it seems so weird.
Because I'm like, you lost. I want to be hype. You lost some of my hype.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Like I'm mad, crazy, happy about what you're doing, and you still lost my hype.
yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm still waiting for that. Hopefully, a surprise cameo.
I'm sure there's a couple more surprises, I'm sure.
Let's hope.
Speaking of bad trailers, October Faction had a trailer. This is the Dark Horse IDW
IDW.
adaptation on Netflix as well.
Yeah, Ben Templesmith did a series called October Faction. He has a very, very
Ben Templesmith went on to do Gotham by Midnight.
yes. He
That
has a
book was
very
awesome.
very dark, very moody atmosphere in almost all of his comics. There are not a lot of colorful comics, and that's not a bad thing. It's just his style.
Gotham by Midnight.
Yeah. So when I saw this trailer, it seems like a generic CW looking show about monster hunters, and I'm like, did you read the comic?
Yeah.
Why is there so much color?
Speaking of reading the comics, no, I'm kidding. We'll get to that later.
But yeah, they're monster hunters. Like it looks like a generic monster hunter.
yeah,
show.
I was surprised at how bad this looked.
Yeah, it's compared to some other Netflix shows that are
The-
came out around the same time, have the same idea.
The
Yeah.
visual design of some of the monster stuff looks like it's nice.
Yeah.
But past that, I cannot tell if this is a bad show or a bad trailer.
Yeah.
But I think
Yeah.
it's a bad show.
Yeah.
But
I'm definitely
it's
gonna watch it.
definitely a bad trailer.
I'll definitely watch the first episode because I'm interested.
All right.
I will probably sleep on it for a
I'll
while.
let you know if it's actually good.
Because there's plenty of other stuff I'm way more hype about. Like,
Better IDW adaptation, Lock and Key.
hell yeah!
Yeah.
That trailer looked dope as hell.
Yeah.
That trailer does look awesome, and I really want to watch the show.
The road to getting this adaptation
Shit,
has
dude.
been long.
They had a pilot that they canned and reshot.
Had a movie
like,
at one time.
New cast, new everything. I'm
Yeah.
like, just like Game of Thrones, and that show turned out pretty
Yeah.
well.
Yes,
So
it did.
I'm hopeful for this. This
Yeah,
looks
man.
really good. This trailer looked awesome.
This looks promising.
It's a Joe Hill joint, Stephen King's son. So Ben, you know all about this. Tell me about the story of Lock and Key real quick.
There's a
no, he's a Stephen King fan, not a Joe Hill fan.
Sorry.
He doesn't care for his son.
He wishes he was his son.
More like Joe Prince. He's
Oh,
not a
boy.
key. Anyway, guys, Lock and Key. It's about the key house, and it's about this family that comes to the key house. And there's a lot of locked doors, and they don't know why all these doors are locked, but it's a secret. Shh. And then they find keys, and they open the doors, and oopsies, it goes to the ghost world. So it's like a lot of Lovecraftian
Danny
ghost.
Phantom?
Yes.
Oopsies, it's insidious.
Oopsies, it's insidious. Yeah, kind of. But like you saw, like the kid goes to a door and his spirit goes to the door and his body's left unconscious. That's like the first aspect of going to like a different world. But there's a lot of different dimensions, almost like a Monsters Inc. but with paranormal stuff. But yeah, the show gave me like a lot of the comic and like the girl in the well who speaks, who's like a demon.
The
trying
tone
to
of the
escape.
trailer is so good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the music's rad. I'm like, all right, this looks
Because
like
it's
another-
very like Discovery, but like with danger and
Yeah.
menace and terror.
almost like a Spielbergian
Like,
kids.
are you my
kinda-
Echo?
Yeah.
like a spooky Spielberg.
Spooky Bird. Yeah,
like
Spooky Bird.
Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark or Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not too
Um,
scary.
Yeah.
Spieluki. Yeah.
Spelooky.
Spelooky.
Yeah, but
Yeah, this looked really good. I was really excited about this.
February, January?
February.
Cool.
Yeah. I was going to say something, but I totally forgot.
Maybe another Fic Nerds watch. No, we have to. Finish
Let's not
Dark
get
Crystal.
crazy.
Let's finish Dark Crystal first, and then we'll figure it
We
out.
got a month. Oh boy.
Timmy Failure. Mistakes were made.
This is charming.
This looks wholesome.
Polar
And
bear
I'm
shit.
so excited.
This is the Disney Plus
I
original movie.
saw a different preview at D23, and I've been excited ever
Is
since.
this a book? What is this based
I
off
have
of?
no idea.
I don't think it's a book. I think it's an original production, but I'm gonna do
Okay.
the quick googs right now.
I have no. Googs won't know.
Hey, I'm over here.
Hey, I'm Marc Guggenheim.
still in here with the anti-monitor.
I think this looks charming. I love polar bears. They're my favorite animals. I wonder what's going on in this kid's brain.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
probably some sad stuff going on.
Probably, but it's still the whole movie looks very wholesome.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is based on a book series.
Cool. Seemed whimsical, like a book
But
series.
still, it looks wholesome, and I'm definitely probably gonna give this a watch.
Yeah, he's like
definitely.
a snarky little kid. He's a detective.
It's Disney Plus, you have no excuse
he
not
has
to.
a unlock or a phone that's disconnected that he answers, and he's like, "Mom," and she's like, "No, we're not doing this now."
Oh, son, you real crazy.
Or what he gets his mom's most prized possession, which is a moped.
Segway?
A
A
Segway.
Segway, yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
stolen.
It's like, what is it? His failure mobile or whatever?
The
What is
failure
it?
mobile.
yeah.
There's
Also,
The polar bear's name is Top
Top-
Failure.
Topo?
No, Top Failure.
Wow. What bed?
No, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Damn.
Oh, I remember because it takes place in Portland, and then Portland is famous for being "quote unquote" weird.
Oh, yeah.
and I like how they're taking in the "quote
I
unquote"
live.
weirdness
I
of
live in the
Portland.
shadow of a water tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it so much.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. I
Looks-
think it looks
looks cute.
really, really good. I think that there's a lot of
Doesn't the codename kid next door live under a water tower?
They live in a
they
giant
live-
treehouse.
they live
That's
in a
just a
giant
treehouse, you're
treehouse.
right.
Man, I
I
love
think
that
there's
show.
a lot of quality on the screen.
Craig Robinson's
with,
there?
with production
Oh, yeah,
and it just looks like it's nailing. Like this looks like a really solid kid show.
Yeah, it does.
And
Kids
it's a show,
movie.
not a movie?
Yeah, movie.
Sorry,
It's a movie.
It's a movie.
Got it.
I love his just response of like, yeah, mistakes were made.
Yeah.
I like to say that too.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very good.
I hope so, yeah.
We'll do this one next. Birds of Prey and the Fantabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn.
I think this movie, I think it's going to be a good movie. I didn't really like this trailer too much. I think the tone of it and like the structure of it's kind of weird, but everything in it I liked, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah.
I really want to quick to say the joke I said to you before. If the Comics Code Authority could see us now,
Oh, yeah.
there is cocaine in this. and
Harley Quinn.
Harley
doing
Quinn
coke.
snorts cocaine in this movie.
I'm into that. I mean, that's something she would do. She's a crazy lady.
I know, but it's like we couldn't get away with this shit before.
Couldn't get it 10 years ago, 20 years ago.
Yeah. So I
Where's she snort cocaine in the trailer? I don't remember seeing.
She's getting
When
shot
when
at.
she's getting shot at,
and
the
it's all around
powder is
her.
all around her, and she breathes in.
Oh,
And then her eyes dilate because she's faded.
That's why they got away with it.
Oh.
He didn't know.
Children won't realize.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's
Well,
also.
if you didn't realize, children won't realize.
I mean, it's also rated R, so children wouldn't be in this movie.
Oh, it is a
but
rated
they
R.
will see the trailer.
Is it rated R?
It's rated R.
Oh, I'm actually way more excited for this
But
movie
some of
now.
them will see the trailer.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Black Mask looks really cool. I love the mask. One of my favorite tweets so far has been like, man, the more I see a Birds of Prey, the more I'm interested, and the more I'm baffled by their interpretation of Cassandra Cain.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah.
It's not.
And it's weird because Margot Robbie's going like she's.
You
not
should
going
read the
around,
comics.
but she's like, yeah, I'm an executive producer. Like, you guys should read the comics. And then somebody tweeted like, yeah, but did you, Margot? Did you?
Because it was just the tweet I saw was just like Margot Robbie. You guys should, people should read more comics. Looks at Cassandra Cain comics.
Yeah.
Looks at Birds of Prey. Looks at Cassandra Cain comics.
Excuse
Yeah,
me.
Margot, they should.
It's unfortunate, like because besides Cassandra Cain, I'm kind of I dig everything else. I think Huntress looks awesome.
I do too.
Again, I
Yes.
think it's just because we're all big fans of Mary Elizabeth.
Mary
Winstead.
Elizabeth
Yeah.
said, "Yeah, she's killer."
And like she's constantly just like always mad or angry, and I'm like, I think
we should
I'm gonna
team
like
up.
you.
Sure.
I think she's gonna be the standout. I feel
Yeah,
like
I think
I
so
feel
too.
it too.
Yeah.
Margot Robbie looks like she's having a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is really nice. Okay, real quickly, I'm not a huge Cassandra Cain fan. I do really enjoy the other Batgirls, though I'm not crazy about Barbara. I'm more into Cassandra and Stephanie as Batgirl. Cassandra Cain is a almost mute assassin.
Yeah.
What?
Maybe it's like a weird origin of how
Maybe
she
we just
becomes
wait to
mute.
see it.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
We'll be reviewing it. We'll talk about
Because it's not even like, look, we went through like how many years of X-Men movies? Character assassination is nothing new.
It's true.
And you could and look at the X-Men movies for proof that you can still make good movies.
100%.
So like
100%.
it's not something that's going to
Which ones?
Days of Future Past, First Class, Logan,
I heard one.
Shit.
X2.
Yeah, dude, damn right.
I'm up to.
I like the Wolverine. I'm alone. Whatever.
No, I like
No,
Wolverine
I like
too.
the Wolverine.
Hell yeah.
You just didn't name it.
Deadpool.
You know, I'm just giving you crap.
I know. Deadpool.
It is again, it is funny, like, where is this the DC universe?
Yeah.
Is there a
Going to
Batman?
what you were talking
Is
about?
the Joker
Did she-
blown up
did
in an
she
Ace
kill the
Chemical thing?
Joker? Is
Or was
Jared-
he just Jared Leto pretending to be the
Because if she
Joker?
kills Jared Leto, I'm totally cool with it.
I am too.
Spoilers.
Did you see the Morbius rumors
No.
I saw the image. It looked.
of his face or the
Yeah.
other image?
I don't know what the other image is.
We'll talk about it.
Oh
after the
shit!
show.
Well, real quick. There was a Morbius leak of what he looks like, and it is literally a image from the comic. So like, he looks like Morbius. So like, whatever.
Yeah.
It's good on them.
Oh, you know, it's just a rumor. I'm not gonna. I'll just say it. There are wanted posters with Spider-Man.
Oh, if we're talking rumors, baby,
J.K. Simmons.
J.K. Simmons is apparently a supporting character in the movie.
Yeah.
And apparently, shit's going down with Spider-Man.
So the rumor I heard, and again, take all this with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Is that and I'll get to the image in a minute, but it's that the Sony films will be influenced by what happens in the MCU. The MCU will not be influenced by what happens in the Sony films.
Yep.
So it's a one-way street, much like the TV shows Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and
Wow,
things
that
like
worked so well last time.
I love one-way streets.
right. The image I saw could have been from any other movie, could have been Photoshop, but it was of Jared Leto walking next to a Spider-Man wanted poster. However, the Spider-Man on it was Raimi's Spider-Man.
I definitely do not believe that.
So I'm just saying, like, you want to set these movies in the Raimi verse? Oh my god, I'm into that.
That just
I still stand by that. I think Sony should just establish its own Spider-Man that's not Peter Parker. There's plenty of Spider-Man characters. I know not a lot of people are a fan of him, but I am. Just make Ben Reilly. And, like, he doesn't even need to be Ben Reilly as he is in the comics, but keep that costume look so he stands out. And just make him the Spider-Man of your Sony films.
Scarlet Spider, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
He becomes Scarlet Spider.
They absolutely. I mean, if they want to be,
You have access to all this. You do not have to have the same Peter Parker.
Dude, if
you
they-
do not need to make it this confusing.
I
if
agree.
they want to be super weird and just give Tom Holland double the money, he just plays Ben Reilly, but he's blonde because he is a clone of Peter Parker.
No, I still I like leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
And so
But they're not. It's
so
money.
now here's the thing. All of these things are contingent on Feige's approval. So it is entirely possible that, like the rumored Peter Parker cameo in Venom, that let's just cut it and we'll just not do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, back to this trailer for Birds of Prey.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, I think it's an interesting cut trailer, but I kind of liked it for that. Kind of like that it didn't feel like a lot of other comic book movie trailers.
Yeah.
And I rather enjoyed it for that.
Yeah, I did like
and
that.
I like that it's manically from her perspective.
I
Yeah.
did enjoy that. It kind of gave us like a very brief reason of why all these people are wanted by Black Mask.
Yeah.
It's like you did this, so we have to team up. Cool. Okay.
Yeah,
I like that
I
part.
like that too.
It looks like Ewan McGregor's having a ton of fun.
Very
Victor
colorful.
Zsasz is in it. He doesn't have enough scars, but this is pre him being a total psychopath.
Yeah,
Yes.
all right.
Very
fine. I'll
very
get over it.
colorful.
But he still
Yeah.
looks like Victor Zsasz, so
Yeah,
I'm
he
like,
still looks-
I'll take it.
Like a nut. Yeah.
Like a guy who cut himself when
He looks like a guy who could become Victor Zsasz. I wouldn't say he looks like a guy who looks like Victor Zsasz.
Listen, I still remember Arkham Asylum.
If you told me it wasn't Victor Zsasz, I would have 100% believed
Yeah,
you.
because when you go to Arkham Asylum and the first character you meet is Victor Zsasz, and he has literally hundreds of scars. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, this guy's crazy.
Yeah.
And like that's what I think.
Hey guys,
Crossage.
remember it's because Batman's still young when Birds of Prey happens.
Is this before or after he meets Joaquin Phoenix?
There is no Joaquin Phoenix.
There is no spoon. The Matrix 4 is filming right now, you guys. Can you believe it?
I can't
We're
believe
Can
one
you
it.
day-
believe this?
We're one day closer to Keanu Reeves Day.
Oh, the best day. What kind of Keanu you want? You want Matrix Keanu? You want John Wick Keanu? We got all your Keanus.
Just wait. That's when Bill and Ted 3 comes out too.
The next day.
If they have any smarts about them, they will.
They will.
So, we
Maybe
didn't think it was
Keanu
happening,
can-
but it is. The New Mutants trailer dropped.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I mean,
real
I,
again.
I always believed.
So before we talk about it, on Disney's official website, when they put out this new,
They
Mutants
took this
thing-
down
no,
real
they,
quick.
They did, but they called it an MCU movie by accident.
Yes.
Which caused a lot of ex-Twitter, myself included, to freak the fuck out. And then like 5 minutes later, Disney's like, nah, real sorry. Really sorry we even put that in your brain. And we were all really disappointed. That being said, this movie looks really good.
I'm okay with this being a standalone for now.
100%. I want it to be.
Ileana. What's her
Anya
name?
Taylor-Joy.
Anya Taylor-Joy looks so good.
Dude, that is some
good.
perfect ass casting, dude.
So good.
The first thing you see is like, yeah, I murdered 18 dudes. What of it? I'm like, of course you did.
Her sword
Soul Sword?
is going to look awesome.
Ooh,
Yeah, dude.
that does.
I'm so ready.
I can't believe, like, again, it's so weird. Like, the X-Men are dead, but we're getting a new Mutants movie.
Yeah.
Like, this
is the last
This is
X-Men
like
movie.
the Guardians of the Galaxy, like the small group of like youngsters. Like, oh yeah, I've heard about them before.
Yeah.
Like,
There was
they-
some
they
controversy.
survived.
They whitewashed the character.
They
yes?
whitewashed 2 characters, and it really sucks. It is awful. I think the movie looks good, but they really messed up. Sunspot, Roberto da Costa, is supposed to be black and Latino. He is in the comics. He is a dark-skinned, black, African, Latino character.
Yeah.
He is very white in this. Same with the Evil Doctor. She's also a very dark-skinned character in the comic, and she's very whitewashed. It's a problem in Hollywood. It's always going to be a problem. Unfortunately, there's nothing we could do about it.
Yeah.
I think luckily the movie still looks kind of good. He is still a Latino character. It's just he could have got someone a little better probably.
Yeah.
I think the movie looks scary.
I think this looks really good, and I'm really, really interested in Josh Boone being like, no, this is my cut.
Yeah.
This is the cut of the movie I made. So I'm like, so maybe Disney was just like, just put it out.
Yeah. I truly feel this is just gonna be like a $50 million
Which is-
small movie.
Which is part of why I go back to, I don't think Bob's necessarily afraid of a horror movie.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what this is.
Yeah.
I,
I
just
think
don't- I
it's
know
all-
it's not MCU.
I like that you call him Bob.
Yeah.
Yeah, my friend Bobby.
Yeah. Whatever.
Whatevs.
Yeah, I don't think he's afraid of that.
Yeah.
I think that it's more a fear of letting the universe spread too far.
This trailer in the movie reminds me of Glass, where it's a superpowered people trapped in like a prison area.
Mhm.
But it's about characters I actually like care about stuff. But I got to tell you guys, like, it's really something special. Like, the X-Men movies are dead; they're gone, unfortunately, and we're gonna get the new era. But to hear like, hey, Danny, Ileana, Rain, I'm like, holy shit, guys, this is a movie that's really happening
Yeah.
against the X-Men. I'm like, it's. I'm just glad it's not dead. Like, they're allowing it just to exist, even if it's, if it's on its own, it's good or bad.
I like that you went into like Timmy voice from South Park for a moment there. Holy shit, you guys!
Oh my god, you guys!
Oh, you,
Don't do it, Ben.
no, I'm not
Don't
gonna
do it. But I think this movie I think the trailer has some genuine scares in it. I think it looks really creepy. I think
Yeah,
like,
those faces from the walls. That was I did not like that.
there's a scene where Rain is in a church and something giant comes and eats at the church. That is something called the Demon Bear. That is from the Bill Sienkiewicz run from the 80s. That's like the most prolific New Mutants run. It's about a psychic demon that takes shape of a bear that comes and like haunts your dreams and kills you and stuff. And like,
It's like the villain from James and the Giant Peach.
oh shit, yeah.
You're not wrong.
Almost.
Oh, yeah, the
like,
rhino.
like a Freddy Krueger-esque type of psychological, like the Shadow King Legion kind of stuff. Like,
yeah.
it affects you psychologically, so like it sees your fears, and like I think that's what this movie is going to do really well, is like the psychological fears of all these mutants.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
me too.
I'm shocked, and I'm like, damn. I hope. And all of X Twitter was real excited too. Like,
Yeah.
Ileana, woo! Because she's real cool in New Mutants right now, the comic. So we made it. Hell yeah.
We made it
It's
just
happening.
in time to get rebooted.
Yeah, man. This is
Hey,
like
if
some-
it's special, it's special.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, like, not all the casting's perfect, but like Ileana and Maisie Williams as Rain. They use her image in the New Mutants now. Rain Sinclair looks like Maisie Williams. Like
Like
that's
this
some
is
good casting.
this is a cool looking New Mutants movie, and embrace the fact that it's probably going to be better than Justice League, and that's a truth.
Hey, man.
There's a
This
new
trailer
Mutants
is
movie
better than
that's going to
Justice
come
League.
out and probably be better than Justice
That
League.
should have came out 3 years ago. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
Mhm.
All right.
Speaking of things that should have came out 3 years ago.
Let's get into our topic.
What do you mean, Brandon? We've already talked about it.
All right. Well, now a discussion. 3 years in the making. I remember Sparks saying, like, I'm so excited for Doomsday Clock. We need to do an episode on it. And we're like, yes.
It was a most anticipated for
Yeah.
the year it was coming out for 2018.
Yeah, little did we know.
No, we didn't know.
Oh, boy. But yes, this is Doomsday Clock. Geoff Johns, Gary Frank's follow-up to Watchmen, where Dr. Manhattan is revealed to have influenced the DC Universe. So, let's get into it. What do we think about this overall? All right.
Okay.
Nobody go
I'll
first.
go first. So I'm in a very special place because I have a Watchmen baggage. I like Watchmen a whole lot. Some of you might know I got it tattooed on me. So the inherent nature of this book, just the inherent nature of what it is, kind of just bothers me. But I'm putting that aside to focus on the qualities of it and just this is the book. I think it's a tremendously well-made book. I think the art's outstanding. It's the best that both these guys maybe have ever done in terms of writing and art drawing. Excuse me. I think the ideas that it presents are really awesome. I find the further it goes, it gets a little muddled in some of the things it wants to do, and some characters get thrown to the sideline that kind of bother me. Mm-hmm. But overall, like I think it's a really impressive comic. On the flip side, it bothers me that it's coming out and ending when it does, considering where DC is at right now.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Because this book should matter.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much into that because it really bugs me.
Yeah.
That's more just to do with the state of DC right now.
Yeah.
I want to definitely just focus on the book itself.
Yeah, I think we'll have to get to it by the end of this.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to start there.
Because it's real sad.
Ben?
Yeah. I really liked this book.
Yeah.
I agree with Ryan on that. I think this is Geoff Johns and Gary Frank's best work to date. I love Gary Frank's art. I think the art is obviously it's not Dave Gibbons, but there are the scenes where it does take back.
Oh man,
to,
sometimes it fools me.
Yeah, there are panels where that are taken from Watchmen. That's like that feel. Like, I know this isn't Dave Gibbons, but this is really good.
Even some of the ones that are brand new, and it's like this still kind of feels like Dave Gibbons.
It does, yeah, it does. I do like it as a pseudo sequel to Watchmen, and at the same time, I'm trying. I kept the show out of my mind. I kept all that stuff out of my mind. But I still really enjoyed this. My one big critique is I remember when Doomsday Clock was announced, they're like, yeah, this is Dr. Manhattan and Superman talking. There was none of that.
What do you mean? It's at the very, very, very,
exactly.
very, very end.
It's at the very, very, very end. I was hoping for more of Dr. Manhattan and Superman talking from like issue 5 on, or something to that effect. But when Superman and Dr. Manhattan do meet and they do talk for the first time and everything unravels, is like, okay, that's still good. I could have done with a little bit more of that, a little more convincing for Superman.
I kind of agree.
I will say that I think once we know that the meetup's going to happen, it's like 3 issues of building up that I think is almost unnecessary.
Yeah. And I do agree because there are some characters that do get thrown by the wayside a little bit. Mime and Marionette being one of them.
I think a good way to look at this is that it towards the end it did get muddled, and I think a lot of that comes from the fact that just after a while Geoff wasn't able to do what he initially set out to do. Mm-hmm. So I think the first half starts off as a really compelling sequel to Watchmen, and then the second half turns into a thesis on DC Comics.
That's where my problem comes in.
Yeah, and I think that's it works for me. On an emotional level, certainly, but on a narrative level, it is a little bothersome. I don't know if more time was, but I'm interested to know what the book was supposed to be. I'm sure Wally West was supposed to be in this book somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, he technically is for a split
like a
second.
character.
Yeah.
The whole point of the button is not in this movie. Is not in this book.
Yeah,
I forgot about the button. Actually,
Sparks, real quick. What is your first overall impressions?
Overall, I'm pretty pleased.
Yeah.
I have some minor gripes, but for the most part, like the core concept of what this book is about is what I was always like excited for, and I think the delivery of that specific notion is top to bottom incredible. Mm-hmm. And we'll dig into that as we go through it. Did you want to say any more about your overall feelings?
That was my whole thing.
Before we go into it, I do want to just talk about the slight comparison to the show.
Sure.
Because it's minor and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, so I just want to get it out of the way. I do think it's utterly fascinating that you have these two, both I think exceptional in their own rights, follow-ups to Watchmen for different reasons that still wound up taking similar thematic or character choices. And I won't get too specific, but I
have dozens of notes about it.
Right? Yeah.
Full spoilers.
No.
By the way, for Doomsday Clock.
Yeah, full spoilers for Doomsday Clock. Let me see what's here that I don't mind saying. The marionette imagery, the fact that comes across in both is really incredible. I think you know exactly what I'm referring to, guys. The fact that it's only on a cover of Doomsday Clock, so I don't even think this is that spoilery, but Dr. Manhattan is visualized as a
right.
marionette himself.
Oh, yeah,
And the fact that that
Oh.
played a role in the HBO show, I'm like, that is so fascinating. Like, you could write a comic book about how these two things are different interpretations of paralleling each other, just the way that these things have formed in their mind, because neither was based off the other.
Yeah, and they were created like completely separate, so there's not like stealing from either one or anything.
The new Rorschach type character being a person affected psychically by what Veidt did in New York, common thread between the two, which I
Indeed.
think is incredible. Exploring the history of a former Minuteman, though not the same one.
Yep.
Byron Lewis.
Byron.
Yeah, Mothman.
Yes, exactly. And then the show did its
I
own
didn't even
take
think
on
about
that.
that.
Right, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it took interesting, like, similar notes, and then ultimately what it does with Dr. Manhattan, I think, for both, without being spoilery.
I totally didn't catch the oh goodness gracious.
Mothman?
Yeah, well, the similarities between the show and the book. Because when I was reading the book, I was keeping the show out of my mind, and when I was going to reference something,
I'm glad
was
I read the book before I saw the show.
good. That's awesome. Because the only other reference point I had was the original Watchmen.
Sure.
Was the book. That was it. Whereas even though the show is so fresh in my mind, I'm like, this is like, goodness, it's like a separate, like, quote unquote timelines. Like, you have Watchmen, and it could diverge into the show, and it can diverge into Doomsday
Yeah,
Clock.
You have the original
Completely.
comic, and then
Yeah.
you have the movie.
They're-
and
they're
the
two
comic,
totally-
or
Yeah,
the
it's
show and the comic.
yeah, it's literally
Yes.
like pick your own adventure. Do you want this or do you want that?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they're both solid.
Oh, they are.
In their
They're
own
totally-
rights. But I do find it just so fascinating, and like I think it shows a lot of attention to like how much thought both Johns and the team working on the show put into thinking about Watchmen. And really trying to absorb like why is this comic so important, what's so impactful, what's so meaningful about these characters, and you can see where like similar conclusions were come to. This is only related to the comic, but the fact that I thought where it would really stand aside from the HBO show would be the way it handled Veidt, based on how the comic starts, because it shows him as a man of remorse. I regret what I did, and then ultimately it's like, nah, he never becomes that dude. Like,
See, that's where I at first I did not like this version of Adrian, because he was like, this is not Ozymandias. He would not be remorseful. He would not be this. And then it turns out, oh, he's not. He's been using all these people. I'm like, thank you, Geoff.
Right.
I was so worried you were going to drop the ball.
Yeah.
That's not an
I
aspect
mean,
of this
at
comic.
first I was like, that's an interesting turn, because the nukes were going to fall down on his world
Right.
anyway.
Yeah.
So then but then when it's revealed that he was just
we'll get there.
Literally, we'll get there. We got a lot to talk about.
My last button on the on the HBO show and this is I think what stands out to me is I kind of see the show is very much a sequel to that world and those characters. It's very much about everything in that world, how it's affected over time and that kind of thing, and how it moved forward. This to me feels like a story that in some ways I needed in a different way coming out of Watchmen, because I always felt like, not that I needed the solution to it, I didn't. I always felt like John's story was unresolved at the end of Watchmen, purposefully. But that he is a man still caught up in the situation of like what he has become and lost and has not found himself. And in a way that the HBO show was incapable of doing, I think this explores the sequel of that specific story. John as Dr. Manhattan trying to understand his place, what this all means, what he represents in the universe now. And as an exploration of that, I think it's incredible. And I think it absolutely follows with the Watchmen logic to a T when it's zeroed in on that.
I agree with that. I wanted to put my own little button, as it were, on the comparisons with the Rorschach's journal. How that affects both the worlds in different ways.
Yeah.
I think is such an interesting kind of place, because Watchmen has an open ending. It is a open and shut book, but it does have an open ending. Dr. Manhattan says nothing ever ends, and it's left open ended just to like, well, does Veidt's plan work? Did they publish the thing? It's the new frontier. So who knows? So one thing I appreciate about both Doomsday Clock and Watchmen is that they are both standalone stories that are open ended.
Right. I agree.
I think that's very important for the Watchmen universe.
I think so as well. I think that in a way that the before Watchmen writers didn't take the time to, I think, understand I'm being general here, and I'm being a little reductionist, but that they didn't take the time to understand the themes and what was so valued in what the story was trying to say. I think both of these attempts seriously did.
Yes.
And I'm really excited to talk
Before
about
Watchmen is despite having an incredible amount of talent, is a cash grab of, hey guys, we got Watchmen now.
And this didn't feel like that.
No, it
we
didn't.
were. I know we were all kind of nervous the very first day that like the blue hand appeared on the Rebirth thing.
Yeah.
And we found out what was happening, and we're all like, oh.
When Batman finds the button in
Yeah.
the Batcave,
Yeah,
and
bringing Watchmen.
and Wally says we're being watched.
Yes.
See the thing. So one of the things that bugs me about DC and place is that the button is unnecessary to the story.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a tease.
Well, but like not even that. Reverse Flash, none of the Flashes are in here, and they were such a big part of Rebirth and the button. Like they should have been in there.
Yeah.
And I think possibly because they were just like, well, we're doing Sanctuary with Wally, you can't use them.
Yeah.
I think that's what happened.
I agree. Like I'm gonna probably be contrarian a lot because I'm gonna say like, I didn't really think about the other DC comics while I was reading big chunks of this, and then there were
I
other
didn't
times where
either.
I'm like, I absolutely did, and it's very relevant, and I thought about it a lot, and it's a big
Yeah.
problem, and so like it's tough. But certainly with the button, I just kind of was like, for me, the button just at a certain point became a tease
Yeah.
for this event, and like I just cared that this was good. Even though I enjoy the button a lot, I
Yeah.
think it's a great comic, and it is a bummer that none of it like directly connects here in
Well,
the ways that it
especially-
feels like it should on an emotional level for the characters that were
Yeah.
involved. I agree. I still just wanted this to be good, and overall,
Yeah.
I feel it is.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that. So you wanted to do issue by issue.
I would prefer it, because I feel like there's a lot to unpack, and I don't want to be jumping around too much.
All right, let's
If
do
we
it
can
then.
avoid it.
Issue 1, Doomsday Clock, came out in
Issue 1
2017.
Is called That Annihilated Place. I have the titles.
Ooh.
And this is the one that is feels the most truly Watchmen to me.
This
of
is
all
the one
comics
Yeah.
because it mostly takes place in their
Yeah,
in their world.
this is the one that when I read this issue specifically, I was like, oh shit! I think I just want Geoff Johns and Gary Frank to just do a Watchmen sequel.
Yeah, me too.
I was kind of really into
Yeah,
that.
me too.
Yeah.
Because like, I think how do I say this? I think when he tries to ape Alan Moore, I think it works for the most part. Because Alan Moore is a very, very wordy, very descriptive, heavy, uses a lot of like guttural words.
Uh-huh.
And I think for the most part it works with Geoff Johns doing that. I will say we're on issue 1. Shit.
I mean, you can jump a bit.
I don't. I don't.
We'll like go issue by issue, and then we'll do like a look back.
I'm just thinking of like when he's doing the Rorschach voice. The Rorschach voice does not work for me as well as when he's just doing other characters' dialogue.
Interesting.
I think first of all I think it's super kind of weird that Reggie. I love Reggie's story. I don't like the fact that he adopts Rorschach's mannerisms and he basically becomes Walter Koufax. He doesn't have his own personality because he was stuttering at a time, and I would rather his character be his own personality than think he's a different character. Does that make sense? Because he turns into Rorschach and he talks with like the shortened speeches a lot of the time. You know what I mean?
When
Right,
he
but
has
I
the
read that-
mask on, he's a different person.
Yes, but he's not a different person. He sounds like Rorschach.
I'm saying I'm talking to your point.
Yeah,
That yeah.
but it's he sounds like Rorschach because we know what Rorschach sounds like.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a good character choice because I think that lessens the things that he went through. He's like, oh, I'm just another Rorschach. I'm like, you're not, though. You went through so much more than Rorschach did.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing I kind of have a problem with. Again, this is me coming from, you are making a sequel to Watchmen. So that's what I'm looking at. And
Sure.
there are a lot of aspects that I'm like, Alan Moore wouldn't do this. He would not do this.
Right. I latched on to the concept that Reggie is damaged from the event,
Yeah.
and that causes him to latch on to the personality through the connection that Kovacs had with his father.
Okay.
Like what amount he's aware of it, you know?
That's what I mean. He has no awareness of
Um,
what Rorschach sounds like, but his mannerisms, he sounds
but
exactly.
he's read the journal.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't think you would not sound like. Excuse me.
But to the point, he starts speaking in the shorter sentences when he's been psychically broken.
Okay.
Rather than
Yeah.
it just being an affect of him being Rorschach.
Yeah, yeah.
It's also attached to the fact that he's psychically damaged. He no longer forms complete sentences.
Okay.
because that is when it starts. And so
Yeah,
I feel
no,
like
yeah.
I do feel like that's kind of a cheat way to make it so that when he first appears and you don't know who it is and you're like, how is Rorschach alive, which is where we are in issue 1.
Yeah.
Which is an awesome
Good
introduction.
segue. Yep.
That you're meant to go, how is this possible kind of thing.
Because he's dead.
And I think that that can be kind of cheap, but I do think that the fact that it is him having that kind of broken speech immediately after the New York incident is meant to kind of be a feed into, well, that's kind of why he sounds like this. And maybe more that we're reading him in Rorschach's voice because we know Rorschach's voice, but that's not necessarily the tone that he'll sound with or things like that. Because even when he's speaking in short sentences, like a later part when he's speaking to Veidt and he's saying, no, you're sick, you've been trying really hard, that doesn't sound like Rorschach.
Well, he doesn't.
Even
Even
though
though
it's in the...
he doesn't always sound like Rorschach.
Right.
It's like when he goes into his most feral state,
Sure.
and he just reverts to like, oh, I'm just gonna lose sentence structure,
Right.
like Rorschach did.
Yeah.
And it's like you don't have to do the exact same thing as that character.
Sure.
But again, like everything else around the character, I love, and I think his struggle is super intense.
Yeah.
1992 sucks in the
His
Washington world.
introduction is awesome.
Yeah.
Going into
I
prison.
think Mime and Marionette are two of the best characters.
I 100% agree.
I
a
want
long time.
an entire series of them.
Yeah.
They're awesome.
I mean, I was never one to agree with this decision that's like, we have Watchmen, we don't touch Watchmen.
Yeah.
So I'm totally like on board with more follow-ups. I was thinking like
that's fair.
things like that. But now that we've I was on board with like, hey, you want Tom King to do a Dr. Manhattan miniseries? Do it. I'm sure it'd be great. But like now that we've been introduced to Mime and Marion, I'm like, can we get more of that? Can they be on the Suicide Squad? Because they're left in the DC universe. Like,
Yeah, they are.
give me more of these guys.
Their
They're
skill
great.
set is pretty unique.
Mime and Marionette, I feel they're a great additions.
They've got a great backstory.
They do. The tragic backstory too. But
a Watchmen backstory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But also, I love how Mime's guns and all of his tools are still physical. You just can't see through 'em.
That's such a good payoff. Like
It is.
issues later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like when
Yeah,
he
that's
finally,
really good.
like when they're the joke. I mean, I'll jump ahead a few issues. Like when he finally fires off his gun. Like at first, when he's pointing it at Rorschach, the first issue, he's like, "Don't point invisible guns at me." It wasn't funny the first time. It's like, what's there? And then
Yeah.
he fires off around, and you see that's just reflective paint or something. It's like,
The way Gary Frank draws how insane he is when he's
Yeah.
just like
Crazy
smiling
When he's
with
doing
the
his
crazy
performance.
eyes.
Mime's expressions, like his first moment when you see him in the prison
And there's
he's
blood on his
bitten a
chin.
piece out of the guy and he
Oh, yeah.
turns and he's got the smile.
Yeah.
oh, I mean,
So
they're
good.
They're psychos, but they're psychos in love.
lovable psychos.
They're
You know what?
endearing.
You know what? It's a Joker and Harley relationship that everyone who said Joker and Harley relationship goals, like when Suicide Squad came out, that's what it should be.
This is the real goals.
That
yeah.
is-
Well,
those
this-
are real goals.
It's not what that relationship should be. This is
Yeah,
this is a
that's
good,
what I'm
loving
saying. That's what I'm trying
relationship,
to compare it to. People who thought what the relationship was is what Mime and Marionette have.
sure. Yeah. I think they're incredible.
I know I
Yes,
might have been
thi-
reaching for,
I love them so much.
and I know
Yeah.
I might have been reaching for straws for that one, but that's the
No,
only
you're
thing.
good.
I
So issue 1 is entirely focused on Rorschach breaking
Yeah.
them out, and because he's getting Marionette, which is the only one he was supposed to get, he winds up getting Mime.
Yep.
Mhm.
And all this is for Adrian Veidt,
Yep,
Yeah.
yep, yep.
Ozymandias,
Mhm.
It's me. I'm alive.
because he wants them for a plan. He's going to fix the world
Again.
because they're in 1992,
Yep.
and they're on the brink of nuclear war
Again.
again because of Veidt.
Because
Nukes.
Everybody
Rorsch-
found out that he's bullshit.
Rorschach's
Oopsie.
journal was in fact published
Yeah.
many years later, as we find out later in the supplementary material.
Mhm.
I do really like that they went full on Watchmen and did the supplementary material.
Hell
at
yeah,
the end of
baby.
the
Give me
issues.
pages to read.
I
Tell me
thought-
all about the dumb Bubastis clones. I want it.
Yeah, I thought all of that was super cool and really
Yes.
informative, and
Mhm.
not necessarily important to the plot, but you got some really cool nuggets.
Well,
when
that's the whole point of it. It's like it
Right.
just adds to it. It's not important.
Yeah.
Sorry, Ryan, I didn't read the ancillary material. I only read one. I read one ancillary
Again,
material.
it's not important, but if you
Right.
do read it, it just adds to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I had to read this off my phone, unfortunately, and I'm like, I do not want to zoom in because the website that we read stuff off is really. Meh.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one ancillary material I did read, and this is going super forward in the book. It's the letter from the actor's mom.
Yes.
That one is like, okay, I need to know what happens.
The payoff in the final issue with the supplementary
was
material,
great.
so good.
Yes.
Oh my
So
god.
good.
We'll get there.
Yeah.
We will
Um,
get there, but issue 1 of Watchmen is it or issue 1 of Watchmen. Wow,
Doomsday
issue
Clock.
1 of Doomsday Clock is really good,
It's very Watchmen.
and also I love how I think one of my favorite parts of this issue is when Clark has the nightmare.
That's
when
what I
his
was about to
parents
bring
die,
up, yes.
And then
I've never
His
seen
first
it.
nightmare.
Yeah, they wake up and Lois is like, I can't remember the last time you had one. He's like, Lois, I don't think I ever did.
He recreates Grant Morrison's pages so well.
Yes.
Like pages that I honestly only had a vague memory of, but yeah, that's how the Kents died in
Yeah,
Grant Morrison's run.
Mm-hmm.
From the early days of the New 52.
Yeah.
So
God.
I was confused. He has the same history as the New 52 Superman?
Okay.
Oh man, we gotta do. Is this the time where we talk about?
Superman Reborn.
Oh boy,
Okay.
you gotta do it quick, man. You have 1 minute.
Okay, so in Superman Reborn, it is revealed that the New 52 Superman is Superman Blue, and the Rebirth Superman is Superman Red.
Mhm.
And so they're doing the riff on the Superman Red and Blue saga. Mr. Mixospitalik has realized the problem. Anyway, long story short, it's confusing as hell.
Yep.
But long story short, at the end, both Supermans have been fused together and their timelines meshed. The only thing that remained constant, so far as I know, was that the Kents still died.
Yep.
Okay.
Did you guys see Superboy Prime's coming to one of the comics soon?
Wait, what?
He's in Watchmen.
Where?
No, I mean like he's like.
It's
He's in Doomsday Clock. Sorry.
it's just
no, I
conf-
mean, but like he like not this version. Like
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's just confusing because Superman would like reference remembering different versions of the other heroes and
Yeah, they
Things
got rid
like
of
that.
that after. So they got rid of that. They did a bit after Superman Reborn with
Yes, they
Tomasi,
did.
but not as much as they did in the initial run.
Sure.
because they were trying to make the two timelines meld.
Like I could
But
read Superman Reborn.
they completely dropped it when Bendis took over.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it hasn't. So it's sure.
It is
Uh-huh.
confusing.
I mean, truthfully, it's this book was supposed to be out before Bendis took over on Superman.
No, I got you, but I mean
So.
even without that context, I still was like, hold on.
And so, like that. By the way, that is one of the plot threads that I was interested going into this that they don't do, because you could have had we could have the Wally West, because the most famous instance that's been going around online is that Superman helps with the Titans and recognizes Wally, and then they talk about their life before. So they as refugees from the stranded world.
Right.
So it could have been really cool to see that payoff in this book. But again, the Flashes aren't in this book, and that's so tragic.
What I don't understand is that Rebirth started with
the
Wally
Flash.
West. How is he not in this book at all? That was a Geoff Johns book.
Yeah.
I don't.
And I think it's because of Sanctuary.
No, yeah, Heroes in Crisis.
Yeah, Heroes
but
in Crisis.
like this book was still in development before that book came out.
Yeah.
So like, there's some shenanigans.
Somewhere along the way.
We'll talk about timeline stuff, but I just want that particular
Yeah.
moment cleared up because
Yeah.
I never went back to like New 52 stuff.
Yeah.
I just stayed with
As far
Rebirth.
as far as we know, the only thing that's remained constant was that and some of his history is still the same, and some of it's different.
Yeah.
Like he was still the angsty Superman as a boy, and like a lot of this is just referencing before Superman Reborn took place.
Yeah.
Just referencing like this is what happened when I first messed with the timeline. But
right, but
the-
I was
the
asking
Kents was still-
specifically about that part because this is the post Superman Reborn Superman
Yeah.
having a nightmare about the night his parents died, which means it is canon
Yes.
to him. And I was like, wait a minute, I thought that wasn't his
It
history
could-
anymore.
It could also just be
This is the version he wanted to tell.
Johns didn't remember
Sure.
Superman Reborn.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on. Issue 2, Places We Have Never Known.
Yes, this is actually where I have a similar issue that Ryan had with Rorschach.
Yeah.
I don't think comedians should be in this book.
Man, fucking.
I agree.
Like why?
Okay,
Especially
yeah.
with how his situation ends.
Yeah,
It's like he was literally pointless.
yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
He
Comedian- it doesn't
doesn't serve
even-
the story at all.
It doesn't even.
he's a wrench. That's all he is. He's a
Yeah.
wrench in the
It
plan.
doesn't even seem to have any reason from John, and that's
Yeah.
the part that's the most baffling. Is like John seems to have no actual reason to have done this.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's where
Take comedian out of this book, and I'm much happier.
And
Yeah.
that's where my again like Watchmen like again like it's nothing is sacred anymore. You can make sequels to things, you can do more things and things. That's fair. But Watchmen is like a Citizen Kane of the comic book world, right? So if you're going to do a story, do something that honors its characters. That's why I like the show a lot because I think
Most of this book is that.
most of that is that. I will argue for Dr. Manhattan stuff later on, but that's my own deal.
Okay.
I think the comedian, man, I don't understand the point why he's in here, how he got
No, I
here.
agree with you.
Like,
So-
it's such a disappointment that he's even in this book because, like, the comedian is such a cool character. He's not just a bad guy who shows up to get in your business.
And I remember like the hype that I felt in that moment when he's there, and it's
Yeah.
like, this is impossible. I'm like, what is this?
Yep.
And then like I kept reading, I'm like, oh, it's totally unimportant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, when I first read it, because when I first read Doomsday Clock, I was borrowing off of Brandon, and then I just stopped because I figured I just trade wait. And when I was rereading it, I was like, "That's
Keep
right."
waiting.
Yeah, I'm going. I'm still gotta wait for that whole complete collection. You bet your butt I
Keep
am.
waiting.
I'm a patient man. You should know this by now. When I first saw Comedian, I'm like, holy crap, they did it. They're putting Comedian back in. So what is he gonna do? Once I got to the end, I forgot he was in the damn book.
I think
So
he-
did the book.
I literally forgot. Like when Mime and Marionette have him, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. And then what happens to Comedian? I was like, wow.
He's just like hanging out in the back of their
you
car.
literally
Like,
did not
He
need to
doesn't
be here.
serve any purpose in the story.
He shoots the Riddler. He interrupts a meeting for no reason.
Yeah.
Like,
But one thing I did really enjoy about issue 2 was that we get how this becomes a DC version of Watchmen with anti-metahuman status. Like people are protesting Batman.
The Superman
And
theory.
The Superman theory, yeah.
theory.
Oh, the Superman theory. Thank you.
There are. Sorry, Ben. Real quick. There are a couple of concepts in this that this book introduces that I love, and the Superman theory is honestly one of them.
Yes.
And also-
holy shit.
it's
And
cool that
also-
Wonder Woman's the first superhero now, isn't it?
Yep. And also it has one of
don't
my
mind.
favorite.
But it goes against literally everything this point is trying to do.
No, it's
Wonder
I
Woman
don't-
is the first superhero.
Wonder Woman is the first superhero of the timeline, but the metaverse still revolves around
Because it's not like that
Superman.
hasn't happened before. There's been timelines where they've redone things.
the
and then
Justice
Batman
Society
was
are
the first one
before
to show up.
Superman.
No, that's true. But like in 1938, he is the first superhero. That's like the thing.
Yeah, but
Right,
not,
but in
not
that
this-
timeline,
but in that
it
timeline.
existed. Like the whole point is that the metaverse keeps forming around Superman,
That's
but not that
okay.
he is the first superhero.
Okay.
Yeah. And also
because
this
the
has
Justice Society are the
No, that's
are
true.
before him.
This also has one of my favorite panels that Gary Frank has ever done. It's the
That's a good panel.
The bat.
Yes, I made a note. I specifically made a note that
Thank
I'm like,
you,
that's an incredible piece.
because I just love how it's the bat signal. Archie's eyes light up. I'm like, ooh, that's freaky. And then they burst through, and then Archie bursts through the clouds. And that,
Cannot stress enough how great the art is
Yeah.
throughout this comic.
Gary
good.
Frank, you beautiful person, you I love, and also that we get the adjournment, the
Carver Coleman.
Thank you, the Carver Coleman. Everything gets wrapped up. in my
Oh,
head.
I
love-
really
love
like the
this thing.
Carver Colvin stuff.
Yes, I
do too.
love the Carver Coleman stuff as
so
well.
Issue 2, because I did. Jumping back to the beginning of issue 2, its opening is the bank robbery with Mime and Marionette when
yes.
Dr.
Yeah.
Manhattan shows up, which is awesome.
Is this when we're introduced? Is this issue when we're introduced to Johnny Thunder?
Yes.
We see John.
Yes.
Yeah.
We see,
This
yes.
is when we see him, because this is where he's watching the Carver Coleman.
So
Not him. He's in the home.
He's in the
where
home.
they're watching Carver
He's waiting for his
Coleman.
family to pick him up.
So when I
Yeah.
first saw Johnny Thunder, I was like, the JSA.
All right. One
Uh-huh.
of the things
Yeah.
I have to talk about. I know we're gonna get a big payoff later on, but I love how Johns incorporates both the JSA and the Legion of Superheroes in the story. I always loved it when Johns had a hand in doing something with the JSA, particularly in Smallville. And every time I hear something of
His
JSA,
JSA
or
run. His JSA run is incredible.
Hey guys, we did a book club about the Legion that he and Gary
Yeah.
Fink did a couple weeks ago.
yes, that his Legion book. Oh my God, I love the Legion.
I would never be able to. If his name wasn't attached to both those books, it feels like a different person.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
His art has gotten his art's good in that.
To be
book.
fair, that was like 20 years ago.
Oh yeah,
and it's good, but like holy shit.
Yeah.
Also, Bubastis has creepy eyes.
Bubastis.
When Bubastis,
Yeah.
when Ozymandias meets Lex Luthor for the first time. Ooh.
Ben's just going through all my notes.
Oh, I didn't know you had
no,
notes.
it's okay.
Oh, he has a lot of notes.
He's been talking about.
You
having
didn't
notes
know
all
I
night.
had notes?
What do you think he was
I know,
back
what
there
do you
for an
think I
hour
was
I
doing?
know
for
you
the
had
first
notes,
20
but
minutes?
I know. I know you had notes. I didn't know what notes you written because you're like, oh, you're going
For
through all my
all-
notes. I'm like,
all
oh shit,
the
are we?
issues.
Am I doing a ESP thing right here? Damn.
When the Carver Coleman pieces started showing up, I was really trying to figure out like, what the hell is this going to be? What is this about? Why is this important?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it was his
but-
anchor.
Yeah, we'll
But
get there.
it I love the Carver Coleman piece, and also I just like when Batman and Rorschach meet. He's like, "You ate my breakfast." Yeah.
I think
I
both
did.
of the meetings are really good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then the frickin' comedian shows up, and I call bullshit on that.
Yep.
Well,
I
now when we first saw it, it was cool.
Issue 2, comedian, as just as it's written,
As showing up is cool.
Is awesome.
Yeah.
The whole thing where he's trying to shoot him out the window, he's like, "Damn, strong glass would have been poetic."
Yeah.
You know, because of the, and he's like, "Yeah, I get your point, Blake."
Yeah.
All that was so good. It's a shame that was the last time the comedian was interesting in this entire
With so
run.
many alive Watchmen characters, like, why a comedian?
I don't know.
And like again, it probably goes to there was a
It
different
feels like
story.
shock.
Yeah,
It feels like it's there for shock.
it could just be like this when the story started. It was a different story than when it was.
Man,
supposed
you
to end.
really could just like pluck him out of story.
Yeah.
They did.
And it would be like the same thing, except Batman 66.
Tighter.
Edward
I would
Nygma
have
wouldn't get
given
shot.
I would have
Oh,
given
Lord.
anything to take him out and dedicate more time to literally anything else happening in
I
this
mean, it's
book.
been a few days since I read the first few issues of Doomsday Clock,
Same.
but I forgot that Ozymandias actually yells "Hi-ya" when he's
Oh,
trying
no,
to
yeah,
karate
he
chop
does.
the
Oh,
leg.
hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, oh wow, how
He's the greatest, smartest martial artist on this planet.
Yep. Yep.
I do like Lex Luthor kind of. It's like I'm from a parallel world. It's like, all right, you got 5 seconds before
Yeah.
my car.
Yeah.
Before the security gets here.
It's a good conversation. They have a good.
No,
a good,
they both sizing each other up is really good. Rorschach eating the pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alfred's
and then Batman, Rorschach, doing their whole thing.
I don't know how I feel about Batman reading the whole journal and being like, "Okay, you're in Arkham now."
Yeah.
I don't.
I
like
have a
that.
note about
I
it.
don't like that.
Yeah.
I like that Reggie ends up in Arkham and like what he goes through, but like Batman, you literally fought the dark multiverse. What are you
that's
doing?
reaching into issue 3. So let's move on to issue 3. Not victory nor defeat, which opens with showing that Dr. Manhattan, for some reason, plucked Blake out of his dying moment.
Yeah.
Whatever.
in the DC universe in
Doesn't
Gotham
make-
a lot.
it doesn't
or
make sense.
Metropolis.
Yeah.
It looked
Whatever.
like Metropolis,
Um,
but why?
I have no idea.
And he's just like,
If I were to like try and reach, it's because he was in the middle of something. I say in quotations, and he put out Blake there because he knew Veidt and the others were there, and he wanted a deterrent to keep them away from him for longer.
So you get the comedian second
But he's-
before his
I'm not
death?
saying it's a good excuse.
No, yeah.
It's just the only thing I can
But
think
Manhattan's been there since '38.
Also, why do you get
Yeah.
a 70-year-old comedian? Why do you get the peak 30s comedian when he can actually take people out?
Especially if you're going to put them back where they were.
because he doesn't want to alter the Watchmen timeline.
He doesn't have to. He does the exact same thing he did with old Blake.
Yeah, but then Blake would remember.
I guess a good point could be that
Yeah.
it's not Dr. Manhattan who returns Blake to his timeline. It's Luthor.
It's
Right.
who?
It's Luthor.
Luthor
Oh,
who
yeah,
sends
yeah,
him
with
back.
the vibration,
with the
vibration-
plot gun?
the
Yeah.
vibrational
With the
gun.
plot
Yeah,
gun.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
Or
a
the plot gun.
that's a Flash element, and I appreciate it.
Flash fact.
I really enjoy Rorschach
Vibrational
being
frequencies.
impatient, waiting for
Oh, yeah.
Bruce to finish reading the journal. He's like, "What page are you on?"
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
4.
Also,
Want to
when
go upstairs and
also
wash
the
up.
quick flashback scene when he's in the shower and he sees a squid for the first time and he's rubbing his scalp so hard it starts to bleed.
That's a good. Yeah, see, all the stuff with Reggie
Yeah.
like dealing with the psychological trauma is dope.
Mhm. Yeah.
That is like an aspect
I think
that
he's
is really great.
I think he's a really interesting character.
Yeah, especially
yeah.
when you learn who his dad is
especially
and stuff,
especially
yeah.
because of the Watchmen characters brought in. He's, I think, probably the hardest to sell because he's new, but he's filling an older role.
Yeah.
Whereas my Marionette are just new.
He's a
Yeah.
legacy character.
right in a sense.
Yeah.
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 Watchmen only had Silk Spectre as legacy, right?
And
Until now.
What do you
well,
Well, because Watchmen isn't really known for having legacy characters from the Minutemen to the Watchmen.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry.
well,
I see what you mean.
Silk
Yeah.
Spectre and Night Owl,
Night Owl
but they're
too.
two, but they're two
so,
different people.
So this just adds Reggie along to that,
Yeah.
to that
Yeah.
legacy.
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
I think Mr. Thunder's Johnny Thunder's story being paced in is really well handled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As it continues into this issue, just like when we visit it and when we're not, I think it's just really well worked in. It's a slow burn that I think works really well.
I'm
Uh-huh.
gonna say this now and get it out of the way. Jeff Johns uses the word retard twice in the series. Unnecessary.
I didn't catch that.
Unholy necessary. He uses it twice. Unnecessary.
I
agree.
didn't catch any of
Oh
it.
yeah,
No,
I caught
it
it.
happened.
The second time bothered me even more because
Yeah.
it's just it's an orderly being mean to Johnny Thunder or something, calling
Uh-huh.
him, and I'm just like, John, you're better than this.
Yeah.
You are better than
I
this.
mean, like I get the hateful speech you're
you
going
can
for to
you
make
can
us
have
dislike
all
them,
of
but
that.
like you don't
we
have
watched
to use
Watchmen and they didn't use.
No,
it.
I know,
Like,
I know.
It really bothered me, especially in like a new comic where I'm like, Are you trying to be edgy just to be edgy?
Yeah.
Like, dude, you're so much better than that.
I mean, this is kind of outside. I bit my tongue. Outside of Geoff Johns' wheelhouse because it's a lot more cynical than he's used to writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of this could just be him trying to channel something
You know,
he's just not comfortable with.
I did feel a lot of cynicism because obviously Watchmen is a cynical universe and the DC universe is a hopeful one. But there is
Well, it is now.
Yeah.
After Dr. Manhattan's the reason that it's bad.
Yeah.
Well, it's the whole idea that Manhattan is the one who is just like, what will I do to like get Hope to go away from the universe? And this whole book is big, so like the DC universe is becoming too cynical. I mean, look, this is not the first time Geoff Johns has dealt with this. Infinite Crisis is this. Infinite Crisis is the Superman from Earth 2 being like, oh my God, why is that Earth so dark and dreary? We need to go save them. And so it's basically Infinite Crisis but darker.
That's what I wanted with my Watchmen.
Fun fact, Watchmen was almost in Infinite Crisis.
I really love the mime and marionette scene at the bar.
Oh,
Getting
yeah.
on the wrong side of the Joker gang.
Yep.
I think any time that
Oh,
they do
yes.
the art perspective where you're the person that mime is attacking is so good.
Yeah.
Seeing her come at you with that smile on her face in the wire.
And her, yeah, dude,
and
the
it
wire
just
that
goes
cuts
to blood.
anything.
It's,
Yep, and this is where it's revealed that Mime is holding physical weaponry and it's just painted in a way.
That's so cool.
That's
Invisible paint.
Yep.
Invisible paint, yeah.
It's the same thing the Invisible Jet uses.
Uh-huh.
Fun fact.
Is it invisible paint? I thought it was magic.
I just made that up.
Oh.
Well,
It's probably magic.
Whatever it is, it's kind of like that. It's like quote-unquote advanced technology that makes Rorschach's mask constantly move.
Yeah.
Reggie has a nightmare where he's re-experiencing his moment of the New York incident and the alien appearing in front of him in the car, and I think that art is so good. I mean, this comic's full of good art, but that moment is so good.
I mean, Gary Frank does great like facial expressions.
Yeah, that scene with Marionette coming at you with the string and her.
Anytime
ooh.
it does like the perspective of watching another character, art is really effective.
Oh man, that's
the way they do the progression panels.
I don't remember which issue it's in. I think it's one of the earlier ones, but Reggie's talking to somebody, and then a character has a alien eye appear on top in their forehead.
Yes.
And it's like Reggie starts to freak out because like he's going through something.
It's the next issue,
It's
issue
next
4.
Got it. Okay.
Because that's when he's in Arkham.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, that was real good.
Yeah, all
when
the
he's talking to the
psychological
Like a Cyclops eye.
No.
Oh, you see, it's weird.
It's all connected.
Anyway,
It's all connected.
Yeah, because this is when Batman and Rorschach are breaking into Arkham because Batman was looking for Mad Hatter, and then he locks Rorschach in Mad Hatter's cell.
He was looking. He said
Look
that
for Dr. Manhattan.
Manhattan is in Arkham.
Yeah,
So he tricks him into going to Mad Hatter's cell.
yeah.
sucks.
I still don't like Batman doing that because
So my
Batman's
biggest thing
been
about
through
it,
so much.
my biggest thing about it is that at the point that he does it, I'm not convinced he's read all of the journal yet. Regardless of if that's true or not, Reggie hasn't done anything to make himself appear as a threat.
Yeah.
So Bruce could have just sussed this out and had Reggie there. It's not like he was in any danger. And if he had to subdue him, he could. I'm like, why is your go-to throw him in Arkham?
because that's what Batman does. He just throws
After
people in
you've
prison.
already found the button and been suspicious, Mr.
Oh my God!
Bruce.
He did find the button, so he should know about crazy shit. Come on, the comedian.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. This bothers me even more.
Yeah, no, I think that him putting him in Arkham is really dumb.
And again-
I think it is purely there to motivate the way they tell Reggie's story in issue 4, which, to be fair,
Is
is
awesome.
one of my favorite issues in the
agree.
run, with the backwards telling of his story while he's in Arkham, the time after the New York incident, and the stuff with his family, and the stuff with Byron, is all so good
Oh,
that I
yeah.
kind of let it go. But I do think it's like questionable why Batman would jump to Arkham.
I agree.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
I-
make a
I
lot of
agree.
sense.
I will
It
say-
feels more like someone else should have taken him before he could get to Batman and sent him to Arkham, and Batman was trying to figure it out. Some detective.
Funny enough, much like how you started to like the show more, the more comic book stuff. got
There's the
added.
Cyclops eye you're talking about.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
That-
yeah.
that's
Or the
issue
alien.
That's so
excuse-
creepy, dude.
Excuse me, the alien
That
eye.
alien eye.
Yeah.
I think the first, because it's funny, I stopped reading Doomsday Clock before issue 7 came out. So the first 6 issues are very pretty tight about a bunch of characters, and there's not a lot of cosmic crazy stuff. And then the further we get into that, it's kind of when I lose interest and it becomes less Watchmen to me. So I think these first 6 issues I really, really like, except for the minor stuff that I mentioned. But like the storytelling and the sequel-esque
So,
stuff to Watchmen I like.
Yeah, unless Brandon has a note on issue 3, I'm ready to go on to issue 4.
How does issue 3 end? Is that locked up?
It's
That's
locked
him
up.
getting locked up in
It's-
Arkham.
yeah, issue 3 is Rorschach getting locked up in Arkham.
Brandon?
There was a line of dialogue I've totally forgot about that I wanted to talk about, but I don't think it was in this issue. So let's move on.
So issue 4 is called Walk on Water. It's
If I could
honestly,
walk
it's
on
in my
water.
top 2 or 3 of this run, for sure. I think that the way that it cuts between the now and the before on Reggie's timeline I was fully entranced.
And this is the
stop
stuff
going through
with
this
his
issue.
dad. And
This is the
yeah,
stuff with
this
his
is
dad.
probably
This
my
is
favorite
all
issue.
of Reggie's history. I think this stuff is incredible.
This is a Watchmen-esque comic book right
this
here.
is this is an
100%.
excellent piece.
Yeah, this is
bites
where he meets,
bites Zebra's ear off.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, guys! Suicide Squad #1 came out by Tom Taylor, and it's awesome. Zebra Man's in that comic.
Really?
The use of Byron as the Mothman being
Yeah.
there, and the imagery of the bugs being attracted to the lights in Arkham that's paralleling to this and everything. The
Yep.
moth attracted to the light. I was the mosquitoes. Sorry, they're mosquitoes that are attracted to the light, but he is the Mothman, and the art for that is so incredible. The art piece when he flies off the roof the first time and Byron's looking at him
Oh, dude.
is so good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a nice night for a flight, eh? And he's just like naked, wearing wings.
Speaking to your point, like Reggie speaks completely in fractured sentences. He meets Byron, he starts speaking a little better.
Yeah. Like
When he loses Byron, he goes back to speaking broken.
Yeah, I'm looking at he's right now. I'm looking at a page where he's talking to the psychiatrist, which is Bruce Wayne,
Yep,
while
yep,
in
right.
Arkham.
Hell yeah.
And sees a Rorschach test, and he's like, "Please, I don't want to look." And what he sees is his parents' bodies, and then finally he just closes his eyes and goes, "I see a moth, like completely fine, straight. Like I could tell you what I see." I mean, obviously,
determined.
obviously he's lying, and then it goes to another scene with him and Byron.
I really want to just say I really like the 9 panels of Reggie reading Byron's letter
yes.
to him. I think that's really sweet. And then the supplementary material with Byron's letters to his sister.
Those are killer.
Those are
if
sad
you,
as
If you read all
hell.
the way to the end, where everything goes horrible, that's the New York incident, correct?
Yes.
Or is that the stuff starting up in 1992?
It is a New York incident.
Okay,
'Cause he's already locked up,
Yeah,
yeah.
so it hits that and everything's going crazy, and so he says, "Please just send me any kind of signal that you're out there. I just want to know you're all right."
Because it's
And
the
she
day
sends-
after 11/2.
and she sends flowers.
Yeah.
Yes, the
Aw.
supplementary material adds
good.
a bit.
good stuff.
Definitely.
All the Byron stuff at the end of that issue is really good.
Can't wait to read this again when it's collected in the
This
trade.
isn't the one where we see him die, right?
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay, it's all
Yeah,
in
he
one
walks.
issue?
He walks
Okay.
into the fire.
I read this
at the
all
end,
at once. It was it's all in my brain.
Drawn to the light.
I really appreciate the touch of the
Angela, don't touch the light.
Yeah.
of the red
Yeah.
dripping of the red dripping down.
I was
the-
going to talk about that later.
back of the issue.
Blood.
When we hit issue
Oh, yeah.
issue 11 and you find out what it really is.
Yep.
Oh, I love that. I want to talk about that so much.
We'll get there.
Yeah, so issue 4 has all that great Byron stuff. I thought it was really interesting, that it spotlights Freeze twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reggie
Oh, yeah.
walking past Freeze twice.
I think it's just because part of his gang joins the Joker gang later.
I thought
it's like, oh, it's
I
when he
thought
got
it was
locked
meant
up.
to parallel some amount of imagery, like he's the only other blue man that Reggie would ever have seen.
Yeah.
I
I'm
don't
like,
think that.
I don't feel like it's meant to tie to the Freeze gang thing though. I'm like there's some kind of sense of like a connection through isolation and loneliness that Geoff Johns I think is trying to hint at. Not
couldn't they do that with
connection.
any-
Connection's the
any
wrong word.
character, though?
Parallel of the isolation and loneliness.
Issue 4 is also. Oh, sorry.
I think that there was no natural place to draw that parallel between Mr. Freeze and Dr. Manhattan himself, so he leaves it on the plate of when Reggie is in Arkham, for there to be a moment of like Reggie's also a person lost and in isolation. and
I don't
everything.
think the
I'd
material
say-
gives us
I'm
enough
saying
to
had
do
it
that.
been once, I would say, yeah, it's just like that. It's just like, there's Freeze. It's twice.
It is twice.
It's twice, and it's very purposeful. One is going in one direction, and one is Freeze looking more melancholic, holding the little globe piece
Yeah.
that he does. And the second one is him turned facing the other way, watching Reggie very angry. It doesn't feel purposeless. I just don't entirely know.
It doesn't
the
feel
metaphor it's going
purposeless,
for.
but I don't know what the purpose is.
Right, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know entirely the metaphor it's going for. I just find it really fascinating. Freeze being my favorite Batman villain, I really want to dig into it.
Maybe just because it looks cool.
But it's like, there's something.
I mean, you
you're
also
saying
see
here.
like it does like a zoom in, and you see Killer Croc's cell, and you see other cells too. So like, I don't know why it's there. I don't know.
Yeah, this is also the issue where we meet Jane Doe,
yes.
who turns out to be Saturn Girl
Oh,
right.
of the
Irma.
Legion.
yes.
And then going back to what we said earlier about how things wrap up and how everything's connected, this is the first instance where we see the photograph of John and Jeannie.
Yes.
Just out of nowhere.
Correct.
Because it's in the cell that Reggie was in. Arkham guards are trying to find where he went, and the picture just falls down out of nowhere. It's like, where did that
And a
come
bug
from?
gets zapped and leaves behind a symbol in
And
the
the-
light.
yep.
The hydrogen
Just for a
symbol.
moment.
Yep. And
Because
also,
they escape Imra and Rorschach at the end of this issue. At the end
Heck
of this
yeah.
issue.
and also, I love how just like with the show and the original comic book, there's a quote like this one's: "The miracle is not to walk on water; the miracle is to walk on earth." They leave a quote that's the title for every issue of the book.
Oh, I feel you.
Brandon, any more thoughts on issue 4?
No.
Okay.
I think this is my favorite issue.
It's definitely a contender. I haven't really decided between it and one other issue.
Yeah.
But it's definitely up there.
For me, when I think of Watchmen, I don't think of like I don't think of big action scenes. I don't think of like big cosmic stuff. I think of these characters going through some shit.
For sure.
And this is the most that I got from what I wanted, basically.
You know,
Yeah.
I don't think that there is anything in this book that betrays the characters of Watchmen, except for Comedian.
I
who
will.
just don't think
I will go
deserves
into
to
some
be there.
Dr. Manhattan stuff that doesn't fully work for me, but no, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Again, like me being negative is just like this is not the sequel that I
You're being mildly protective of your desire.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
like I think like for something like Watchmen, like it's not a random all-star Western number 7. Like it's
For sure.
it's Watchmen.
Yeah.
And I know that doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people, but to me it kind of does. So like I'm a little protective.
I think it does mean a lot to a lot of people. I
Yeah.
think it did mean a lot to John's, and I think most of the time that comes across.
I agree. Yeah. So yeah, I might be being negative, but I am still very positive on this comic.
Yeah, it's cool. I'm ready to move on to issue 5 if we all are.
Heck
Yeah.
Yo, I just
Okay.
read the last letter from Byron Lewis, and then you can see there's tear marks on
Yes.
it.
Yep.
That hurts.
Yes, you definitely should go back for that material.
Yeah.
Issue 5, There Is No God, has my favorite cameos of the entire run. See if you can guess it, Ryan. It's very important. I love them. It's Hawk and Dove.
Yeah, talking
Yeah,
about they
Hawk
get
and Dove.
arrested.
Yeah, they do.
Hawk and Dove again, their asses kicked.
God bless them.
Is this the first time that we're starting to see more superhero stuff pop up as an issue?
Yeah.
Yeah,
5?
this is where the
Yeah.
Superman theory stuff
it's
is really...
too late.
So-
this
too
is
late.
this is the issue where it's revealed that Kahndaq is going to be housing refugees of
It's
metahumans
Krakoa.
because the Superman theory is beginning to gain a lot more traction, and a lot of metahumans are being put in danger. And Firestorm is being accused by his former nemesis, the original
Posar.
the original Killer Frost,
Oh, right.
is saying that.
Oh, Posar hasn't said it yet.
Yeah,
That's right. Sorry. Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, the original Killer Frost is saying that I was part of the Superman theory, and so was he. And Ronnie's like, no,
It's not true.
no,
That's
it's not
not
true.
Experiment.
Yo.
And also,
That's impossible.
in the supplementary material, we learned that the metahuman affairs. We don't know who's running the metahuman affairs, which we find out in the supplementary material.
But we find out
later.
they're definitely talking about some stuff.
Yeah.
Mm.
Typhoon.
Some stuff that means the Superman theory might have some validity to it.
Typhoon.
Yeah, we start to really start to question, like, well, wait a second, what is real about their origins?
We open up with Ozzy in a hospital.
Yo, I love that scene.
because he took a nasty fall from the
A
comedian.
Yeah.
And so right off the bat, this is when I started to go, okay, so he doesn't have cancer.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't say anything about it, and they're looking directly at an X-ray of his head,
Oh, right.
But there is that white dot,
which is the
on his
same,
brain.
which is the same white dot, which I think is implying that like that white dot was never anything,
Okay.
because they're looking right at it and they don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
It could be the X-ray that Ozymandias showed.
I mean, he doesn't
Reggie.
have cancer, so.
I mean,
I know because it
It's
goes.
a lie.
I'm looking at the panels right now because it's going like the X-ray, and then the white dot turns out to be a doctor's flashlight, and then they're
oh
not
yeah,
looking
yeah,
at
yeah,
any
for
X-rays.
sure, for sure. Like
So
it could be just reminding you as a reader that like,
Hey,
hey,
remember.
remember that? Well, why aren't they bringing it up?
Surprise, bitch.
Yeah,
And it's also when we see the original Alan Scott Green Lantern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really cool because I love the Justice Society. A lot of my favorite stuff in this book comes from the JSA stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, I
Um,
just love how Ozymandias breaks out of the hospital bed,
Yeah, that's
and
good.
and then when he finally finds it, he's like, so you do have my clothes and my cat. I like them both back.
yes, I really like that moment. I will say that the only other moment I like the comedian in this run is here. and it's when he's in the bar where Mime and Marionette were, and the cops come in, and he's like, "I didn't do this.
Yeah.
But if you don't let me just walk out of here,
Yeah.
We're gonna
I'll
have
kill you."
Yeah.
That'll be it. So maybe you guys didn't see me,
And he just walks
and
out.
he just walks out. And he's
Yeah.
like,
Good job, boys.
"Good job, boys."
Yeah, that is
I
good scene.
do
I
like that.
really like that where they're like they've never heard of this guy before, but they're like, "Hell no."
Oh yeah, Batman meets Vite in this issue.
Yes, Batman outwits
Man.
Vite and shows up in his airship Archie, not his airship, but
Yeah.
there's some cool art that happens around that.
And the Joker shows up in this issue.
That's true.
Yeah,
right at
he
the
does.
End. We also find out that right off the bat, we find out when Reggie's with Irma that she's Siren Girl.
Mhm.
Woo!
Speaking of the Joker, I also don't think he is a character that needs to be in this book, personally.
I don't think he needs to be in it,
No.
but I had
I
a lot
don't
of
think
fun with it.
I don't think
Yeah.
he harms it the way the comedian does.
Yeah.
I'll agree
Yeah.
with that.
Because the
I think-
Joker, he's only in it for a few issues, and then he does.
No.
he
No.
goes away.
Talking to the dog.
We're
my
talking
bad.
to
The dog.
we're talking to the
Dog
puppy.
is now
Yeah,
caught
it does
in-
kind of feel like almost like a side quest, like everything the Joker's dealing with in like the Legion, like the League of Villainy or the Villains
Yeah.
League. It's kind
Or
of like, here's
whatever.
a departure.
Or whatever name du jour they come up with.
And yeah, I don't think it harms it. Like it's not necessarily like needed, but I think.
But I don't think
he
adds
overstays his
anything.
welcome. I do. I think his interactions with Mime and Marionette
I
add
really
plenty.
like. Yeah, I like the interactions, and like eventually Joker's like, you actually seem pretty all right.
Joker has some of my favorite art moments.
Dude, he's drawn so well.
We'll talk about that
yeah.
as we get a little further. But
I don't think I've ever seen Gary Frank draw the Joker.
I really like it.
I don't think I have either.
I entirely think that the moment Mime and Marionette ended up here, I was like, well, I obviously want to see them interact with the Joker. Had it been anybody else having to deal with this, I wouldn't have been as into it. But it's them and him, and I think that works really well.
I do think he and Batman have a good moment in the second.
I
in the
agree.
next
I think
issue.
that him and Batman also have a good moment. I think that the Joker's part is perfectly well timed and handled well. It comes up early enough in the run that I don't feel like it's shoehorned in, and it ends early enough that I don't feel like it overstays.
Right.
Lex knows whoever was part of the conspiracy about the metahumans was also a member of the Justice League, and Superman overhears him tell Lois this.
Ooh.
Batman plummeting from the airship into the crowd of protesters is some really great imagery.
Yeah.
That is awesome,
Also-
and it's all paralleled with Johnny
Thunder.
Thunder coming up upon the lantern.
Speaking of Giant Thunder, I'm looking at the issue where he's at this. He just gets to the steel mill, the steel factory.
yeah.
And these guys are coming up to him. He's like, oh, he's like, hey, give me what you got. Even before that, I think it was in issue 3, he's trying to get a train ticket, and
No one would help him.
Yeah, no one would help him.
About to get mugged.
I think the bit where Batman is falling into the crowd exemplifies just how well the characters of Watchmen feel not necessarily at home in the DC universe, but how well they've incorporated them to interact with the DC universe in the way that they do.
I will say in this story, when the tone is trying to match Watchmen, yes, but like Rorschach showing up in Batman number 87 would not be the same thing.
No, definitely not.
No, yeah, but
because
like-
it's going for a different thing, though.
Yes, this is a event, quote unquote, event comic being a sequel to Watchmen. This is the only time I think the Watchmen characters could interact, and it
Yeah.
actually makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
never want to see the Watchmen characters interact. Honestly, I don't ever
Just
want to
like-
see the Watchmen characters interact again.
I agree. Like, just have the Watchmen characters appear and like, hey, next week in Flash 75, here's...
That's what I mean. Like,
yeah, no, I
yeah.
agree.
No, but I think this book specifically does a really good job
Yes.
of making them feel like they belong, not to the world, but in the story.
I
Yes,
think
100%.
to do stories with the Watchmen characters, you just at least have to put some thought into it.
Yeah.
There has to be some amount of like taking into consideration what that original was doing and applying those lessons.
If they ever do a sequel to Watchmen, I would rather it just be a sequel set in the Watchmen world and not in
Yeah, that's
not a
why I think
crossover.
the first half of this works really well for me. I had a thought. It's gone. Never mind. Go ahead.
I was going to say that our regular DC Comics heroes are so much more adult here because of that.
Yeah.
What you're bringing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because like Saturn Girl saying, it's okay, these guys would die from an overdose anyway.
Yeah.
It all evens out. And
Oh,
I'm
that's
like,
what I was gonna say.
Yo.
Yeah. This
Okay.
I respect DC for giving this the maturity that Watchmen has, and like
Right.
they're swearing and it's not bleeped out, and people like there's real violence, and I'm like,
There's
thank you for
dick
not
in this comic.
Yeah, you see it. Like, thanks for not making this PG. Like, I appreciate it.
I mean, this would have been Black Label if
Yeah.
Black Label had
Before-
existed
yeah.
back then.
Yeah.
I'm
then it
honestly
would-
surprised
But
that
then
they
it wouldn't
didn't.
have been main continuity.
Yeah.
Well, Three Jokers Black Label and may or may not be.
I
Main
mean, is this
continuity.
main continuity?
Yes.
Nah, dog.
You know what? If they reference it in next month, which is probably when the repercussions are going to catch up.
Yeah.
They've already said that Wonder Woman 750 is going to be exploring some of the stuff about her being the first superhero.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, we'll see what the repercussions of this book are in the
Yes,
coming months.
I do want to set aside some time for that at the end. Any other thoughts on issue 5 specifically?
How does it end?
That is
Joker
It ends-
showing up for the first time.
yeah,
right?
it ends with
Joker
Joker
showing up for the first time
and Rorschach
Rorschach
asking-
being like, explain this lantern.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, let's get to issue 6.
Okay, so issue 6, Truly Laugh.
This is my second favorite issue of the whole book.
Nice.
I really love seeing Mime and Marionette's origin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think
Yes.
I think it's really well done. I think it's truthfully it feels very at home in the Watchmen universe.
Brutal,
Mhm.
yeah.
It's brutal, and it's beautiful in a way, seeing these two fall in love and become so close
It's like
together.
it's like the movie Villains. Like these two
Yeah.
bad people.
Hardcore
They are
was
very
just
much
like,
that couple.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
yeah, it was just like
Like
this
you
is,
hate to love them. Yeah.
This is Jeffrey Donovan and
Kira Sedgwick.
Kira Sedgwick.
Yeah.
So this is
But it's real love there.
Yeah.
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 But so this is definitely my second favorite issue. A lot of because of the Mime and Marionette stuff. I just think that stuff is so well handled.
Yeah. Anytime there's backstory for the Watchmen, the new Watchmen characters, I'm all about.
That's actually.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me. I think this book does something really well that a lot of books are afraid to pull off. I think, and it's just because tradition. I think that whenever there is a flashback sequence, there is text on the corner saying "then" or "years from now."
yeah.
You can't trust your audience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This book trust that you will know what time period these pages are set in at all
Especially
times.
in the previous issues where like Reggie is dealing with like multiple timelines and it's just Reggie being young, then old, then young,
Yeah.
just pant right next to each other.
And
Yeah.
the-
you just have to know that it's different.
The visual transitions are so well
Yeah.
crafted.
Yes.
Yeah, I
Just
think
like
it
the
works.
show, yeah.
I think it works really, really well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really love their history. I also love them meeting up with bats and Joker, and then bringing them
That
having
scene's real cute.
Batman in the wheelchair and walking around with Joker. Oh no, the whole like thing where it goes down and he makes the joke about not losing their heads, and she's like,
Yeah.
"Seriously? That's why they call you the Joker?" Jokes like that while she's holding a decapitated
Yeah.
Yeah,
head.
I love
and then
that.
he's holding, and then Mime is holding the other guy, and he's like, "Let him go!" And then he shoots his own guy, and he's like, "Oh my god, that's so embarrassing!" Ha ha ha!
I think
Just kidding.
I think the
and
Joker's
and the
well
gang
written.
members are just horrified.
Yeah.
Especially the new Mr. Freeze one who got a tattoo,
Yes,
on,
yes.
a Joker tattoo
Yes.
on
I
his
don't think that
face.
needle was clean.
Yeah.
That whole exchange is so good.
I
They're
don't
like,
think that needle
"Oh
was
my
clean."
god, it's the Joker. He's coming over." What do we say? This is our stormtroopers from Mandalorian,
Yeah.
but as
Yeah.
crime boss gangs.
When they see Freeze, is like, oh no, Freeze is here.
Oh no.
Oh, Freeze
Should
is good. Not gonna be happy about these tattoos.
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought their interactions in the sewer was really
Yeah.
The art on Joker when he does the "oops, that's so embarrassing."
Yeah.
The way he crafts the Joker
Again,
through visually is
One
so
of the best
good.
Yeah.
looking Jokers, honestly.
I've never seen Gary Frank draw the Joker.
Yeah.
I'm sad that this is the first time I've seen it. I should be seeing this for years now.
Yeah, this
Uh-huh.
is a really like a good melding of a bunch of different types
He
of Joker.
reminds me
Yeah.
of that cosplayer, that really good Joker's cosplayer who's made the rounds on the line quite
There's
a
a
bit.
lot of Joker cosplayers, my man.
Oh god,
Sorry.
it's the
It's the Joker one.
He reminds you of a really good Joker cosplayer, and
Yeah.
I'll agree with that.
yeah. What's if you might have seen him?
I'm sure I did.
I
There's
think,
a lot of them.
I think
Mhm.
this issue ends. I think it's this issue or previous issue. They all run together for me now. But Joker's like, "Oh, do you know?" He's talking about Dr. Manhattan. "Oh, you know a dentist? It hurts when I smile."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that
And
is
I'm
the
like,
end
"Wait
of
a
this
minute, you're always smiling." Sad,
The Riddler is trying to own the moment
dude. He
of
looks
the
like
meeting before the
Batman 1966.
before the
yeah.
Joker shows up.
This was my moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is good.
Oh,
Again, like I don't. It doesn't like harm it, but like I like that I was there. It's like seeing this Gary Frank draw all these villains. Who's Typhoon? Typhon?
I've never heard of Typhoon.
Good because
before.
he's dead now.
Because he got shot
Yeah.
in the face.
Oh, did you get?
I will
So
kill
you
you.
didn't read the supplementary material at the end of this one, but this is his villain, who is his ex-wife, writing a recommendation to the Department of Metahuman Affairs, who he claims did not create him, and he says to his wife says to the department's like, please exonerate him of all of his murders.
He was an agent.
He was an agent.
Oh.
Yeah.
He was an American agent.
Please exonerate him of all the murders and take care of his kids because this was your fault.
Let him be recognized as the hero that he was.
And
okay.
then the next page is the department sending a letter back and saying, no, he's going to be buried as a villain, and we're going to open up a charity for the people he murdered.
Right, and they'll still pay for like funds for his kid.
Yeah.
Or something like the agreement they made before he passed. But yeah, he was an agent.
Oh, wow.
At first, when I first heard about the Superman theory, I was just kind of like, I don't know how I feel about something like this being in continuity. And as it was slowly being introduced to be true, or at least partially, I kind of got more on board with it. I'm like, this is actually kind of an interesting wrinkle.
It's
to
like
this universe.
it's a nuclear arms race between America and other countries, which is like, because in this world, nukes. Who cares about a nuke? We got a Superman.
Right. I actually really love Joker in this comic. I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, one of my favorite things is just like when everything's going wrong and the comedian's attacking all the villains, and he's just standing there as explosions are happening. He's like, this turned out to be such a wonderful day. And like him as this side character who's just going with the weirdness of a whirlwind adventure, being like, this is so great.
Dude,
Isn't this great? This is how I love Joker.
And just add more Joker, and I'd be like, I'd be down.
Yeah.
Oh, we get the Court of Owls in this for a hot second?
We got the Judge of Owls?
What?
Yeah.
I've never seen the Judge of Owls before.
I was looking over my Court of Owls omnibus yesterday, and I'm like, that's cool.
No, it's like the Judge of Owls speaks. The judge must be obeyed. It's like, whoa, damn.
He has a rainbow mask. That's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
When I saw the Judge, I was like, well, I want more
Scott
of that.
Snyder, you allow this?
I'm sitting there like, who the hell's the Judge of Owls?
Can you just imagine like Jeff Johns? Hey Scott, can I introduce something to your Court of Owls thing?
What is it? Judge of Owls? Yeah, sure, do it. Thanks, buddy. You're welcome.
Judge. Makes sense.
The Judge.
One of the things I love is the first scene. It's the flashback scene between the Marionette and Mime, where Marionette's getting beat up by those school bullies, and then Mime shows up and throws the bottles.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then it's like you could tell that this is the start of them become crazy villains when she turns around and says, "Kind of more bottles."
Yeah. This one, like, oh, you guys are both nuts. Okay.
Yeah.
It's cute,
they're
but
very
sinister.
good.
Yeah.
Them taking out the cops is
the scene where
while it's having his letter
Yeah.
to her read over is
the scene where her dad has hung himself
Yes.
is
Oh,
yeah.
brutal.
dark.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm better off. Like, they're gonna always come after me. They
Or
won't come
when
after
You're
you.
better off with me dead.
Marcos. That's the mime's real name.
Yeah.
I forgot what their names were.
Just take the money on the till and run.
Yeah. Well, like when the cops show up and they say, Marcos, your mom has nasty fall. Marcos runs.
And you find out later his
sorry to
mom's
hear
dead.
about that nasty
Yeah.
fall. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Find out later the mom's dead.
Yeah,
Awful.
because they didn't. Because right when the cop, obviously
Protection money.
Obviously the cops are corrupt. Because when they first walk in, the first page of this issue is from
It's a flash forward.
Yeah,
in the
if
flashback.
It's Marionette's point of view of hearing her father get beat up, and then when Marcos is first introduced, the cops even say, "Let's go see if they want to join our little neighborhood watch," or something to that effect. Essentially, like, "Hey, we're gonna extort this brand spanking new family here as well."
Corrupt
because
cops. What is this?
F 'em.
Gotham.
Ugh.
Yeah, so that's one thing I really. This book is like, man, this is a really good origin story for two brand spanking new characters who feel like they fit in the Watchmen universe.
Yeah. Dog time.
This is where we start seeing the comedian just be tossed around everywhere.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, he just shows up. Like,
Yeah.
what are you doing here, bro?
I love the Joker zapping the comedian at the end and then making fun of him.
Yeah.
yeah.
I thought that was cute.
Just like just the art again on the Joker is so good. His facial expression just
yeah. It
yeah, it's so good.
yeah.
Oh, Ryan,
What up, dog?
there's a
And he
I see
puts on a
smoke there.
smiley
When there's
face
smoke, there's
button.
When
fire.
the smoke does fire. Oh, I
Yep.
thought about it.
Okay, let's move on to issue 7. Issue 7, Blind Spot.
Yeah. This was this was now the beginning of the
This is the
major
big culmination where Ozzy summons John and it leaves Batman and the Joker bewildered.
Yeah, I really like that sequence when John shows up and just takes a walk.
Was
with
he in the
characters.
Green Lantern?
No.
No, it's that he touched it and he
Okay.
used Bubastis and the combination of him having touched that lantern to summon John.
Oh, so he's just like, okay, he just like summons him.
It's a magnet.
Okay.
So he even talks like if he resists this much pull, it's gonna hurt.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So it just becomes a magnet to just pull him there.
That makes sense.
And when he just like, okay, we all need to talk. Bye. And
That is cool.
I really like Joker's reaction, like, put on some pants for God's sake.
Yeah,
it's
or at
great.
least,
At least for mine. And then they disappear, and he's like, "Ooh, trippy."
Yeah.
I do like I don't think Joker should be in this book, but I'm kind of glad he is now that we've been talking about it a bit.
He adds like a lot of fun.
There's a lot of fun in his character here.
I really enjoyed the reveal of the duo's second pregnancy.
Yeah.
And I'm also really glad that we got the reveal that Veidt it doesn't have cancer.
Yeah.
And that paid off so well.
like, oh, Reggie, I never had cancer.
Yeah, and that he's full of shit.
Yeah.
That's when like I my opinion, like I like the book, but like I had my opinions on it. But, like that's when I turn. I'm like, yeah, fucking Ozzy, you douchebag.
Yeah.
I love it. It's such a good twist.
Veidt finally became who he was.
Yes,
all
that's some good
along.
stuff.
Oh, yeah.
John standing there and just like, cancer. Adrian doesn't have cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That actually
You tell him the truth while we're floating here, because if you don't, I will.
Yeah.
Yeah. That actually reminded me of a bit in the show.
Yeah.
Having watched the show after, I was like, oh, that's funny. It wasn't Manhattan who did it though.
One final comparison to the show from me actually is when I was reading Dr. Manhattan, I couldn't help but hear Yaya's voice.
Yeah.
And I think he did. Doing that and reading this, I think he did a better job of translating the way Dr. Manhattan speaks than Billy Crudup, as much as I like that actor, did. And I don't blame him necessarily.
I think they're going
he
for
did in
different things.
the film. Yes, and I think that this felt more true what Yaya did, and that's why I was hearing his voice so clearly. Really felt like it belonged to this.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I like the idea that. So there was a lot of rumor going around that Dr. Manhattan was going to be pretending to be a superhero in the DC universe, and that's what was going to be the reveal.
I would have hated that.
I kind of like the idea that it's not even that. It's just like he just saw the world change so much that he's like, I'm doing an experiment.
I'm trying to see something. I'm in the middle of something. Get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not going back, Adrian.
No, because it's not. He's not doing it for malicious purposes. He's just kind of like, what happens if I do this?
He's always trying to understand.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah. This comes up again later when he faces the heroes, and I really enjoy that bit too.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that.
Oh, I don't.
Rorschach beats the snot out of the Joker.
Yeah.
When they
Oh,
come
yeah,
back.
he does.
And I really love the Joker using his own blood to draw a smiley face on Rorschach's
Yeah.
mask.
Oh, dude, that was nuts.
That's such
Yeah.
good imagery. I liked it so much. Did you like it as much as I did?
Yeah.
And this is where Ozzy's malice becomes clear, because he goes back to the ship and he knocks out.
He steals. Thunder
the Thunder
Saturn Girl.
and Saturn Girl, and he knocks them out, and he's being much more vicious, and he's gone off the deep end, as it were.
I'll save
Yeah.
2 worlds.
A mysterious package.
This was
sent to
also
Lois
this
Lane.
issue opened up for the first time us seeing John's blue text
Yeah.
that he's speaking.
Yeah.
I was very excited that like, oh, we're here. Okay.
Yeah,
Here we
this,
go.
This is the first full appearance of Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
and I think his how Gary Finch draws his introduction, his like first panel is really dynamic and really
I agree.
it just pops. It's really
Yes.
cool.
Yeah.
Yes.
I love the color work in it.
Any other thoughts on this big issue where it's finally them coming together and John saying, "No, I'm not going back. I'm
I
doing
just like
something."
the fact that that like Adrian and all them have done all this work, and John's like, "No, I'm busy. Leave me alone."
Yeah,
Bye.
I do too.
You have disturbed me in my lab.
Yeah.
Please leave.
Right.
Bye.
It's like, screw all y'all. I'm done.
All right. Moving on. Issue 8. Save Humanity.
Do it.
This is where Adrian Veidt. We will find out later that Adrian Veidt finds out that the Superman theory is real,
Yep.
Yeah.
In a sense.
and this is also where the book shifts into hardcore thesis mode.
Yeah. When.
Because now it's about what's John doing. Because
Yeah.
now we know
Yeah.
he's been doing
But
something.
there's also,
what's
like-
John doing?
There's also like Black Adam and Condoc, in the background, doing stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if it was supposed to be.
It's got the Batman stuff with Gotham. Like, there's so many ideas that like get brought up and then they get ignored for
this
like,
is all-
issues.
Yeah,
And that bothers me because this is like,
I will agree. This is where it starts to get a little muddled.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think this is truly because the book came out earlier than it was supposed to,
Mhm.
and what the book became was not what he initially intended it to be.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that had to do with he stepped down as chief creative officer and he didn't have a lot of say in the storyline and the story going forward
and
with
it's,
DC.
it's really a shame because the idea of a Gotham that doesn't want Batman
Yeah.
is a really cool idea that has been explored before, but not like to like Doomsday Clock levels where it's an
Yeah.
event, right? And like I just think of that, and then I look at like, oh, Batman just got relaunched with James Tynion, and
it's also really too bad
complete-
they marketed the book as an event.
That's the
because
thing.
it's not.
Yeah, it started that way. It was marketed that way.
It was marketed that way, but I think always from the beginning it was falsely marketed as an event.
Yeah.
Geoff Johns talked about it. You know, when they keep saying it's your sequel to Watchmen, he's like, no, it's a standalone story that uses the Watchmen characters, and that's
which is great.
Yeah, which is
I'm
great.
glad that was always his perspective.
Yeah.
And it's
Mhm.
not an event comic. There's
I-
no big event that happens in
I
this.
wish it was just its own like Black Label book.
Yeah.
Because like it could be continuity or not continuity, but you can tell your story you want with Superman and Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah.
If you fundamentally like
And Flash.
who?
Right?
Yeah. Again, like if you want to tell that story, that's cool. But when you do what they did with it and they market it and they like even though Geoff Johns didn't say that, it's a sequel to Watchmen.
I only disagree in what the core of the book story is,
Yeah.
which is that he has to be messing with the main series Superman. This can't be a standalone Elseworld story.
No, that's what
it has to be the Superman.
and that's
of the moment.
well, we'll get to it when we talk about the
Right,
issue.
right.
Where are we at right now?
Where we're at right now is that
This sweet
we're
Gary Frank
on
cover.
issue 8, and yes, this is the
Is
Marionettes
this where you have
cover.
100 superheroes on Mars?
Not
No, this is
Not yet.
this is before
but
that.
one of the big
Ozzy.
one of the big things about this issue is when Firestorm turns all those people into
Oh,
glass
he
in Russia.
transmutes them all? That's awesome.
Ozzy has the file from the White House, and that's what we ultimately find out is pushing Firestorm into the limelight. And what happens to Firestorm in Russia that Ben just referenced is beautifully tragic.
That
Oh,
is
yeah.
such an incredible scene, and
Yeah, it
Superman
is.
being there having to decide. Like,
the whole comic is really great at building the anxiety of the moment because it ends with the destruction in Moscow. So all those people are dying. They're all falling. One of the things I do want to just bring up is that sure the tragedy is brutal, but him trying so hard to bring the little boy back
Yes.
Yeah.
is such a great
I agree.
3 pages.
Yeah.
I
Like,
agree.
my God, when
Mhm.
Superman shows up and he's just like, you think you did it once, you can do it again.
you can do it again,
Yeah.
and he gives him a smile.
Oh,
Yeah.
and this is also where Lois Lane gets that flash drive of the JSA, and she's like, "Who the hell are the JSA? Justice Society of America?"
Yes.
Oh yeah, Lex Luthor was like, "Yeah, I got an assassination attempt
Before
messed up."
Superman finds Ronnie, he goes to Kahndaq.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he has a
'Cause he thinks Ronnie went
conversation
there.
with Black Adam. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I really like that.
Dude,
Yeah.
Again, it frustrates me because I think the stuff with Black Adam and the political stuff that it's trying to do with superheroes is truly fascinating, and that's what I wanted this whole series to almost be about, including Dr. Manhattan. But I feel like it's introduced so late, and they do so little with it that it almost feels inconsequential to the real story.
And I will fully admit that there are between issues from this point on, there's chunks of story missing.
yeah,
'Cause
it feels like it. It sucks.
Because it does feel like when we get to the next issue, specifically when Ryan just referenced the Heroes on Mars, that it feels like days after the last issue, but we don't get those days days after. And it does become a little confusing because then you start to get a little disoriented as a reader. But like, wait, did I miss something in the last issue? What's happening?
And again, like none of it's like it's all written really well and drawn really well. It's just like stuff's like missing or it's just out
Yeah.
of order, and I'm just like, what do you want me to feel?
Yeah.
Because I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, but I do think that this issue specifically is really great at building that anxiety that I talked about.
Yeah.
Because when the tanks start rolling over the glass people, when the bullets
Yeah.
start
Dude,
flying,
that's so sad.
I'm anxious. I'm like, no, Superman,
Superman screaming,
tell them.
we could save them, give us a chance, and then
Yeah.
like fake Firestorm and all the Russian Avengers are there. And, like,
And then you
By the
got
way, I
Ba-
do really like that Firestorm's nemesis is called Posar.
yeah.
And then you got Batman trying to call Superman's like, "Don't pick a side," and then Superman says, "Dehumanizing metahumans is wrong. Dehumanizing anyone's wrong." And then it's like, "Oh,
he picked a side.
I
shit.
appreciate Superman taking that side though.
It's great.
Yeah. The whole part where Bruce is like, "Don't do this, Clark," and then it's
Is this
and
where-
it's all escalating so bad because Putin.
Is Putin's in this issue, right?
Yeah.
I love it.
It's
I
Prince,
love it.
It's Prince Markov, but it's Putin.
It's so Putin.
It's
I love that a lot.
Gary Frank says it's Putin.
Of
Yeah.
course it is. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
He's drawn to be a short, stout Putin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
this
like
is-
that a lot.
For me, this is the issue where the Superman stuff that I feel like I was promised when Doomsday Clock started finally kicks in. I mean, don't get me wrong, all the other stuff in the past issues were great, and they really built up this story. But for me, Superman is obviously the focal, or supposed to be a focal point of the story, and we're now getting him a good chunk of him in issue number 8.
Yeah.
So for me, it's like, give me more Superman. But at the same time, all the Superman stuff in this issue kind of makes up for it because it's Superman being Superman.
I would argue that the book was never about Superman the character, but Superman the concept, and the concept has been on display in the issues prior as a focal point. I would say only issue 1 doesn't have that, and that's because we're mostly in the Watchmen universe.
Because he might not.
But everything
be,
else, like everything about the Superman theory,
Yeah.
is like the whole thing is that it's running counter to the point of like, hey, we can disavow every single American superhero except Superman.
Yeah.
Superman is the line.
Yeah.
Superman
Yeah.
is the pinnacle.
And then in
and
this,
that is
yeah.
the concept that they're arguing about.
And then in
that's
this
the thing
issue-
that throws Dr. Manhattan for a loop is he's like, why is Superman the one who's exempt?
And then in this issue, it's like the president is told like, listen, this is the time you have to disavow Superman, or like this country's gonna go to shit. So like you got to say Superman's bad. And I'm like, man, that's crazy that we're at this point. And that's
right.
I think that's like where like I felt the most like emotional distress. I'm like, man, people are gonna turn on Superman. People are turning on Batman. Like
Because he has inadvertently created a near Watchmen level type crisis.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Speaking
All
of
the-
crisis, issue 9, Crisis.
Wait, how did issue 8 end? Do you remember?
Issue 8 ends with the explosion in Moscow.
Got it. Okay.
With
Issue 8 forgets about 2 Green Lanterns, and it bugs me. 4 of them are there, but Kyle Rayner and Simon Baz are not.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Damn it, Geoff created
Did
Simon
you mean
Baz.
issue 8 or issue 9?
I think he meant
9.
issue.
Okay. You said issue 8 at first.
Well, I meant 9.
Issue 9, yeah.
On the
so
9.
issue 9 Crisis. The heroes go to Dr. Manhattan on Mars, and we mean all of the heroes.
Yo, I do love how Dr. Manhattan is talking. I want to say it's
I
this
don't
one.
understand where
yeah,
they all go.
This one. I love this panel so much. It's July 16th, 1940. I moved the lantern 6 inches out of Alan Scott's reach. There is no ring on my hand. There never was a ring. And he talks about how there's nothing but dark, because he talks about how Alan Scott became the Green Lantern, and then he's like, but then I moved it 6 inches out of his reach and killed him.
Yeah, he died in a
And
train.
now this Legion ring in my hand, gone.
Right.
Is this the issue where Saturn Girl disappears?
No, that's
not
the
yet.
which is like
Okay, because that messed up.
Yes, I love that.
Yeah.
No, this is so this is very much focused on the heroes confronting Dr. Manhattan on Mars.
Why do they all go to Mars?
Guys,
I don't
I'm going to
know.
be honest. This might be my least favorite issue.
Yeah, I think it's very cluttered. I think there's good stuff here, but I do think it's very
Green
cluttered.
Arrow shoots Dr. Manhattan and makes an
So,
explosion, and then they're like, he's vulnerable.
Yeah, that's the Doom Patrol, right?
Yeah, that's the Doom Patrol.
It's Ronnie.
It's Ronnie?
who made him vulnerable, and then Green Arrow says, "Do you see that he's vulnerable?"
Okay, I still don't like it.
This carries on some really good stuff with Ronnie, especially when this issue does reveal. And I can't say this is my least favorite because this issue does reveal Ronnie and Raymond's true origin story.
You mean Ronnie
and
Martin Stein?
Martin Stein.
Not
That
Ronnie and Raymond.
Yeah.
Oh, that Martin Stein's a douche.
Everybody loves Raymond.
That Martin Stein is the director
yes,
of the
yes,
Department
that
of
I,
he-
I,
Energy.
that
there's
is,
that
I do
person.
like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
That's
like
sinister.
that reveal was gut punching.
yeah.
Yeah.
Part of me also kind of props to Gary Frank for not drawing President Trump, but them actually, putting President Trump in this book.
Yeah.
when you hear the president talk, it's those words.
Yeah.
Wow.
See, Patrick Williams did a video on the president, basically like the presidents of the DC universe, up until the point where Lex Luthor was nominated president for the DC universe. The presidents in that world were just the presidents of the United States.
Yeah.
I really wish they had kept a real life president out of this book and it kept that trend of just different presidents in the DCU, because things like that date the book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Putin,
don't.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been in power forever, though.
Yeah.
Well, there's also a joke later on where I think it's in the next issue where the president tweets something about like the bigger they are, the bigger they fall, and then someone's like, "It's harder, Mr. President."
I could agree, but I think that part of the motivation of wanting to push this story is that faced with things like our real president and Putin, it can be easy to feel a sense of hopelessness. And this is supposed to make you feel like this world has been pushed to that brink. And obviously, it would be even easier to push it to a point like this with those kind of guys leading the way. So I get that it dates it, but I'm also like, I feel like it's very quickly and easily representing that like worse heads are even in charge of these government decisions, so you're not going to get any help there. Like, these aren't competent people. These aren't people that you can expect to be good government officials. You already know it just from the language. It's like shorthand to say not a good leader.
Yeah, that's true. Guy Gardner's flex of showing all the villains is cool.
Also, I think it's a deep value in the fact that like we recognize it at the moment that it's the language is what's indicative of what president is. But as you said, like I don't think that necessarily that's going to date the book too hard because they don't show him.
No, they don't.
No.
And down the rows of history, it's not necessarily going to be directly associated with Trump, but it will be associated with someone who sounds stupid.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that there's a lot of great value. I'm very grateful that they didn't show him.
So
that you just get it
I.
because of the language, I think is fine.
But we got Putin.
I'm grateful that they did not go so far as to show him.
My current
you get
headcanon-
Putin.
My current headcanon is that Gary Franklin's like, I'm not even going to give him the satisfaction of showing up in a DC book.
One of the things I kind of thought was funny was that even Trump isn't stupid enough to disavow Superman.
You'd think.
Like he at the beginning, he's like, I'm not going to be the president to disavow Superman, and then he is.
And then he
Yeah.
is, yeah.
But like the initial thought of like, even he's not stupid enough to do that.
Hey man, we're gonna go to World War
Even
III
he
soon.
knows that's that's a terrible place to be. Okay,
Yeah.
so let's start off. Everybody's in a panic. They don't know that Superman's recovering. They don't know why he isn't responding.
There's a warrant out for his arrest.
Lex comes to Lois at the Hall of Justice.
Hell yeah.
Where she's waiting by Superman, and he's like, "Here, take this gun. I need to show you something.
Someone tried to kill me.
This is really important. I need to show you how the universe revolves around me."
So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that egotistical asshole.
We get to see the Javelin from Justice League Unlimited, which I appreciate.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like every hero, like these widescreen panels are really cool. But why do they all need to go?
And this is my least favorite issue because
Really quick.
Yeah.
I really liked that Captain Atom was the one to hurt
Yeah.
Manhattan.
that makes sense.
Because
I mean,
they're the equivalent.
The short answer is they all needed to go because Superman needed to be alone at the end.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's really the short answer. I agree with you. It seems really stupid. I'll even say that something that bothers me is that our heroes sure just do seem super willing to jump into a fight from a guy who's non-aggressive.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Even though they have reasons to be concerned about him, he hasn't done anything to them, and they definitely make all the first attacks and try and murder him right off the bat.
This
it looks awesome.
guy does murder him at first.
Right.
This page where he reveals that magic is like is doing what Justice League Dark did, which is
Errors in code and yeah.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
I
How
do
he's
too.
able to manipulate that code.
I had to note that his breakdowns of both the ring and the magic is so fascinatingly cool, and I
Oh,
like
yeah.
how he enjoys it. And when he says magic, he has like this slight smile.
It's nice to like still be able to learn.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's nice to still be able to learn. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
he
think that's
blows
awesome.
it up. I think that's really, really cool stuff. That's what I was referring to earlier. That I really like Dr. Manhattan coming into contact with those things.
Yeah, it is cool.
And him just like breaking it down. And he's so fascinated. He still wants to learn about this.
Where Ronnie finds out that Martinstein lied to him.
Yes. I like Guy displaying all these villains that they've conquered to Manhattan.
Superboy Prime's in that one.
Yeah.
I like that.
And John Jones mistaking Dr. Manhattan for Confused
Yeah.
as he's trying to understand him. And he's like, "No, I'm not confused. You're about to see something. You're going to share it to everyone."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we will. No, I'll wait till we get to the next issue.
John showing Ronnie that Stein did plan the accident was something I didn't expect to see at
It's
all.
messed up.
No, neither did I.
But I really, really liked it.
Me
And
too.
I really
He's
liked
like,
him
"Is it
taking
true?
him there. And
Is
he's
it
like,
true?"
and Ronnie's like, we don't even know what we're who we're up against. He's like, "No, Ronnie, you really don't." And then he takes him there, and it's like, oh dang,
Yeah.
Yeah.
oh dang.
Yeah, I really, really liked that aspect
I
of the
did too.
story. That's kind of when it sold me. I was like, oh, I think I need to see a lot more of the Superman theory in DC Comics from going forward.
Yeah.
Like Sanctuary dealing with that shit.
Mhm.
I'm into that. People realizing like I was a government pawn the whole time.
See, all that stuff's really a really dope idea.
Yeah.
And Firestorm, Firestorm's a well-known comic book DC character, but I don't think people like in the regular world really know much about Firestorm.
Right.
So this seems like a cool idea to like, oh man, I was a lie the whole time. Learn about my story. Like that makes me want to read about Firestorm.
Yeah, me
Right,
too.
for sure.
I'll say real quick. As I was reading this book, it is a gorgeous book, and I'm looking at this page of Dr. Manhattan fighting 100 superheroes, and I'm just imagining Alan Moore crying
Oh.
because this is the this specific issue is the anti-Watchmen comic.
I mean, Alan Moore was crying the moment they announced this book.
No, but there's a difference between the show and the comic is what I mean. Like this, seeing Green Arrow and a bunch of heroes on Mars fighting Dr. Manhattan. I'm like, this is literally the last thing I ever wanted to see. And this is a personally me thing. But again, when I go to Watchmen, I don't go for giant cosmic brawls. I go for interesting character
It would bother
stuff.
me if this was issue 12, but
Yeah.
it's not. It's issue 9.
Yeah.
So it was never the point
Then why even have it?
because he needed Superman to be alone.
Okay, cool. That doesn't satisfy me.
It is not a well executed reason, but it is
Yeah.
the reason.
Yeah, I would rather.
I will admit with that.
I would rather, because Dr. Manhattan is this super powerful
And
badass
let me
guy.
let me tell you though, it would bother me a whole lot more if it was actually a fight.
I agree.
But
Yeah,
the
same.
fact that it isn't, it is just Manhattan, because Manhattan's not fighting them. He's experimenting, still.
Redirecting them.
Yes.
And I really appreciated that aspect of it, but it does still bother me that they are very quick to attack.
Yeah. I agree. I agree
Especially
with that.
guys
Like,
who
I'm not
snaps
saying
his
it isn't problematic, but I am saying that like I much agree with your point that I'm glad that it's not a flat out fight.
Yeah.
It is just Dr. Manhattan kind of in his own moment, and they're attacking him, and he's like, stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the flip side of that, I do agree. I'm glad it isn't an actual fight.
Yeah.
They try and then they lose.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
glad it's not the point.
Yeah.
But and I do mean functionally both. It's not the point of the book at this moment, and it's not the point of the end of the book, a fight between him and Superman.
Yeah.
That's never been the point.
Yeah.
As a fight, and I'm very grateful for that.
I am too, 100%.
Yeah.
The end of issue 9 is Wonder Woman making a call at the United Nations for peace, and Black Adam shows up, and he's like, "F that."
I'm gonna take over the world, maybe.
I'm making a move, Diana.
So
suck it.
Moving on to issue 10.
This is my favorite issue of the book.
This is my favorite issue. It's action. This is the one that's all from Dr. Manhattan's perspective since he entered the
Yes.
Oh
DC
yeah,
Comics universe.
I love this issue.
This is the book where I was like, oh, that's why Manhattan is in this book. Because
Yeah.
then because Manhattan is the only character that DC has that can view the comic book as a comic book.
This is the one where everything really coalesced and came to like, this is it.
Yeah.
This is the story, and I'm like, oh, and this is why I feel like this is more truly a sequel to specifically for John's story of him, where the show and the comic both have very different ideas of like what did John go to do after he said, I'm going to go, Adrian, bye. This is an interpretation, and I think it's a very interesting interpretation that he steps into this other universe and he tries to understand it, and he can't at first because he's trying to understand it in the form of a multiverse. And then he realizes that's like I just like the first moment where he's so disoriented, and he meets Carver Coleman, which is we finally find out how he's involved in all
Yes.
this,
Uh-huh.
and he can't see forward in time in this universe. So he focuses on Carver's life in order to re-engage
Yeah.
himself and be able to see.
And then he's able to see. Geoff Johns writes such an intricate story, how it weaves together all the things. Like, honestly, it's so well executed.
Yeah.
This book, for me. When he's like, it's 1938 and the world is introduced for the Superman for the first time, and then the next panel is
Yeah.
it's 1938, there is no car.
Yeah.
It's just like, damn. And he's like, these things keep altering the timeline. So I'm like, so basically it's like, I keep watching the timeline be altered. and Superman is always the constant in them. So I wonder what happens if I were to do it.
So I remember when we were first talking about Doomsday Clock, there was an idea that potentially Manhattan has been the person altering the timeline every time.
Yeah.
People wondered if he's been behind the DC universe from the very get-go. He created all this stuff.
The hand
I
at the
really
beginning of
like
the universe.
that he establishes that, like, no, this universe changes and molds itself around a center of Superman, but it's always been these external forces. I did it this one time.
Yes.
And I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Um,
So they introduced the concept of the metaverse.
the metaverse. I have the
Which-
definition.
which I think is an incredible idea. And Ryan Higgins, the Comic Conspiracy Podcast, talked about it, like it's such a oh my god, of course idea that you're shocked that nobody's done it before.
Right. I have the quote from Dr. Manhattan. He says, "I realize that this universe is much more than it appears, and it's all connected to him. Why is he the center of this universe? Forces such as the Anti-Monitor and Extant have been responsible for the shifts in Superman's timeline. Dark directions seem to constantly target the hope he embodies in an effort to redefine him. I grow curious. As others have done, I move to reshape this universe so that I might see how it forms around Superman. I change the past to challenge the future. And as I watch reality come crashing down, I realize that this universe is not a part of the multiverse as others believe. The multiverse reacts to this universe. There have been endless parallel worlds, none, 52, dark multiverses, all created by changes to this universe. This universe stands apart from the multiverse. It is the metaverse, and it is in a constant state of change."
I think that's incredible.
Oh yeah.
John's basically just established the idea that you drop a pebble in the water and the ripple effect. This is the pebble. This world is always the pebble, and the worlds around it just form.
It's
And
awesome.
I think it's so good.
I do too.
And then going back to some of the stuff that he talks about here they're waiting for Superman. The JSA is waiting for Superman, and then nobody's ever heard of Superman.
Yeah.
And then nobody's ever heard of the Justice Society.
Right, he asks Carver Coleman, he's like, "Have you ever heard of Superman?" He's like, "No." And he's like, "Oh, I don't this is before he messes with it." And he's like, I don't understand this universe. What is this?" And he's so perplexed and confused. And it's a lot of fun to watch this character who has been like a god representation in his own world step into this one and be like, "I don't understand. I need to understand this."
One of my favorite things about this issue is all the different times when Superman, quote unquote, becomes Superman. Like the 1950s,
Yeah,
so good.
The 1950s where his mom and pa die in the same time, and then it's October 1986. His parents are alive.
John Byrne run.
Yeah. And then his parents die, or the panel where he meets the Legion of Superheroes, where they're trying to vote him into the Legion.
Legion.
Oh my God, yes.
Yes.
I love you, Legion.
So good.
Yeah, that's right before he brings up the metaverse.
Yep.
And then he removes the lantern and alters Superman's timeline once again to do his experiment. And he says, "Without his parents or the Legion, Clark grows more distant from humanity. I understand him better.
Yes.
I relate to him more."
Yes.
By making
Then
him
we get
less
the new
who
52,
he's been.
the new 52 Superman.
yes.
Because that was
it
the
is-
whole point that they did that to Superman, to make him more relatable to readers.
Right. It is 5 years ago, and I feel the power of changing Superman. It is intoxicating.
Yes.
I have altered the metaverse and in turn the multiverse. 1 year ago, the metaverse became aware of my hubris.
I know what you did.
And then that's the only time we see Wally
I
West.
realize
Yep.
that the metaverse is not passive. Like an organism fighting to survive, there are aspects of it I have underestimated, an innate hope that fights back to the surface.
Yes. Yes. And then we see that Carver Coleman, in fact, does die at the end of the filming the
Spoilers.
Enjoyment.
It says Mama.
Yeah.
Is this also the backup material? Oh, so the backup material is his mom's
Carver
letter.
Coleman's letter
Yeah.
and all that stuff. Yeah. Learning all the pieces of Carver Coleman, him telling him what's going to happen to him down
Yeah.
the road and seeing his future, and that's been driving Carver
Ooh.
a lot. Is excellent stuff. I like that that's an additional piece of this, but the breakdown of the timelines of Superman that he's observing is so
Yes.
good.
Another another
like a reader.
Go ahead.
Another line I love. It's the last few lines of this issue. On November 2nd, I allow Adrian to walk free. I am a being of inaction on a collision course with a man of action. In this universe of hope, I have become the villain. And then Clark opens his eyes.
Yes.
Yeah.
He says just before that, it is April 18th, 1938. I have recreated the metaverse, and it has turned against me. I see a vision of Superman in the future. He has found me, and he destroys me, or I destroy the metaverse. It's
It's
Yeah.
so good.
This
It is.
this is from the Gary Frank cover that I got of Carver Coleman reading an All-Star Squadron, All-Star Comics with Dr. Manhattan on it to the end of the issue. It was just, I was enraptured with this issue.
I feel bad for the people writing New 52 Superman, because like if I had known from the jump my Superman was supposed to be
Well, of course,
Dr. Manhattan messed with me.
So okay, all right.
to
So
make this, I would have written him
All right.
more in a pointed direction.
it's time for me. I'm gonna throw it out
Yeah,
there
yeah.
because it's just me. Dr. Manhattan wants to leave the universe for one a little less complicated. This seems a little complicated. Would you not agree?
Well, that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's okay. That just he comes to this universe, and instead of creating a new universe like he was going to, he just fucks with this one so many times because he doesn't understand it.
Once. He messes with it once.
Messes with it once.
And he messes it with once because he begins to understand it.
Yes.
And he's like, I want to try that.
It just, I think the execution of this comic is really, really good, and it's objectively a really good comic. I said it weeks ago when I first talked about it. Using Dr. Manhattan and Watchmen to fix DC's mistakes really bothers me. Just on a level of someone who really loves the original material. Because they're like, hey, this is an entire period of comics that our fan base doesn't like. Well, what if we say Dr. Manhattan's the reason that it sucked? Then it's fine, right?
But I think it's not necessarily. I don't think it's John's wiping his hands away.
Well,
I think it could be seen as like Didio was like, yes, let's do that because then it will be blameless. I can see that.
Yeah.
But I think the intent to use Dr. Manhattan is purely because of his perspective on just.
And he's the only person powerful enough to do this.
Well, I think more than that, it's just that the way he could see the DC universe would be the same way that we do, and he's the only character that can do that.
I guess I'm just looking at the end of Watchmen, and he's like, I just went through this crazy world with this really dark, depressing world. I want to escape from this and do something a little different. So I'm going to go to this different world and make it more dark and depressing, which is the exact opposite of what I wanted to go do. That's the problem I have. And again, I think this book is a really well-made book, but it's tragically, for me, on Dr. Manhattan, at least in that aspect. Him trying to understand this world and change it and stuff. That stuff's awesome. It's hard for me not to feel this way, loving Watchmen as much as I do. That's all I feel. And again, I think the book is fantastic. Dr. Manhattan, when this book came out in 1986, I don't see that Dr. Manhattan then going and doing all of this. That's why I appreciate the show so much, because I feel that is it's your interpretation, a true sequel to that show. I don't feel this is what Dr. Manhattan would do at the end of the Watchmen comic. That's me.
I mean, I think that John.
It clearly happens.
I think John is in a place of, as I said at the beginning, like unresolved isolation and confusion. Personally, when he reaches the end of Watchmen,
Okay.
and when he steps into this world. I guess it's open to your interpretation if you think that he has any say over what universe he stepped into next.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think it's open to interpretation whether or not this is the next place he stepped into, or whether he stepped into a simpler place before he stepped here.
Yeah.
Because we don't know Dr. Manhattan's lifeline,
Sure.
or where he was before this. But I do think that from the moment he steps into here, this version of the story where he's reorienting himself and he's trying to understand it and he's perplexed and confused by this, I don't feel that in any way betrays who he was written as in the original comic, that he's fascinated and trying to understand it, and then in trying to understand it becomes more and more interested in just the mechanics of it
So he starts killing people
on a smaller
and,
level.
Like a clock. Like the mechanics of a clock.
A killer
Right.
clock.
I mean, like this is no different than I feel than in Watchmen, when he ignores things that are emotionally important to Laurie because he's more interested in smaller things. He gets more micro while other things are macro.
Yeah.
And in doing so, he winds up wanting to experiment in himself, having watched this verse change so many times. And I mean, like, if you buy into the idea that in him watching this, because he exists throughout all of time, that he has, in a sense, watched the universe do this over and over again and been an observer of it, and then decides to run his experiment, I think that there's a lot of like progress of what he gets so fascinated and he gets enraptured up to the point of his own involvement, which I think doesn't betray who he is in the original, if that makes sense.
That helps a little bit. He kills Pandora. He kills Alan Scott. I don't think those are things he would do now.
Him killing Pandora, I will say, is definitely
That's a fan service moment.
I think it's definitely Geoff Johns being like, "Oops."
Yeah, and
Where
again,
does he kill Pandora again?
In DC Universe Rebirth #1.
Yeah,
That's right.
and again, like it might be a fan service thing, like, "Hey guys, like her, let's get rid of her." You're still having Dr. Manhattan kill her.
Sure.
That's not the same as keeping a secret of trying to save the world. That's him killing someone because of his experiment.
And again, going back to what this book doesn't do is it doesn't really explain why that needed to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Pandora need to die?
Yeah, what's she's the comedian.
I'll grant
she's
you
the
that.
comedian of the universe. She found out and had to die.
I'll grant you that. I'm only making a defense of this.
Yeah.
particular
No, yeah, I will
12 issues.
But
I will agree.
he moves the ring and he kills Alan Scott. That is not a heroic thing that I think he would do now.
Technically, he doesn't kill him. He just doesn't let him save himself.
The experiment is what happens if I do this,
Right.
and then
Murder.
and then the JSA,
know.
and then the JSA doesn't happen.
Yeah.
and then because of that,
Again, like
Superman is affected.
I really like this issue and like just seeing Dr. Manhattan text dealing with past, present, future is a thrill to have. Like you guys know I love Watchmen. I love Dr. Manhattan so much. It's just this is the issue where I'm like, I don't buy this. I don't buy this is what John would do. And again, it's up to everyone's idea of who John is, this fictional ass character. But this is the issue where I had the most problems with. But you went through Watchmen. Why are you killing people and doing this weird experiment? You wanted to have a peaceful, civilized, like, not complicated life. And this is, if anything, the most complicated thing you could possibly do is rewriting all of history in the metaverse. Mm-hmm. Isn't that a little complicated? I'm just saying, like, that comic ends a certain way, and this is not the way that comic is. Mm-hmm. That's the issue I have with it. That being said, this is a dope-ass issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Yeah, I'm glad.
No, I mean it's kind of like when you do a sequel. It's like Men in Black 2. Well, how do we get Tommy Lee Jones back? Just bring back his memory. Like because sequels often will have to be like, we need to ignore an aspect of the previous one in order to make the plot move forward. So I mean, I can forgive it, but I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's all. Cool. I'm happy.
The art remains really good.
Of course.
The misleading of the blue lights for Manhattan when it's the cops before it's actually Manhattan.
Yeah, when Reggie. Yeah.
And then transitioning to seeing him looking at Earth from Mars, and then it being the Warner Brothers logo as it comes around. God, those transitions are so good.
There's a lot of good ones. Yeah.
Him filming The Adjournment, Carver Coleman.
Yeah,
so good.
This issue's called Action because Superman's a man of action and it's Action Comics, but it's also Action because they called Action when they were doing the Carver Coleman film, and I'm like, yeah.
All that Carver Coleman stuff, like with that stuff I do like with John, like trying to have a connection and like this is the anchor, like you were saying, and I'm like, John, I got the part just like you said, and he's like, yeah, you're gonna be broke soon. Wait, what'd you say? Like all that stuff is super fun.
Or you're not going to be here next year, and he's like,
what do you mean?
He's falling apart, John. You can't just say that. You have to explain.
No, I don't. I'll talk to Manhattan, bitch. I don't got to do nothing.
Yeah, I like this issue a whole lot. It's definitely my favorite issue of the whole series.
It has one of my favorite little, like, again, like, I think there's so much done well in the art for the facial expressions of a lot of characters, but especially Dr. Manhattan. When Carver first sees him, he asks, "Are you an angel?"
Yeah.
And Dr. Manhattan like contemplates it with a serious face, and then he turns and there's like a melancholy smile because he's kind of sad that this is the truth, but he's kind of happy that like someone thought of him this way, and he says no.
Mm-hmm. Like, "Are you God?" Then later it's like, "Are you God?" or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Man, what was it? I had something I really liked, and then I forgot about it. I'll figure it out. You guys go.
I really, really like this issue because it's getting right to the heart of the whole thing of Dr. Manhattan has a fascination with the concept of Superman as an operative of hope that exists at the center of a metaverse that itself seems like an organism.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that he describes it that way, that it is itself like an entity that is fighting against external forces.
Yeah.
And I think that's incredible.
It's
Yeah, I agree.
always constantly fighting against the absence of hope.
That's such an interesting concept of the universe itself.
yeah.
Um,
I very much yeah. Can't say
Moving
it enough.
on to issue 11, A Lifelong Mistake.
This
Uh,
issue, I believe, opens up with nuclear war is about to happen, and I swear I missed something
Yeah.
because I was very confused. I was like, "Wait, how did we get to nuclear bombs?"
When does Kondak go to the White House? This issue?
Kondak was at the White House at the end of issue. Oh no, they get to the White House in this issue. Yeah.
Okay. Lot of fast things going on, guys. Got Dr. Manhattan. You got got
this,
Gotham.
This is the one. This is the one where Imra, Saturn Girl, disappears.
Yeah,
This
Ozzy
is-
talks,
this is one of the
Ozzy talks her into non-existence.
This is one of my favorite
Yeah.
moments of the whole comic. This
I-
is messed up.
I really like the idea that she existed because she believed that she still existed, and then once she actually acknowledged that she no longer exists in this timeline, then she's gone.
different Legion.
that
in
was
this, yeah.
that was heavy.
Yeah,
that was.
that was the dusting. I
that
felt
was
that.
sad
Mhm.
Yeah, I really liked that
because she was one of the first legionnaires that he met.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is where the issue
Lex
feels
takes
weird.
Lois and shows her all the photos.
Oh right,
that
all
he's
the
Yeah.
catching. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is where we see Lex seeing Wally and Barry together.
Oh, he just happens to be at their reunion because he was tracking temporal whatever's.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alfred also reads Rorschach's journal.
Oh yeah, Alfred's dope. He brings
Yeah.
Reggie some pancakes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's real cute.
Yeah, he's out to
We
find
really
him.
need your help. We're
Yeah.
sorry. We put you in jail.
The whole art around Reggie being haunted by the image of Rorschach, which it forms as like the fire, and it's kind of Byron, and then it's the Mothman, and then it's Rorschach, and then it's the
Mhm.
mask right in front
Yeah,
of him.
Yeah.
So good.
I really like this spread, where it's
The
just a bunch of
extremities.
the bunch of heroes as he's
Oh, yeah.
talking about. Where Ozymandias is like, I saw you guys have so many heroes. And there's so much chaos. So I just kind of nudged the Superman theory just a bit more to make it seem a little bit more outlandish and real.
This is also the first issue, I believe, where we see Dan Dreiberg and
Laurie.
Lori.
Yep.
With
Yeah.
Their blonde hair
with blonde hair as they take
and their
them-
new secret identities.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hollis.
Oh, after Hollis Mason.
Yeah.
What's up?
Right, because it's mentioned that
That John saw.
Ozzy knows that really it's because the kid is going to be important to someone who was special to him
Mime
at once.
and Marionette's kid.
Yeah.
Yes, Mime Marionette's
It's going to
son.
be important.
So if the
Oh, sorry, real quick. I don't think it's an issue. It's a previous issue, but Mime learns that she's pregnant again.
Yeah,
and then
we mentioned
Marion, but Marionette. Mime, he just goes, da-da! Like,
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
her pregnant, it was me. And he does like
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
flash,
yeah.
and I'm like,
Yeah, that
man,
was
that silent character.
that
is
was
so
when
good.
John
That was back at issue
Yeah.
7.
Oh, yeah.
It was a
so
way back.
But we mentioned it. We mentioned that pregnancy reveal was pretty good.
the supplementary material on this one is kind of all right. I really just like the last page of it.
Is this Bubastis one?
No,
No.
That was way earlier.
I don't remember. I read this all at once.
Yeah. Although I do really like that one.
Yeah.
But this is the two flashes, the Flash of Two Worlds picture was also shown. And Lex says this in his notes. I believe our universe is ever evolving, that I have lived past lives alongside Superman, and am locked in an endless battle with him, and that I might never win, nor will he. My goal is simple: find John and learn what I can about this endless loop between Superman and myself, and close it. I really like
He knows.
that.
Yeah.
I really like the idea that he's so vain to think like, because the metaverse revolves around Superman and by extension Lex
Me.
Luthor.
Uh-huh.
But he's so vain to be like, it all revolves around me.
This whole thing revolves around me,
Yeah.
Lex Luthor.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, I did too.
I don't remember. We got a lot of war stuff. Isn't there like a lot of superheroes fighting and shit?
At the end of this,
we get,
yeah.
Mime and Marionette reappearing.
Yeah.
They dropped in the
The
comedian
comedian.
because he's still being dragged around.
The comedian
Yeah,
should not
for
be
no
in this
reason.
book.
Washington D.C. confrontation happens.
That's
right. Where Superman's woken up, and so he's headed straight to the White House, and he's like, "I've missed some stuff. We all have soups, but I know that this is wrong, and it's Black Adam marching on the White House with Kahndaq, and Superman is the lone hero fighting to defend them.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is when Manhattan's like, soon he will see me.
Yep.
Yeah,
Soon we will
Yeah,
come
and it's
face to
counting
face.
down.
Blood on his hand.
Oh, I really do like after Imra disappears, after Saturn Girl disappears, she says "Long live," and he says "Our worlds."
Yeah.
This one will become my tomb, but that tomb will be a monument.
Yeah.
And then he hears Johnny Thunder crying. He says, "Oh, quit crying, old man. You're from the past, and the past won't be erased."
Yeah.
I like that. So then the countdown.
He writes a
3,
good
2
Aussie. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Mhm.
The countdown to John and Superman meeting face to
4,
face
3, 2,
as the
1.
Doomsday Clock ticks
slowly
another.
goes to.
And then we start to see on the back of the covers what that blood is actually.
It's not blood. It's Superman's
It's
cape.
his cape.
I thought it was. I thought it. I saw it. I saw it. I was reading this. I was like, I saw the blood. I was like, oh, it's just like Watchmen. The back cover is the
Right,
blood.
of course.
It's the blood from the Doomsday Clock.
Of course.
And then the second we get to 11, we see this. I see the triangle of his. I'm like, oh shit, it's his cape. That
Hey, wait
is
a
so
minute.
good.
Yeah.
That is such a good
Misdirection.
out from the rug underneath. It's like, haha, it's his cape. We got you.
Yeah,
And it doesn't
Superman.
12 doesn't even fill it up all the way. It bugs me.
It is Superman. It is me. It is us. It is the world. It is time.
Yeah.
I really like seeing Superman and Dr. Manhattan just in a panel together.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
looks cool.
And again, it's not a drag out brawl out fight because it wouldn't be.
No.
It's like, hey,
No, because-
hey, what's up, dude? What are you
Because
doing?
here's the thing. Manhattan
Hey man,
wouldn't
that's
fight.
a lot of
Yeah.
dick.
Yeah.
Hey
Yeah.
man, put on some underwear.
I meant to bring that up earlier when they're just talking about like, good grief, he's naked.
Props to DC. Second wing of the year next to Batman.
Yeah, you're not
so
wrong.
we get to issue 12, and issue 12 opens with John remembering it's August 1959. I have fallen in love and grown distracted.
I think
And
this is.
it's his history.
I think this is my. What did I say was my other favorite issue?
10.
Issue 10.
No, 10 is my favorite.
Uh-huh.
What was my other one?
Rorschach's.
Was it Reggie's, the issue 4?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably second. This would be close.
Yeah. Agreed.
Because this one, honestly, I cried a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we get the flashback to when the photo, well, not flashback, but John experiencing the moment when the photo was taken.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And
So weird
of
for
him and
John
Janie.
experiencing 2 timelines now.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I mean, he's experienced many apparently
Yeah.
inside the metaverse. And this is him. God, hello Superman, just coming from Dr. Manhattan
Yeah.
is so
Hello,
good.
Superman.
And it's them, having it out, but Kahndaq is still coming after Superman, and then other forces are coming to
Doom
like
Patrol?
The people of Russia and everything are
The
coming.
Doom
to
Patrol are on the
Doom
on
Patrol were
Mars.
on Mars,
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
okay.
But the
Why?
other forces of like Russia, the people of Russia, and all that are coming to fight Kahndaq.
Sorry, what was her name? Like, what is the Russian superhero name? The People's Heroes?
The
Oh,
people's
it was-
heroes.
yeah.
That's like the most communist ass name.
Yeah.
I love it.
So we get like Australia and New Zealand superheroes are coming to Superman's aid,
Mhm.
and like the idea that Superman is he can take them all, but he's like, there are civilians here. Let's not do this. His kind of plea
There's a
towards Manhattan.
Drag out fight happening in Manhattan, just chilling there. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he's just watching the whole
Yeah.
thing. Is like,
this
soon,
is interesting.
Then
soon
we
I'm
get
gonna
Reggie
die.
staring at a store, and some guy just bashes his head in with a pipe.
Right, and Alfred comes to help him and gives him the mask.
The
Yeah.
first splash page.
Oh my God, my pets are going crazy.
Batman shows up after Alfred finds Reggie, trying to say he's sorry because he understands that he tried to warn him, but he didn't listen.
Sorry, I put you in
I do
jail.
like the idea of how they're trying to convince him to be like, you can change what the Rorschach
Yes,
mask
you can
means.
change its meaning, yeah.
Taking kind of like adding the legacy idea of DC Universe to Watchmen. I do enjoy how this issue begins to be like, this is how the DC Universe would influence Watchmen's universe. Like it's not a one-way street.
Mhm.
It becomes a two-way street that
Yeah.
that one would influence the other.
Right.
We didn't talk about it too much, but Reggie's dad being the psychologist who talks to Rorschach,
Mm-hmm.
and how Reggie thinks that his dad was like a friend to Rorschach, but in reality, Rorschach kind of destroyed his father and
Right.
made him lose hope.
Right.
And when Reggie realizes that, like he had this whole thought of who he was and who Rorschach was and stuff, and it's like that is super depressing shit.
Yeah.
And that is the stuff that like I like the most about this book, and especially like almost like the redemption of like the Rorschach mask for him. And like, yeah, you can do what you want with it,
Right.
and I think that is super good.
And-
that is some good stuff, Geoff Johns.
And before he comes to that, he's giving a speech about like being dragged into the darkness and how can we fight against it, while it's being paralleled with Superman being the last bastion of hope.
Dude, just like
fighting
people
to
are there's
protect
so
people
many
while
bad
Dr.
guys.
Manhattan while Dr. Manhattan observes it.
Yeah,
In the midst of that fight, there's a part where there's a woman and a child cowering by a trash can, and a car gets thrown at them, and Superman catches it. I'm like, hell yeah, Superman.
yeah.
he
There's
does.
Superman with
and
a
then
car.
he turns
and,
to Manhattan and he's
Uh-huh.
like, help.
Yeah.
I need you to help these people. He's like, no, I don't help you.
It's not my job, bro.
I've already seen it. I don't do this. And Superman's like, I just can't do it alone.
Oh, remember the Sandman guy?
Oh,
in
Sandstorm.
Wesley
yeah.
Dodds.
Sandstorm, who's a kid?
Oh, Sandstorm. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In Conduct, yeah.
That's so cool. I like that character. I've never seen him before. Lady Clayface I haven't seen in a long time, but that was cool.
Yeah, the random use of certain characters is cool to see.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool.
And Superman's confused how Dr. Manhattan can just stand there and do nothing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And he explains that my world once had a chance at peace, but after I left, it fell into war. It's burning even now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And then he explains to Superman that he is the one behind the loss of friends and changes in his life, mentors he's never known, and specifically he's responsible for the death of his parents.
This is the confession.
Yes,
and this is the
he's
moment
like,
we're
I,
all waiting
I
for.
changed your life, Superman, out of cold curiosity. Will you destroy me for it, or will I defend myself despite my sins?
That's again, as much as I don't like that this is even happening, this is some really good shit.
Uh-huh.
This is like excellent writing, and like it's not a real fight. It's like it's a brain fight.
I did it out of cold curiosity. What will happen now? And then Superman punches Posar from who's coming
Behind
up from
him.
behind Dr. Manhattan, which is what he's been seeing this whole time.
I really the line of dialogue when he says, "Why would you defend me?" And Superman says, "I don't know what to think about all this, but I do know that right now you have a choice to make."
Hell yeah, Superman.
I really I think that's really good where he's just kind of like, "Look, when this is all over, you and I can sit down and figure and then I can discuss
But we have things
this.
to worry about.
But right now this is the problem."
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Manhattan kind of realizes that, "Oh, I understand now."
Right.
Well,
yeah,
also
because he
Super-
brings up Jane in the photo.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Uh,
Superman notices that
Who's
Manhattan
she?
has been making the photographs as he's been walking around.
Like
And then
not
we
even on
get-
purpose. On
And we
accident.
get a
Yeah.
whole like recap of him and Janie, little moment from when he disappeared
Aw.
Uh-huh.
into becoming Dr. Manhattan, and he says she was.
She was important. Yeah.
Yeah, and Superman says maybe the darkness you see, maybe it takes everything you have to save the world. Maybe you have to make that choice.
Yeah.
And then Dr. Manhattan has a moment of clarity and goes, "Yes, I understand now. Everything ends." And he brings the entire universe to an end.
Hell yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I
And there's
love
a
the
beautiful-
coloring.
Yeah, and there's a beautiful image if you scroll back up, Sparks, of Superman just like fading away and his
Symbol remaining
Yeah.
being the
before-
last thing you see before it goes to
Yes.
black.
Yeah.
I love that too.
And then like 38 pages of
I meant
darkness.
to say it earlier, but the beginning of the issue starts with a quote: "In an effort to understand the nature of Superman in the metaverse, I reached into history, and now this world has turned against me like an invading virus, sending me toward an unavoidable collision with its greatest antibody."
Yeah.
That's so good.
That is good.
Yeah.
That's so good.
And then after those pages of and panels of just pure darkness, probably the easiest Gary Frank has ever had to draw.
Yeah.
We see Krypton exploding, and it begins with a child. The
Yeah,
metaverse forms around this one and only sun.
I
And it's
really-
a rocket flying from Krypton.
Yeah, I really appreciate that out of the darkness comes the explosion of Krypton.
Yes.
Like that is the
Big
birth.
bang.
That is the
Mhm.
birth of this universe. Is
Yeah.
the birth of Superman.
Right.
And so seeing his rocket, not like through the dawn of time, like cavemen pick up a child. I want to know what Superman caveman was.
Yeah,
Black Label
Superman
book.
Neanderthal, essentially.
Like, damn, that's so interesting.
It's-
and then
there's, like-
seeing how his life is influenced by the JSA, whereas we've seen the scene before when he says that you know, when Clark is like, I don't know if I should ask Lana to the dance. And
right.
it's like, you know, Jonathan says they've never seen anything like you, Clark. If you did, if they did, a lot of them would be afraid.
Mhm.
And then when Manhattan's like, it's January 16th, 1940, I moved the lantern back.
Right.
And he's like, when I was a boy, my father told me about. And it's a completely different scene that like inspires the hope that hey, we had costume adventurers before.
Mhm.
We can do it again. People are going to be ready for you. And then we're bringing back his time as Superboy, saving his parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good scene.
Like,
That's
because
so
we get that
good.
scene with Alan Scott dying, and then him moving it back. It's like they've seen people with extraordinary abilities before. When I was a boy, my father told me stories of the Justice Society of America, wartime heroes who made us feel safer and inspired us to do our part. But that was decades ago. So if you're telling me that you're ready to get out there and show everyone what you can do, well, the world is ready too, Clark.
Oh yeah, this
Yeah.
is good.
Yeah. I really love
And-
seeing him save his parents'
And
lives.
so
I love that.
we see all that coming together. We see Saturn Girl and Johnny Thunder disappear. They've now remembered their pasts.
Johnny Thunder,
Their collective
by the way,
past.
super interesting that Johnny Thunder is like,
Yeah.
you forgot. You became the genie.
You became the
You became the Thunder.
Thunderbolt.
You're the
Like,
Thunder.
That was
yeah,
cool.
that
Yeah.
was really good.
All right, now, okay, we're here, and I want to talk about the moment where I started sobbing, if you don't mind.
When it's Avengers Endgame.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when Greif, there he is, a little telepathic push will clear them away, and just like, you remember us now, don't you, Cal? And he says, Imra, smiling. He remembers his old friend, and then Jay Garrick's just like, sorry, we're late, son, and he's like, well, better late than never.
God,
And
I love this.
beautiful
Yeah,
splash
it's
page.
one of the more extraordinary splash pages.
God, I love that splash.
Seeing
page.
the Legion back, seeing the JSA back.
This is
like, I mean, I don't know why Mr. Terrific is there, but whatever. But Obsidian is alive, and
well, Mr. Terrific's part of the JSA, or was.
the Mr. Terrific is still alive, though. He knows he was
Oh.
Got
never
that
retconned.
stupid ass robot stars and stripes. Hell yeah. That's what
Yeah.
I'm about.
So I'm watching. So seeing this like Stargirl, Hawkman, Atom Smasher, like characters I haven't seen in. Hawkman's not right, but like characters that are back, are alive.
Legion's
back.
Bendis.
Yeah,
back,
and
you
they
guys.
did that too. I do appreciate this, the Sook designs though for the Legion. I appreciate that bit of continuity. But this moment, seeing the JSA back,
Yeah.
made me sob.
Just seeing this is the panel. I was like, Johns knows how to put the JSA and the Legion and squish them in and make it so awesome.
It was just so nice to be like, because we talk a lot about like periods of time where you prefer the comic books. Like you say, like before Secret Wars was like your peak for Marvel.
Mhm.
Before the New 52 is my peak Marvel. It's
Yeah.
my peak Marvel. Is my peak DC.
Yeah.
So like seeing this page.
Hey, ours is around the same time period.
Yeah.
Just different companies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So seeing this page, I'm like, it's back.
Yeah.
The period that I remember, this is it. It's
Yeah.
back.
Mhm.
And then it as that fight happens.
It's the promise of rebirth. Sorry.
Yes.
Dr. Manhattan
Yes.
says, I see tomorrow, the man of tomorrow.
Mhm.
And for the first time, I am inspired.
Yes. So I want to quickly. I also want to talk about like now we get into the point where he's looking into the future and looking to see how the metaverse preserves Superman of different worlds.
Uh-huh.
So the New 52 is still a world out in the multiverse.
Yep.
Because the metaverse preserved it.
Right.
There's like Earth 1985, Earth 2.
He
Like
takes
it's-
us. He
Yes.
takes us through a little brief recap
Mhm.
history of how things have worked before.
So now one of the things that I think has been taken wildly out of context
Mhm.
is the page where it quote unquote teases events to come.
Yeah.
I think people are taking that out of context because they're not looking at it in the greater picture. They're only taking that small panel.
This is
and
the
being,
Bendis era.
Yeah.
He's got the Nick Darrington costume. Yeah.
Because then we get it is January 2026. The timeline is restored and Earth 5G is born. It is June 17, 2026. Superman goes on a quest to find Bruce Wayne's lost daughter so she can save Bruce's son. On July 10th, 2030, the secret crisis begins. Like you're looking at these events that are up to 2030. This is not real things. These aren't real teases. 5G maybe.
Yeah.
But these aren't real
I
teases.
think the first ones are.
Yeah.
Which is like the 2025 Time Masters event.
Yeah,
The
possibly.
crisis. I think that because those ones come so early, and the year 2020, which is this year,
Yeah.
which will be the timeline being bombarded by the reckless energies of the old gods.
Yeah, but I think when we get to like people online were like complaining about Secret Crisis being teased, and I was like, that's not a real thing. It's just Geoff Johns having a bit of fun.
Until it is.
Hey, Brandon,
Until
did you
it
notice
is.
that when in that thing it teaches? Did you notice that Hal Jordan has his Green Lantern emblem materialized as a construct?
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Okay.
It's my favorite way that they draw Hal Jordan.
Okay.
It has.
I just noticed that now. I was like, oh, hey, you like that?
Again, Gary Frank for some reason just won't draw. Oh, here's Wally West, by the way. Wally West gets a little panel.
Oh, he's in the book?
He's
Yeah.
in the book there. Gary Frank just doesn't like Kyle Rayner, I guess.
I don't think it's he's told what to draw, not who to.
It's so weird, though.
Yeah.
But the best part about this whole last monologue, the thing that if I think a lot of people wrongly took what I was just talking about out of context is how the metaverse will continue to mold around Superman as he looks into the future in 2038, saying Superman appears for the public for the first time in 2038, and then he kind of estimates. Johns is in a way estimating when the next rebirths or the next retcons will be.
Mm-hmm.
2038, leading all the way up to the 31st century.
When Superman ideals will be more our own.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it won't need that anymore.
Yeah.
Like, I love that it goes so far in the future where the rocket arrives again in the year 2045, delivering the Kents their only child. They find the rocket with their 3-year-old daughter, Clara, in the year 2162. In 2965, Superman appears in Metropolis for the first time. The rocket arrives. A child is loved. Superman is made.
Made.
You stopped at the best part.
Oh, I know
I
that-
now
I
understand
Superman's
Superman's
true
true
purpose.
Yes, I think that's really good stuff. I think
Mhm.
Manhattan's
Mhm.
dialogue here, his kind of like smile,
Yeah.
is wonderful.
Subtle smile. Yeah.
And now he's just like, okay, we're done here, and he just takes all the Watchmen characters and it's just like, we're leaving, except for you two. You can stay.
Yeah.
Marionette and Mime.
Oh, yeah. This is when Comedian becomes relevant for a hot second.
Oh, because he shoots Ozzy.
Yeah, he shoots Ozzy and only to fall off the.
Is it even relevant though?
No.
No, it's not.
No, you're right.
It was.
Well, okay,
It was at this point when I realized. It was at this point when I was just like,
Oh yeah, he's in
shouldn't
this
have
book.
had Comedian in this
Yeah.
book.
Yeah. I think this is also the point where I was like, why was he here again?
Or
He didn't
like
do
when
shit.
Rorschach is just like, I don't want revenge. I want justice. You're not gonna die today.
Oh, there is one line of Lex Luthor that I really like, and it's when he's taking the comedian Eddie Blake back to his own world / time. He's like, I don't use that language often myself, but it's appropriate. You goddamn asshole! And he just sends Blake back to the building where he falls off.
You know what to call back to Watchmen? Because Lori Blake, when she shoots him, she calls him a goddamn asshole.
Oh,
Symbolism. No.
I really like Dr. Manhattan talking
Poetry.
to.
It rhymes.
Poetry and rhymes.
I really like
Mhm.
Dr. Manhattan talking to Carver Colvin. Don't be afraid of what you feel.
Right.
Mhm.
yeah.
And that changes his life to
So-
come out.
So he's leaving Mime and Marionette behind because he's saying their son will need an anchor.
Uh-huh.
Yes. I really liked how Carver Coleman's history also is different.
Me
How
too.
he lived up until 2005. The JSA are around.
And then the reveal of the parent Kents being alive.
No, it's so
Yeah.
sweet.
So
Old
sweet.
and still there. And
So sweet.
yeah, I really like it. And we return to the Watchmen world.
Yeah, even just whole. Did we? Yeah, we mentioned Carver Colden's whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he lived and passed away in 2005.
Just now, where were
Yeah.
you?
He was looking at the
I
book.
was looking. I'm looking at the thing.
He's
Like
survived in
literally 10
2005.
seconds ago.
Yeah. Hey man, we get into it.
It is 10 seconds ago. Ben is reading through the book.
He is not listening to his friends.
Ben's captured by Doomsday Clock issue 12.
Guys, explain to me what the fart's going on with this kid.
Same thing that's going on at the end of the TV series.
Which kid are we talking about?
Bro.
Okay, this kid at the end. Yeah. Mime and Marionette's son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The same
Is
thing
he
that
doc-
happens at the Watchmen at the end of the Watchmen TV series.
Spoiler alert. There's a kid, Dr. Manhattan?
No, there's a new power. There's a new powerful
passes
being in the
powers
Watchmen
on.
universe.
He passes
Passes him?
powers on to Mime and Marionette's kid?
Yeah.
Why?
So he
So
can
that he
become
will
Superman.
I'm just kidding.
So that he will become the Watchmen version of Superman.
Oh, okay. So this. Okay, I understand now. They are. This is the one. Okay, I
Yeah,
get.
because he's saying because
Did you think this was in the DC universe?
I don't. I don't. I think maybe because it was like 5 a.m. when I read it.
Got you.
Because-
no,
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 This is
That's
this is
Dan
them
and
and their
Sally.
family.
No,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know why. Yeah, that makes sense. No, we're good. It's all good.
Because Manhattan, Manhattan being
Well, what I really like is
character.
that
Sorry, real quick. A character of inaction he knows that the value of his powers with a person of action will be more beneficial
And
than him.
being raised by two actual heroes.
So what were you going to say, Sparks?
it's also that he has been, ever since he became Dr. Manhattan, separated from his own humanity. And it isn't, in the logic of the Doomsday Clock, it isn't until the moment that he's inspired by Superman that he reconnects with that. And in reconnecting with that is when he reconnected with his love for Jane. And in remembering that, he remembers like a life that they could have had with kids. And his ultimate reconnection to that is him taking on having a child and passing that along. Which is something he never had the opportunity to do.
Yeah, like, I left your wallet. I left your watch in the lab, and she's like, don't worry so much about time. Oh man, that's some good shit.
Yeah. And then he passes on his powers to Clark.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the story.
Yeah.
Every child comes with the message that God is not yet discouraged of man. I love Carver Coleman's star on the Hollywood Walk of
That's
Fame.
awesome.
That's so
I
good.
love that.
Good stuff.
I really appreciated that.
I really like this. I like it a lot.
I like this book a whole lot, and a lot of it is my bias towards Geoff Johns as a whole, because I think he can do wrong.
Everybody does wrong.
Yeah, but I think this is some of his best work.
Yeah, it's definitely it allows him, not that like writing regular like Superman or regular Batman you can't be impactful or anything, but like when you give it this kind of treatment, you're like, hey, go mature, go hard, go bold. Like, don't be afraid to go rated R. Like, when you're allowed to just do what you want, like, it shows, like, there's some good shit in here.
I also really appreciate that this book gave way to an interview where he revealed that they are almost done with Batman Earth 1 Volume 3.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Earth 1 line not dead. Yay.
Yay.
Hell yeah. The Three Jokers coming out maybe this year.
Also, we're getting Green Lantern Earth 1 Volume 2.
Yeah.
Pretty stoked about that.
Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah, I think that this... it's a shame that this book didn't matter like it was supposed to.
Yeah.
But taken as its own, it's solid.
Yeah, it's a cool story.
As a central idea of Dr. Manhattan steps out of the Watchmen universe, comes to the DC universe, is confused and perplexed by how it functions, recognizes that Superman is the center, tries to understand the concept of why is Superman what he is, what even if I alter that, what does he become? And analyzes that and ultimately sees that the universe itself responds to that action and sends Superman as its best antibody, which I love that description, after him. And
he still won't fight him, though.
Superman is the thing where he brings up like an opportunity for him to make a choice. Because this is the other thing, like that this is the first time that Dr. Manhattan has not seen what comes next.
Yeah.
Since he's been Dr. Manhattan.
Right.
He does have choice. He's never really had choice. He's always been living with whatever he knew was supposed to happen because he's already done
like
it.
a sad destiny.
This is the one moment where he's had true choice. And Superman has that opportunity to say, like, recognize what is this? What is Janie?
Yeah.
Why does this matter to you? Perhaps you give everything to save the world. Maybe you do become a person of action. Yeah. And I love the idea of him being inspired by him because, like, John Osterman's never a character who had someone like that in the world. To make that, and that's why he's such a person of passive inaction. Is that there's nothing that's motivated him to use these powers for a particular reason.
Right. Exactly.
But now there is.
Yep.
Yeah. I just really appreciate that. I also just appreciate that there's care and love and the treating of a lot of these characters, especially the Watchmen ones.
Yeah.
You do got to tread lightly on a lot of this, but I think he threads that needle very well.
Yes, this almost corrects their before Watchmen idea, because that was fully like, hey, let's tell about the comedian in the past. Let's do the Silk Spectre in the past. Rorschach in the past. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody cares about that. This is done with care, and it's like, hey, we know this is important. Don't worry about it. And I was worried. Even reading it, I was worried. But now that it's over and I can look at it all just right there, I'm like, this is really great. It's really cool. I still don't agree with some of the ideas, but like that's like a personal thing. It's one of the best looking books ever made. Like, for real, like, Gary Frank, like, there's a reason this book took such a long time, because when you do 9-panel grids every single page for 12 issues.
Sorry.
Yes. We're going to make this book come out when you want it. When you want it to come out. Right
now? No?
No?
Good.
How about now?
Let's do
How
it
about
now.
6 months ago?
Is it already out?
Yes.
Have we made money? Is it a movie?
It is really cool that we can have like a quote unquote true untrue sequel to Watchmen. We can have something like the show and the comic, and they are both made with intense care, and it's not just for money.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I also like that both of them, in their own ways, are expressions. Specifically, Doomsday Clock is an expression of an antithesis to Zack Snyder's vision of Watchmen.
Yes.
And Zack Snyder's vision of Superman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Doomsday Clock's a big old middle finger.
Oh my God,
to
he's
that.
touched both of them. I just
Yes.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
this is totally a book that says, "Hey, Zack Snyder, you totally misunderstand Superman, and you totally misunderstand
My
Watchmen."
fear
Yeah.
of like Superman and Dr. Manhattan, like, I shouldn't have worried, because the whole up until then I never saw it, but I was like, dude, is the last issue just going to be an actual like cosmic fight between these two gods? And thank Lord it wasn't. Thank the
Nope.
Lord it wasn't. Like, they never touch each other. I love that so much.
Me
It's
too.
good.
I always wanted it to be Dr. Manhattan trying to understand the concept of like what is a Superman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And why does that is so important?
Yes.
And I think it's great, because my favorite times with Superman are always like, I find my favorite comics of Superman are when they explore him more as a symbol or a concept than as a character.
Yeah.
Because I think that is the more impactful thing on how it affects everybody in the world, and why superheroes as a medium has come to be explored. Even as Watchmen itself is a critique on superheroes, Doomsday Clock winds up bringing that around in a way where I think it treats at least the core superhero that inspired all that with reverence, which I don't think Alan Moore would like a lot of things in Doomsday Clock. But the way that it handles the moment between Superman and Doomsday Clock is something I think he'd appreciate.
Yeah.
As a person who had his own final stamp on Superman.
True.
And I think understood that Superman is kind of an undying ideal.
I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of things in the TV series that Alan Moore wouldn't be down with.
Oh, no, I'm
No,
not
yeah.
saying like that the TV show's exempt from it either.
Yeah.
It's just a little more exempt because Batman's on it. That's all. That's all.
His Alan Moore cynicism is well documented.
But it's also not unwarranted, because he got shit
Definitely.
on almost more than any other comic creator in history.
The only reason why they did before Watchmen, by the way, is apparently because they offered him to do Minutemen, but he didn't want to do it.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, he hasn't touched. The only thing he's gone back to is the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, because I guess like even that bad movie can't keep him down.
I mean, he would have gone back to Watchmen if he owned Watchmen, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah.
But since he didn't.
Dude, honestly, if like, I mean, you guys know the story, but for the people listening, if you don't know, the original Watchmen is supposed to be charlatan characters like Blue Beetle and The Question and all these characters, and Alan Moore wanted to destroy them.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to do what they did in Watchmen, which is turn them into bad people, into rapists, murderers, and DC's like, excuse me, no.
Yeah.
Do your own thing, and then it turns
Well, they
out
had also just bought the charlatan characters not
And-
too long ago.
yeah.
So they were like,
not yet, bro.
we just got them.
You're doing a very 2010s thing. We're still in 1980s.
Yeah.
Can you not? So he's like, cool, I'll do my own thing, and I'll create the greatest comic ever made. So, like, in an alternate world, this is a DC comic book sequel.
Yeah.
Where it is Blue Beetle, and it's like, that's a fun world to think about.
I think
Shit,
yeah.
man,
Like
that's
everyone thinks that Rorschach is Batman, but he's actually supposed to be the Question.
Yeah.
Captain Atom is Dr. Manhattan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Night Owl is Blue Beetle.
Yep.
Who is the comedian supposed to be?
The Punisher.
Yep, my favorite charlatan DC character.
Yep, that's it.
It's a good question. It's probably some, like,
Or,
goofball
I mean, it could just
Harlequin.
be Joker or something.
Yeah. don't know.
I desperately wish that this was more in step with the DC timeline.
Me
because
too.
because like yes, it could work as a standalone, but the fact that it
introduces-
it has to be the Superman of the moment. It has to be him. It can't be like, oh, this is just happening on that other Earth, but it's not affecting the main. This has to be happening here.
You were reading Detective Comics and I wasn't. Didn't they mention something about the unrest in Gotham like 2 years ago, right?
Yes.
That sucks. Because
Around the time that this book started to come out,
Yeah.
there were protests in Gotham.
That sucks, because I think that is such an interesting idea. And having Kahndaq be the Krakoa of DC, where any metahumans can come here, and then we're eventually a superpower. That is such a fascinating idea that we're never going to probably see anything with.
Yeah.
And that bums me out, because that's the stuff that I really
have
wanted to see.
I have a theory
Is it a Superman thing?
about how this could all work. Yeah. And I don't know that they'll go this route. They probably won't. But what I think is that everything prior to the moment that John does that would now be considered not what we're reading in the main comics, and like you'd kind of you'd have to go Star Wars Legends with it, where like it's canon until they say it's not currently canon anymore.
Yeah.
And then like now the things that have come around are being dealt with. But the thing is, like, there's no point in exploring the Superman theory anymore now that this story's done.
Yeah.
Or you'd have to come up with a good reason to still do it.
I'm okay with not exploring it for a while, but I really like it.
It's just such a good idea that
as an idea.
You just can't leave that alone. Like there's such a
only if John wrote it out can you leave it alone. Is
Yeah.
what I mean. And like it's because it fits in a funky place in the timeline because Jonathan Kent is 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Alfred is alive.
Yeah, Alfred's straight up dead right now, you guys.
and then John changes things at the end, and so it's like, what are we now post Doomsday Clock in the comics? But at some point we weren't, and what is still canon, what isn't?
You want to go a little further? Justice League introduced the JSA where they didn't know who they were, and Bendis just introduced the Legion of Superheroes where Superman's like, "Who are you?"
It's supposed to be the original
it's
Legion
this
too.
Legion.
Yeah.
It's not the new 52 Legion. It's the original Legion. So it's so confusing.
So, but by this logic, it could be like Bendis just didn't read the end of Doomsday Clock, and now has to be like, I mean,
And I guess honestly, like it's not. He shouldn't be deterred from a comic that's supposed to be out from 2 years ago. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? He has his story. He shouldn't be waiting for Doomsday Clock to finish to tell his story.
I mean, but
that sucks.
If you want to go like a lot of the behind the scenes issues, I do think hurt Doomsday Clock. Within its narrative of being part of the DC universe, and a lot of it is not a lot of it, but a good portion is that Bendis wasn't working at DC when Doomsday Clock started.
That's insane. And the final pages of this have like a splash page of all like what Bendis is writing, like Legion and all this stuff, and then Superman and Batman. I'm like, this is the Bendis era that they're talking about, and he wasn't even here when this book came out. That's so nuts.
So I think a lot of that when because of the delay, I think they were just like, well, we just paid $2,000 million for Brian Michael Bendis. We need to give him everything he wants, and he wants to do Legion.
He can't wait 2 years to put a book out for Doomsday Clock. Like
he should have.
He's like, hey, I want to do Legion of Superheroes, and then we're reading Doomsday Clock. He's like, oh.
Now Bendis, I give an excuse to. Snyder has no excuse for introducing the JSA before this book came out.
Dude, I'm sure he doesn't give a shit.
Probably
He's just
not.
like, Justice League is my own weird thing with Perpetua. What are you talking about, Metaverse? Perpetua, baby.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Comics are fun, you guys.
Yeah.
Don't make sense of them.
Yeah, it's a shame that something that was supposed to clarify the DC Comics universe makes it messier.
Yeah.
It clarified the new 52 at least.
It did.
It did.
That's about it.
And it's still unexplored.
Ugh.
Yeah,
Could you
'cause
imagine
Earth-
like a new 52 like #1 comic, and it's just like, oh, this is a continuation of that universe.
I think it's
no one's gonna buy it.
I think it's so funny.
I'd buy it. I want to know.
I mean, it depends on what character it is.
Depends on who writes it.
Yeah.
I'm curious.
Nah, dog.
I would if they wanted to go full on like Marvel like parallel worlds,
Like Ultimate Universe.
like you want to do like just like 6-issue minis set in this world.
But
I'd read that.
The problem is like half of the line is new stuff, but then the Batman and the Green Lantern are still continuing from the past because the writers wanted to still do what they're doing. So
Yeah.
it'd be Batman from now.
It'd still be funny to read though.
It would be funny to read.
Especially if they were just like, let's just go ballsy.
Yeah.
What would the New 52 screw up now?
Remember when Superman was an asshole? Let's go back to that.
I think it's really funny that you can go back to the New 52 line. And it's like now you can look at it through the lens of, oh yeah, this is when Dr. Manhattan like fucked around.
Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that makes me mad. Because I'm like, hey, remember when comics sucked? Yeah, Dr. Manhattan's fault. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah, Superman.
No, it's not. It's bad editorial.
I
Superman
do appreciate
flying
this type
over
of
the-
storytelling though.
No, I do too. And it being now in 2020, it's funny.
Well,
But when I'm reading comics in 2012 and they're bad, I'm like, oh gosh, why is this bad?
one of the things I love about like Geoff Johns is that this isn't new to Geoff Johns. He's done this his whole career.
He's done all the rebirths for all the
Like
characters.
seriously, this type of thing of like
He's Rebirth Man.
recontextualizing events for the past to that's his jam.
It's true.
That's all he's done at DC.
I really like the idea that is put into it of I made a Superman who was less connected to his own humanity.
I made the worst Superman, yeah.
And therefore he connected more with me.
Mhm.
And I found myself able to relate to him better because I myself am disconnected from my own humanity.
True.
And I thought that was a really cool way to put a spin on something that like wasn't connected to it before, but if you're going to do it, like putting that touch on and it's like, oh, well, yeah,
Yeah.
that's really great.
Yeah.
And I just love the idea of Dr. Manhattan studying it long enough and then going, oh, I get it. I'm inspired by Superman.
Yeah.
As everyone should be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because there should always be a Superman. And
Yeah.
I think that's awesome.
I agree. Superman's
Okay.
cool. We did it, you guys.
It's real late. This
It sure
episode's
is.
real long.
Hell yeah, I love it.
Let's do our book club.
No.
It is Ben's book club, however, next week. Do you know what it is?
Shit, no.
All right.
It's okay. I didn't know whose book club it
I
was.
totally forgot.
We've been book club list for a while.
I had a
We'll
I had a
talk
book
about
club. I had a book club
It's
clinic.
okay, Ben. We don't even know what we're doing next week.
But we have a couple of episodes up right now. You can watch our Star Wars Downright Nerdy episode.
Oh yeah, baby.
That's up on YouTube and the feed. And we have a Best of the Decade episode if you want to check that out.
Hell yeah.
We have no idea what we're doing next week, so stay tuned.
I'm sure there's something we can figure out.
Until then, we do have more shows up on our fake nerd page, our YouTube page.
I mean, that's not wrong.
Yeah. On our YouTube page, link in the description, you can watch our show Fake Nerds Watch, where we are just wrapped up The Mandalorian. Crisis on Infinite Earths, the second part will be soon. And as I said up top, I'm going to be starting at Star Trek Picard, Fake Nerds Watch with Downright Nerdy.
Engage. Was that 2 weeks?
2 weeks, yeah.
Nice.
And we have a show, Basement Arcade. You can check out Sonic Mania.
Sonic's back, baby.
That's
Yep.
the only one out right now.
Yep.
That's the only one we got.
All so far.
Link in the description for that. We are a Funko affiliate. You can use promo code SHOP10 for 10% off your purchase. Buy a Funko Pop. Do it. Who doesn't love a Funko Pop?
Do it, sucker.
That Hall of Justice Funko Pop looks real cool.
Hall of Justice?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's got a little Batman.
I want a Dr. Manhattan glow in the dark Funko with his dick hanging out.
Oh my
I
god.
was
You
about to
know
say they
they're-
have that. They have that, but then you added the dick hanging out. They don't have that.
That's a Comic-Con exclusive.
I was about to say they're not gonna have that.
Never say never.
Oh.
You can find our Patreon.
It
Or
doesn't need to be detailed. It's a Funko. It
Okay.
could just be a line and some balls.
Listen, they have the dead body of Laura Palmer wrapped up in plastic. They can have some dong. All right, Funko's gone places. That's a Twin Peaks reference.
Okay.
Thank you.
You can find our Patreon on TeePublic. All of the links in the description. Thank you to everyone who listens. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you to Jeremy Vellucci for our musics and our inter-music stuff.
Thanks, Jeremy.
You can find him at Jeremy Vellucci Keyboards. He also does a show called Suburban Proctologist. You can find that on Facebook.com/Suburban Proctologist Official. Instagram at SubProc Podcast. Thank you to Mike Matola. Our good friend Mike Matola did our logos. You can find him at Mike Matola. We are on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Fake Nerd Podcast. FakeNerdGuys@gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us personally. I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. Ben, where can I find you?
You can find me on the internet at BenMag27 on Instagram and Twitter. You can also find me writing for OldSchoolGamerMagazine.com. My latest article about old school retro gaming collecting on a budget is up. The second part will be up later this week.
Link in the description for that. Ryan, what do you got? What do you got? What quote you got?
No. What do you got?
What tweet you got?
This is for Rachel, you big fat white nasty ass smelling ass bitch. Why you take me off the mother effing schedule with your trifling, dirty, white ass racist ass bitch? You big fat oompa loompa ass bitch. You can find me at DJ Tony
God.
Snark at everywhere.
How long have you been waiting to use that?
Facebook deleted my post that I made of it. 'cause
How
they found it
long?
offensive.
How long have you been waiting for that?
Like 2 minutes because I forgot I was gonna do it.
Oh, okay.
Sparks, where can I find you?
You can find me rediscovering the ideal of hope at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter, SPARKZ Witty.
Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate it. Until next week, guys.
We're tired. We're gonna go to sleep.
Stay fake nerds.
Oompa Loompa's fat bitch.